Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Hazbin May Cry. Chapter 20. Mission 20. Jailbreak. Morning came after the hotel celebrated Salvia and his sister being redeemed and going into heaven. Dante was sleeping soundly until a ray of light hit his face and he started to wake up. The white-haired hunter let loose a loud yawn before stretching his arms out to pop all the loose joints. Man, what a night. Sure was amazing, he thought to himself before getting ready to go and take a shower. As he was about to get off the bed, a pair of arms were wrapped around his waist to hold him in place. Dante looked back to see that Charlie was still asleep and kept cuddling him with a smile. Hey, sleeping beauty. Time to get up. 5 more minutes, Charlie moaned as she was hugging Dante's waist tighter. Okay, I guess I'll be the first to have breakfast, Dante said as he hoped that would work. Okay. I'm getting up, she said drowsily as Charlie let go of Dante, as she yawned with the same volume he did. She stretched her arms out while she used the sheets to cover her naked body, then walked to the dresser. What to wear? I'm going to take a shower before getting some breakfast, the white-haired hunter announced to his girlfriend while he grabbed whatever clothes he needed and headed into the bathroom. Not without me, Charlie told him with a flirty giggle as she grabbed all the clothing she needed and headed to the shower. Aren't you tired from last night? Dante asked her. I am, but I want more, she purred as she put a hand under Dante's chin. Or maybe we can take a bath together. Giving a light chuckle to himself, Dante knew he was not going to get away easily. He decided to let her join him. I just hope no one passes by. Now, fully dressed, both Dante and Charlie headed down the stairs to see what nearly everyone was knocked out on the floor. The only ones they did not see were Alastair, Nifty, and Bullet in the lobby. Not wanting to disturb their hangover just yet, the duo snuck into the dining room without making a sound. Ah, look who decided to join us for breakfast this morning. Alastair greeted both the Princess of Hell and the Demon Hunter as he and Niffy made a variety of breakfast with eggs, bacon, toast, pancakes, waffle, and French toast. Morning, Al. Charlie greeted the radio demon, letting loose a small yawn, letting him know she was still a little sleepy. Did you make a batch of coffee? Of course I did, my dear. But you have to add your own cream and sugar since I like to make it strong, the radio demon told her as he handed Charlie a mug. Thanks, Al, Charlie said as she started pouring herself a cup and adding the sweeteners. Dante poured himself a cup, but added a little since he liked his slightly strong. That hits the spot, he said as he sipped his drink. Morning, all, Bullet announced as everyone else greeted the hellhound as he took slices of bacon and pancakes. Hope everyone here didn't get too bad of a hangover. I didn't party this hard since a friend of mine invited me to a rager last year. Well, it wasn't so bad since I gave Charlie some water after I took her upstairs, Dante told the pitbull demon as he took another sip of coffee. I'm surprised you two are up this early after hearing you last night, Bullet said as it made both Charlie and Dante do a spit take. You heard US, the two exclaimed, making the others jolt awake with horrible headaches from their hangovers. Fuck, my head, Angel complained while Bullet spoke to Dante and Charlie. I'm a dog. I have good hearing, the pitbull commented, making the both of them look dumbfounded at his answer. Oh, my grandfather. I can't believe he heard me. I have never been this embarrassed in my entire life, Charlie muttered as she was beet red with her hands covering her face. It can't get any worse than this, Dante muttered. You were louder than Terry and Applejack, Bullet stated with a shit-eating grin on his face, proving Dante wrong and making Charlie curl herself into the fetal position. Never mind. It's worse, Dante groaned while the others laughed before complaining about their heads. Velvet looked at her phone about the latest news that's been going on in Hell. So far, Dante had been killing so many overlord and kingpins that the Hell seemed to be a lot cleaner. And demons, whether they be sinners or hellborn, started to behave more than normal. There were still cannibals eating the corpses of their victims, turf wars, and even prostitution. But what changed the most was that drug trafficking slowed down or stopped in some areas, and gangs were killed or disbanded entirely thanks to the Son of Sparda, causing a bloodbath. And to top it all off, she couldn't post a single thing up of her latest trend all, because everyone was talking about Dante. She even lost followers because of the Demon Hunter. I hate that son of a bitch so much. When I get my hands on him, I'm going to rip him apart, stitch him up, and make him into my plaything. Huffing as she took the elevator to the top floor of her and Vox's hangout. Once she reached the top floor of the building, she met with the TV demon having a simple grin on his face. You're taking some news kindly. What is it? You decided to call off all the hired guns on the Son of Sparda. Oh, not at all. I just had a brilliant idea on how to get rid of the Son of Sparda once and for all, the TV demon said as he continued to smile. Yeah, like this plan is going to be so different like the rest of them. Velvet rolled her eyes as she tried to do a selfie and post it online, but her phone's battery died. Fuck, you can be such a brat sometimes, Vox commented as a kitchen knife flew past him and stuck into the wall. Anyway, it'll work this time. I'm sure of it. What are you going to do? Gather all the remaining overlords and take him down? PFF, that's just stupid. He just turned us into blood and guts. The lucky ones become his new weapons. No, he's more powerful than all the overlords combined. But there is someone who can beat him. Yeah, right? As if someone can beat Dante. I think the only one who could go toe-to-toe with him is Lucifer or Alastair. And they like the guy too much. Oh, that won't be a problem, since the radio demon will have his hands full. But anyway, I thought to myself, who was the one demon that shook heaven and hell? Who could beat the Son of Sparda and give him a hard time? Do you know that answer, my dear Velvet? Vox asked. Looking at him in confusion, Velvet's eyes widened after a few seconds. No, are you seriously getting him to help us? She exclaimed. He's our best chance to deal with this persistent thorn in our side, Vox stated. I already have somebody to send to his location and free him. Vox, this is either really stupid, really desperate, or both, she told her partner. What makes you think he's going to listen to us? The chance to face off against the Son of Sparda is all he'll need to listen to us, Vox stated. In the outskirts of the Ring of Pride, there stands a mountain with a lake of boiling blood at the top. In the center lies an elaborate and highly guarded prison by the name of Dis. While most of the ring is where sinners reside, this prison is for the worst of all former humanity. With genocidal tyrants, fascist dictators, absolute monsters, and all other types of criminals on massive scales being sent to hell, they needed to be secured for punishment that befits them. And so, Lucifer made certain that all hope for these former men were abandoned when they went through the prison gates and personally created the tortures that were inflicted upon the worst sinners of all history. Break out the one higher-up demon that caused a lot of havoc in hell, Stryker said to himself aloud as he looked at the prison. Don't know why an overlord would hire me to do that, but I'm game for it. Kills two birds with one stone for me. All them high and mighty demons will fall, and that Son of Sparda will get what's coming to him for taking my quarry, he muttered while the sound of a rattlesnake's tail sounded off. The snake-like imp put away his binoculars to take out the case that was given to him so generously by Vox. Gotta hand it to that box-headed creep for giving me a replacement for my old rifle. He took out the Carmine Blessed-tip sniper rifle with a silencer attached to the gun. Stryker aimed the sniper rifle at the guards that were at the front of the gates, took careful aim, before sending two blessed bullets come whizzing across as it killed both guards at the front. Like shooting fish in a barrel, he smirked as he put the weapon away and slid downhill from his position. The snake of an imp slithered past the front gate as he kept his hat down to make sure that no cameras could look at his face. But for the ones he spotted, he made quick work out of them by shooting them on sight with a silenced pistol. Hiding behind a door that just opened, Stryker overheard a guard talking to somebody. Another boring day, don't you think, said an imp guard. Maybe not for those saps inside. I'm surprised they don't have the purge start here every year, remarked a hellhound before he sneezed. Ugh, this cold is so annoying. I can't smell anything. It'll pass. It's not like you were in the lower layers. You wouldn't be coming into work at all if you were, the imp guard stated as the two left Stryker's field of vision. Sneaking into the room, Stryker saw it was a changing area for guards and smirked while the sound of a rattlesnake echoed with his chuckle. Donning a disguise, the imp was ready to sneak through the prison in plain sight. However, he also knew that he'd need to find the correct clearance for his destination. Not that many key cards here, he remarked to himself before finding one that would get him past the first few levels of Dis. He swiped the card to the first level, and couldn't believe that in this one, many sinners or hellborns were in a blood-red forest, getting stung and bitten by hellish insects, or getting poked by razor-sharp thorns while they were barefoot. Well, that's painful, he told himself as he went past the next level knowing that his target was not in this sector. Going down a stairwell, Stryker soon went into the next layer of the prison. Stepping into the area, he saw several guards whipping at prisoners who were set on fire. That what you get for raping an entire family, you fuck, shouted a guard as he aimed for the testicles of the goat-like sinner that was restrained to the wall. Keep on screaming, you shithead. No one is going to hear your screams outside, another guard said as he set fire to a hoarse sinner who cried out in pain. Stryker scoffed as he went down the stairs on the other side of the hall. Heading down to the third level, he thought about the sadistic guards that were hired to deal with the prisoners. Those freaks enjoy their jobs too much, he muttered before hearing an unholy cacophony of noise from the next door. What the heaven is that sound? He covered his ears as he heard a mix of polka, smooth jazz, fast-talking rap, 1960s protest music, and some girls singing about Friday separately as many rooms hold a demon in each one. Make it stop. I can't take it anymore, exclaimed a prisoner as he grabbed at the bars of a door and tried to shake it loose. The snake-like imp had to keep a cool head as he passed many of the prisoners that begged to be put out of their misery. Stryker continued forward as he pulls his head down from his eyes to avoid any eye contact. He reached the door to the next floor, only to see that the door denied him because he needed a card key that could take him to the next few floors down. Damn it. All to heaven. Where am I going to find another key? Luckily for the imp, a female guard was pulling a male out toward one of the abandoned offices as she made out with him. Stryker watched the clothes fly, and some even hit him in the face. Inside one of the shirt's pockets was the key card he needed. Before he could say anything, the guard woman was only wearing a corset as she grabbed the demon she was with by the horns. "You'll be calling me mistress the whole time," she declared before pulling the guy inside and locking the door. Stryker only blinked before shrugging with the card in hand. "If they're screwing on the job, then they'll get screwed later," he remarked as he spun the card in his hand. Heading down the stairs, he took a short rest as he was already walking down and across many stairs. The next level down was something that just seemed unreal for hell. In it was a field full of flowers, soft music playing, and stuffed animals playing instruments, while sinners were tied up on trees as they were bound to listen. "Please, for the love of God, make it stop," one prisoner exclaimed as he struggled in his ropes while another was screaming in fear like a little girl. Makes me want to think that Lucifer threw his daughter in here just to punish her, but backfired, and she walked out all happy and cheerful, Stryker told himself as he had an eye twitch proceeding to the next floor. The next floor down, Stryker encountered a desert area that was blazing hot with the sinner and hellborn prisoners there being dipped in a hot tar. Fucking scumbags. A coyote demon hit the prisoner's head that was still above the tar. The jailer pushed the eel demon further down the tar until he was barely breathing. "You there? Get over here and see to it that these prisoners stay in the tar," he said, pointing to Stryker. "I would love to, but I'm needed in the lower floors," Stryker told the coyote. "Are you questioning me?" the guard questioned menacingly to the imp. "I'm just following orders," Stryker told him as he saluted. "Can't wait to turn you into a scarf. Help out now," the coyote ordered him as he shoved his stick in his hand. Not seeing that he was going to get out of this mess easily, Stryker took the stick and struck all the sinner heads that were coming up for air like a sick game of whack-a-mole. "Get back down there, you fucking worm," he shouted as he smacked the stick so hard the sinner was knocked out cold for some time. "Very nice work you did there. That motherfucker won't be getting up anytime soon," the coyote demon remarked, examining the unconscious body. "Which unit were you from?" "The lowest unit, sir. I need to get back down there as soon as possible. So, excuse me," Stryker said as he bumped into the coyote. "Sorry," he said as he walked at a fast pace. But that bump was on purpose as he took an important card key that reached the lowest levels. The next floor down was the main reason why the floor above was so hot. This section of this was a boiling magma pit that many earthlings would imagine what hell would typically look like. Sinners were in cages and being dipped into craters of lava, screaming as their flesh burned off of them. However, it was only temporary as their skeletons began to painfully regrow their muscles and skin, feeling each strand of sinew stitched back together like a series of needles piercing bone. What did you expect for blowing yourself up? 72 virgins in heaven. Huh, don't you know when they mean virgins, it could be something else entirely. One of the demon jailers mocked a sinner, dumping him into another soak in the lava pool. "Hate to be those guys," Stryker commented as he started to sweat up a storm while making his way through the heat. When he made it to the exit door, he swiped the card to the next level only to find it was denied access. "What? Isn't this the key to the next level?" the cowboy asked as he used a different card, and it still denied him. "Son of a bitch. How am I supposed to get the right key now? It could be on any of these bastards." As the imp scowled and looked over everything, he heard a beep and saw the door open, but it was quickly slammed shut by a massive demon that could easily be a warden or the head jailer of this. "That guy's not going anywhere with everything keeping him locked up," he muttered before pocketing the key card in his hat. "I think I just found my ticket to the last floor," Stryker told himself as he flashed his sadistic grin. "Excuse me, sir. Mind if I join you?" he asked the jailer. "What do you want?" the demon asked. "Just a new transfer to the lowest level," Stryker told the large demon. "What the fuck? You're either an idiot or no one told you a thing," the demon laughed. "That floor is reserved for the lowest of the scum. Only 4 of those fuckers are down there with the warden. The worst one is chained up. Sounds like the target I'm after," Stryker thought to himself. "Right? How stupid of me. This is my assigned floor." The jailer eyed him suspiciously while they kept walking through the area. "So, where are you from, rookie?" "You can say I come from Wrath," Stryker told the giant. "Wrath, huh? You kind of look like you could pass for a citizen from Envy," the head jailer said as they arrived into his office, taking a seat. "So what do they call you back home?" "Call me Stryker." "Stryker, huh? That's a name that can kill," the head jailer said as he took out 2 bottles of beer, tossing one to the imp. "So, tell me, what do you think about this redemption thing with the big man's daughter?" "It's a joke," Stryker laughed. "Like any demon would get out of here when it's where they belong." "Really now? Because last I heard, there was a successful case of it," the large demon said, taking a swig of the drink. "Must have to do with that demon hunter she's been hanging around with." "Not like that shit's real," Stryker dismissed. "Oh, it is. More and more folks have been going to that hotel after what happened, the jailer told Stryker as he stood up. Following him, the two went out to the lava pools. I may not agree with it 100% of the way, but if people are giving it a shot, then let them try and leave hell. Or maybe there should be a new order, Stryker said while seeing nobody else around the two, pulling out his pistol and shooting him in the back. The large demon let out a gasp as he looked down to see a gaping hole in his chest. I'll be taking this now. The snake-like imp dug into his pocket and took the key to the final floor below before pushing the large demon into the lava. After making sure the demon jailer was dead, Stryker went over to the door and opened it. But as he descended the stairs, he noticed it was getting unreasonably colder. How come it's freezing down here? He questioned before he prepared to enter the final level of this. Down on the final floor, Stryker saw that the entire floor was ice. The imp continued to make his way to the end of the floor while hugging himself. The further he got, and the further he got, the colder it became. Shit, it's cold. Someone could get fucking frostbite, he said, shivering as his skin started to become covered in small patches of ice. Snow and ice blew more and more as the snake-like imp went further into the cell block. Finally, he reached the end of the floor, and what he saw shocked him. Sitting in a pit of freezing water covered in chains was the demon he was hired to get. The imprisoned demon was around 41 feet tall, with a crumbling, stone-like body and giant angelic wings that were withering away and covered in ice. Despite the damage, he looked like a demonic version of Zeus or even the Christian god with a stone beard covering his face and 3 eyes. This demon was the one that caused the second Armageddon, the one that was defeated by Sparda and his son, Dante, the false king of hell, Mundus. So this is the guy. Gotta say, I don't see anything special about this bastard, Stryker told himself. You want to say that to me again, you imp? Mundus told him as his eyes opened, looking downwards due to the chains around his neck and glowing a sinister red that began to strike fear into Stryker. Holy shit, I take that back, he's strong, the snake-like imp thought to himself as he tried to act cool. You're awake, good. I need you to come with me, he told Mundus, only to get assaulted by a wave of demonic energy directed at him, knocking him backward. And why should I do that? Even if I could escape these restraints, why would I follow an insignificant imp such as yourself? Mundus questioned, instilling more fear into Stryker. Because if I let you out, you can go deal with the one who sent you back here to hell, Stryker told the giant statue. Dante, Mundus' voice echoed within the room. His hatred for Sparda's bloodline was something he wanted to eradicate once and for all. Very well. If it means killing the Son of Sparda, I'll hear you out. But you will have to do as I say. Sorry, pal. I don't take orders from anyone but myself. How about I free you? Take you to the demon that wants you free, I get my pay, and we both go our separate ways. Sound fair? Stryker asked. If it means killing a Son of Sparda, so be it, the large demon statue said to the imp as the said imp fired off some holy bullets, making sure to aim at the chains. Once the chains were broken, the powerful demon broke free from the ice that was holding him, and his body repairing itself slowly. But as soon as he felt his hands were free, Mundus quickly grabbed Stryker and squeezed him hard. Do not turn on me, he warned as he tightened his grip, and sparks of electricity began to dance around his closed fist. Stryker watched in fear as the sparks moved around the demon lord's fingers, but didn't give him anything worse than a case of static cling. However, the threat was still there, and he wasn't going to risk anything. Got it, Stryker managed to croak out. Mundus let his grip go of the snake-like imp as he fell down into the snow, ribs sore from the squeeze alone. I don't know what I got myself into, but as soon as I get paid, I'm getting out of Dodge ASAP. As Mundus snapped free of his remaining chains and exited the freezing water, an alarm sounded off and the room began to flash red. After that, heavy footsteps were heard echoing into the room. The steps grew louder and louder as the demon lord was getting ready for an attack. The stomping ended as he was face to face with the Warden of Dis, standing at 44 feet tall, with a robotic version of Lucifer with 3 faces on each side where his ears should have been. The middle face looked like Lucifer's smiling face, but the left face looked like he was sad and about to cry, while the right face looked angry and about to breathe fire at any moment. No escape, the mechanical devil stated, rotating his head to have the angry face staring right at Mundus. You're in my way, Mundus roared as his fist met with the face on the left side as it cracked. He was ready to bring punch one again, making the warden stumble back a few paces. Weak, he said as he was going to deliver another blow. However, his fist was caught by the mechanical double of Hell's Monarch. You're not leaving this prison, the warden said as it brought a fist down on Mundus as it shot out hellfire, melting Mundus's stone-like skin, showing his true form's hand-like flesh. The many hands that Mundus possessed grabbed onto the warden, trying to pick apart the metal. You may look like the fallen angel, But you're not as strong, Mundus shouted as he grabbed both the warden's arms and headbutted him, cracking the masks of the robotic devil. Mundus summoned 4 giant floating orbs as a shower of lasers shot out of them, piercing the warden in many places. The warden wasn't going to be beaten so easily as he turned the left side of his head, allowing the sorrowful face to unleash a chilling frost that covered the floor even more. Stryker was covered in a blanket of snow before he bolted to keep himself moving to stay warm. Slumber within the coldest winds. This bastard is going to kill me before the giant statue, Stryker said as he was shivering from the cold in the room and had a thick layer of frost covering his entire body. Even though the snow was slowing him down, the demon lord let loose his orbs as they fired a bigger laser than the ones before. The warden dodged the attack despite his size, only to have Mundus be right in front of him and grab onto his head. You will be the first to fall, pulling the mechanical devil's head up as he ripped the head off its neck, red-tinted oil gushing out of its body like a geyser. Falling to his knees, the robotic warden was dead as its body went limp and the red oil spilled onto the snow, staining it into the same color. So that's the power of Mundus? No wonder he was kept here, Stryker muttered to himself as the giant stone statue spread his wings and head to the ceiling. What the fuck is he doing? Is he gonna bust through the fucking ceiling? Without any hesitation, the stone-like being jumped into the ceiling, breaking it as he let the lava fall onto the lower floor. Many of the guards and prisoners of the lava floor were panicking as they fell into the molten rock or were crushed by large debris. Where is he? Mundus shouted as he looked around at the floor for a unique prisoner. As he burst through the floor, wreaking havoc, he broke one door in the chambers that had more locks than everyone else in the cells. The giant of a demon laughed as he obliterated the door with his fist, making the iron cage fly against the wall. Looking up, the prisoner smirked at who set him free. "Hello, Lord Mundus," they said before stepping out, revealing himself to be a man dressed as a demonic-looking priest. He had pale-looking skin with scars covering the left side of his face, a red eye on his right side, a blue eye on his left, and had 2 small horns sticking out from his bald head. This man was Arkham, the one who freed demons from the Temenon Ijaru and made both Dante and Virgil fight one another. "What do I owe the honor of freeing me? We both hate the one who sent us here, Dante. I think that's enough reason to want to free you," Mundus exclaimed. "I am at your service," Arkham said as he bowed to the demon lord. "If you think you can betray me later on, you will wish you never existed," Mundus told the dark priest as he ascended to the desert floor. Once there, he decimated the guards as he threw them into the tar pits. Many of them screamed at the burns of their skin melting away or the tar infusing with their skin until they looked like statues, only to be crushed by Mundus' hand. Many of the prisoners cheered thinking they are saved, but Mundus ended their existence. As many prisoners saw this and ran from the false god of a demon, as many guards were shooting off holy bullets. "Keep firing," shouted a guard. "Pathetic," Mundus laughed as he fired a giant laser, obliterating many in its range. "None of you shall see the light of day when I finally rule over hell." "No, I need to stop him," one surviving guard muttered to himself as he aimed his gun at Mundus, only to have a holy bullet pass through his skull. "You ain't stopping anyone," Stryker smirked as he spun his revolver around his hand before putting it in a holster. The cowboy of an imp stared at the carnage happening to the other guards and chuckled with the sound of a rattlesnake's tail laced in. Dante won't know what will hit him. The guards of Dis were unloading firepower from blessed weapons, only to see that it was having little to no effect on him. "We're screwed," one hellhound guard said as he stopped unloading his rifle. "Who said you could stop firing, soldier?" a very old ram demon said as he continued to fire. "This bastard may be tough, but it's our job to take scum like him down. Shouldn't someone inform the king about this? If he finds out that the most dangerous demon is on a rampage in here, he will kill us," the old goat said. "Lucifer or this guy will kill us if we can't stop him anyway," an ape-like demon said as he continued to shoot his bullets at Mundus. "I say we take our chances and contact the big man." As the hellhound was ready to run to the first floor, the old goat demon went wide-eyed and started gagging. Suddenly, he was coughing up blood as a hand pierced through his chest. The old goat turned his eye towards the back, seeing that it was Arkham. "You will do no such thing," he said as he pulled his arm back, letting the ram fall dead as the other guards looked on in terror. "There will be a new king ruling the entirety of hell," he said as he killed the other 2 demons while watching the slaughter of their fellow guards. "Please kill me. Let me die already," a prisoner said as he begged Mundus to kill the tortured soul. The winged giant did as the sinner said, only to satisfy his needs, shot a red bolt of lighting at the sinner, electrocuting him into ash. Mundus looked around to see that many guards and prisoners were going to the higher levels to escape his wrath. "You really got them on the run now, big guy," Stryker said as he walked beside the statue-like demon. "But we are in a hurry, So how about we blow this and get to where we need to be? I'm not finished yet, imp, Mundus told Stryker with intimidation. I still need to make an example for Lucifer. Time's not on our side, and I need to take you to the fucker who wanted to set you free, Stryker approached. But as he took a few steps forward, he froze in fear as he felt the disturbing aura that was coming off of Mundus. Cold sweat dripped off his forehead as he felt something that he didn't feel in a long time: fear. The cowboy of an imp stepped back a few feet to let the demon in stone do what he needed. The payment better be worth it if I'm working my own ass for this shit. I suggest you hold on to me if you wish to live, Mundus told both Stryker and Arkham as they did what he said and climb up to his legs. Not wasting any more time, the demon lord spread out his angelic stone wings and took flight, breaking through every single remaining floor and the roof of Dis, making it crumble. Once he got high enough, Mundus summoned a meteor shower to fall on the prison. The demon laughed as the falling rocks flattened the building to nothing but smoldering rubble. Satisfied with his work, Mundus floated down the ground as both Stryker and Arkham got off him. Witnessing this once great jail that held the worst sinners was now in ruins. This should leave enough of a message for that shitty, fallen angel. I couldn't agree any more, my lord, Arkham voiced. Mundus looked at the two demons that assisted in his escape, then glanced at his hand, which started to have a faded glow. I may need to recover more than I thought, but I still have enough energy for what I truly need out of my current associates, the demon lord said as he began to coalesce energy in front of him. The energy soon swirled and raged before it condensed into a humanoid shape while Stryker and Arkham watched intently. I trust the two of you as much as Lucifer has love for heaven. So to keep things balanced, I need a loyal guard dog of sorts, Mundus declared as the energy construct soon turned into a true demon of flesh and blood. The demon looked to be a 17-year-old boy with a scrawny build, long orange hair, and pale blue skin with a darker blue Celtic tattoo of a dog around his upper chest. He wore brown trousers with a blue and green flannel kilt over it, brown boots, and some armor on his shoulder in the shape of a raven. Greetings, Lord Mundus. I am at your service, he bowed. Say hello to my newest general, Siyu Chulin, Mundus introduced to the others while Dis burned in the background. I don't see what's so special about a Scottish Braveheart wannabe, Stryker asked as he inspects the demon. Irish legend, actually, Arkham corrected as he knew more about the new demon's namesake. Either way, he's a scrawny brat. What makes you think he can face Dante or the king? Stryker asked as he was not impressed. Mundus simply smirked as he turned to the young-looking demon. Chulin, warp spasm, he instructed. With an enraged shout, Siyu Chulin turned inside out and his build increased in size. Glaring down at Stryker, the Celtic demon was now a sinewy and muscular version of himself that could compare to the Incredible Hulk or Bane with muscle fibers showing across his body. Grabbing a hold of the imp and nearly squeezing the air out of him, the general started slamming him down on the floor multiple times. Okay, I get it. Call him off, Stryker cried out as his face met with the floor a few more times. With a snap of Mundus' finger, Chulin transformed back into his normally scrawny self before dropping the snake-looking imp. Fucking Neanderthal, he mumbled as he checked his teeth to see if any broke or went missing, especially his long gold tooth. Once I am at full power, I will be making much more and more powerful generals at my disposal, Mundus told the two. Now, where's the one who wanted to free me? Just follow me, Stryker said as he led the way. That asshole better give me a bonus when we get there. Chapter 21. Mission 21, War. After their escape, Stryker and Arkham watched as Mundus changed to a more covert size rather than the giant statue form he had earlier. Follow me, Stryker told Mundus, Arkham, and Siyu Chulin as all four demons entered the building Vox and Velvet told them to meet at. When all of them entered, they took the elevator and slowly went to the top floor. I could have easily flown up there myself, Mundus stated as he clenched his fist, ready to burst through the roof of the elevator. Do that now, and you will end up on the news in about 5 minutes. It also brings Dante running along to this place, and my paycheck goes down the drain, Stryker said as he pulled down his hat to cover his eyes. He's quite right, Lord Mundus. It will be a losing battle with your powers not at 100%, Arkham told the three-eyed demon. Very well, but I'm not very patient, Mundus said as he released his fist. Seconds passed as they reached the top floor. Mundus stepped out of the elevator and marched forward through the hallways of Vox's many televisions that were hanging on the walls. Mundus barged in and opened the door. What the fuck? Vox shouted as he jumped out of his chair, throwing the food he was eating in front of him. Who are you, and what are you doing in my office? He's the guy you wanted free, Stryker said as he came up from behind. I also freed another prisoner that hates the Son of Sparda just as much. So, I think I should get a bonus just for that, the imp said as Arkham came right behind him along with Siyu Chulin. You actually did it? I got to say, I'm impressed. Vox grinned as he looked from the cowboy to the stone-like demon with 3 eyes. We have a common enemy in the Son of Sparda. He sent you here, then showed up and killed our ally. How about we join forces and we can crush the competition and bring hell to its knees? I have a better offer. I take over your building and make it into the start of my empire and expand as I dethrone Lucifer and those who serve him. Then, I take Earth next, Mundus declared to the TV demon as he looked both shocked and enraged at the same time. I only freed you so you could take down Dante. I'm not risking my position to challenge Lucifer or the royal families. And Earth? That's far beyond my control to bring the wrath of God and his angels. Now do as I say before I make things get ugly. You fucking psychopath, Vox declared. Mundus stood still as all 3 of his eyes started to glow red. Suddenly, the Overlord was floating in the air, contorting painfully as it felt like an invisible snake was constricting around him. Do you truly think you have power in hell? Territory can only give you so much. What you can accomplish with your own might will truly make you powerful. As far as I can tell, you're nothing but some big-headed waste of soul that believes he can control the masses by placating them with entertainment. The demon lord told Vox with a constriction becoming tighter with each sentence. I'm starting to like this guy even more, Stryker said as he nudged Arkham. If he can do that to an overlord, then I'll be able to Hearing Stryker speak and assume what he could accomplish, Mundus simply snapped his fingers and C.U. Chulin's arm became a hellish dog with sharp teeth that bit down on Stryker's shoulder. You'd best silence your tongue, imp. You won't do anything without my permission. Otherwise, Satanta gets a nice meal out of your hide. Wait, I thought he was called Cuck Lane? Or something, Stryker hissed questioningly through the pain. C.U. Chulin, the loyal enforcer of Mundus stated. I was born Satanta, but was renamed upon death and becoming a follower of Lord Mundus. As such, I gave my old name to my hound. Well, I'll be damned. I thought that Mundus here just magicked you into existence an hour ago, Stryker said as he hissed, as Satanta's teeth sank deeper into the imp's flesh and black blood oozed down his shoulder. But I was going to say if you could easily defeat an overlord, an Ars Goetia should be nothing. I know what you were truly thinking, imp. Know your place, or you'll be fertilizer alongside the human trash, Mundus stated as Vox began to choke. Now, both of you yield to me, and I may spare your pathetic lives. Seeing everything transpire, Velvet was shaking like a leaf before she watched Stryker and Vox kneel before Mundus like he was General Zod. I told that idiot it was a bad idea to free that monster. I gotta get out of here, she thought to herself, sneaking away to the back room to not get caught or seen. When she did, she took the stairs down and made her escape. It seems we have a small rat trying to escape. Shall we go after her? Arkham asked Mundus. Don't even bother. I'll send a couple of my pawns to deal with her, the 3-eyed demon said as he started to create an assortment of monsters. Some were similar to scarecrows or puppets. Others were lizard-like demons. And the last ones were phantoms with giant scissors. Go and deal with that little problem for me. And when you're done, do whatever you wish, Mundus instructed the new demonic minions. They screeched as they understood their master and broke through the glass windows to either crawl down the side of the building or fly off to wreak havoc on a pentagram city. As his minions prowled the streets, the 3-eyed demon snapped his fingers as a throne made up of stone was summoned in front of him. Sitting down and looking at his kneeling enforcers, Mundus had one thought on his mind. Face me once more, Dante, but this time I will bring you to your knees. After everyone in the hotel was awake from their collective hangover, they all gathered in the lobby as Dante and Charlie were on the couch, sitting alongside each other, while Vaggie stood and glared at both of them. Both the Son of Sparda and the Princess of Hell didn't say a word to her, fearing that one wrong word would make the moth demoness explode like a gunpowder barrel. Dante and Charlie glanced at one another before Hell's princess, who was wearing the outfit that she wore to Lilith's concert with Verosica, decided to break the ice first. Look, Vaggie, I know you're upset, but But what? The fact that you two fucked last night while I was keeping everyone in line, Vaggie said to Charlie as her face looked angrier than before. Gee, what's the big deal? You agreed with him that he can share the princess with you, and now you're upset that they banged? Seems pretty hypocritical if you ask me. Angel spoke up as a knife flew by him and hit the wall. For fuck's sake. This time I was being serious. The deal was I get T.O. watch, she screamed as her hair slightly stood up and her teeth were sharper than the knives she carried. Whoa. Wait a fucking minute. Cabin stepped up. You're actually mad because you didn't watch them have sex? Vaggie didn't say anything as she shut her mouth, biting down on her lip with her face turning pink from embarrassment. Who knew Vaggie was a voyeur? Bullet remarked as he was shocked at the news. All of you, shut up, Vaggie yelled, clenching her teeth before facing the duo one more. Look, Vags, I'm sorry you missed the show, but it was out of my control. Dante spoke more calmly than he normally would. But it's not like I had any control of the situation myself. Charlie was pretty tipsy, and I originally was going to tuck her in bed and head back, but she was very horny. Vaggie was still mad at the couple, but looked more peeved than actually pissed. How long? What? Charlie asked in confusion. How long did you two do it for? Vaggie asked more specifically. The princess started to turn red, while Dante rolled his eyes. Is that even necessary to tell? He questioned. Oh, it absolutely is, Candy immediately replied, wanting the juicy details of how good the Son of Sparda was in the bedroom. I don't know. 2 hours at best, Dante said as he guessed the estimate of how long they did the bedroom tango. How many rounds? Dia asked, getting curious herself. Yeah, Somerset surprised her gal pal asked. What? It's the Son of Sparda and the Princess of Hell. You have to be somewhat curious, Dia stated. Just the one, I think, Charlie said with her face red. Hearing that, the girls all gawked as they turned toward Dante. While Vaggie face-bombed, many of the girls all gave Dante flirtatious looks while possibly ignoring Charlie's embarrassment, slowly becoming annoying anger. Moving on, Dante said. All of you need to find a way to get yourselves into heaven. 13 checked into the hotel, and only 3 checked out. And it's not like an answer is going to come through the front door. Just as he said that, the front door swung itself open to reveal a bloody and worn-out Velvet breathing heavily as if she had just run the longest marathon in hell. Help! She managed to say before collapsing onto the rug. Holy shit on a shit sandwich. It's Velvet, Terry said as he, Bullet, Cruiser, Angel Dust, and Husker were armed with something while Alastair was simply watching. However, static was heard and demonic symbols were faintly seen floating in front of the radio demon. Hands on Rebellion. The demon hunter approached the doll demon as Vaggie pulled out a spear and Lechuza readied her talons. Help? With what? Dante questioned before the sound of glass shattering alerted everyone to the horde of demonic puppets and scarecrows outside. Oh, with that, Dante remarked nonchalantly. A demon scarecrow slowly approached Dante as it swung its bladed leg into him. But Dante just took it like it was nothing more than a harmless bug bite. He didn't even flinch as a few puppets and scarecrows stabbed him. Soon, he slowly walked out into the street to avoid getting the inside of the hotel ruined, dragging the minions with him as he exited the building. Good thing he wears red, Lechuza voiced. Let's rock, Dante said as he pulled out Rebellion and diced apart the scarecrows and demon puppets with a spin, cutting the demons apart and removing the blades from his body. The Son of Sparda watched as more enemies started to arrive. This party's just getting started, he said as he sheathed his sword onto his back and summoned Balrog, ready to test out his newest devil arm in combat. Bouncing on the balls of his feet, the demon hunter dodged a marionette and punched it across the face, knocking its head clean off. The other puppets and scarecrows looked at the head, then at Dante as he gestured for them to come and get him. Come on, wimp. They attacked at once while Dante punched and kicked them, sending out an inferno with each strike he dealt to them. Watching this fight from the hotel, everyone was amazed at how well Dante was handling himself against a growing army of demons. Y'all think he needs help? Applejack asked. BFF. Nah, Angel Dust scoffed. But I want to join in on the fun, too. You think he's going to share that fucking fight with you? Husk rhetorically asked. He could, Summer voiced as Dante incinerated a pair of scarecrows with a dropkick. Doubt it, Candy said while watching Dante deliver a 1-inch punch to a much larger marionette, sending it into the nearby lamppost. One way to find out, Vaggie said, ready to vent her anger by killing some living scarecrows. Hey Dante, can we join in? The Son of Sparda's reply came simultaneously as he delivered a devastating uppercut to a scythe-wielding phantom. Sure you can. All right, let's kick some fucking ass, Angel shouted as he pulled out a Tommy gun, shooting at any scarecrows and puppets that were in his path. Cruiser jumped onto his motorcycle with Frankie on his back while wielding a baseball bat covered in barbed wire. Time to bust some skulls, Cruiser said with the back tire of his bike screeching before he rushed forward. He was knocking down some foes like bowling pins in an alley before turning around and doing it again. Bullet and Lechuza tore the stuffing out of the scarecrows with their claws, while Terry ripped a blade in half with bare hands, taking out its spine in the process. The most effective one out of the entire group was Vaggie as she stabbed multiple marionettes in shadows at blinding speed with her spear and threw her knives at some of them before moving on to the next group. Let out all of that anger yet, Vags, Dante asked the demoness as he took out Ebony and Ivory, shooting at the demonic pawns in his range. Shut up and take all of these fuckers out. Vaggie spat with venom in her tone while jabbing her spear into a blade multiple times as blood and guts spilled all over the place. Shugging, Dante fired off his twin pistols at the foes surrounding him. Guess she and Charlie need to have tonight then, he muttered to himself while unloading dozens of bullets into the demonic minions around the area. After he unleashed a barrage of bullets, Dante watched as a shadowy figure teleported in and out of the battle, killing the minions in an instant. Getting a better look, it turned out the demon was a Hell Vanguard. Been a while since I faced one of you, he said as he summoned dread in its scythe form. The Reaper-like demon swung its scythe at the white-haired hunter, making him jump back with the blade only grazing his bangs. Smirking, Dante retaliated as he swung the devil arm at the vanguard, making the demon block the attack. The demon hunter slid backward as he folded the bladed part of his weapon and transformed it into the sniper rifle mode, firing the bullets as the vanguard transformed into smoke. Dante looked around to see where the demon would pop out, then heard the chiming of a giant clock tower as the demon teleported to his right. Reading his opponent's move, he blocked the Reaper's scythe with his blocky rifle as sparks started to fly. With enough strength, Dante pushed the Reaper back and changed the weapon back into scythe mode to slice the vanguard in half. The Hell Vanguard wailed in pain as he exploded into clouds of smoke. Soon, the demons that attacked the hotel were running away. "And stay out, you bastards," Angel yelled at them as he emptied his final ammo drum. "Woo, that was a lot of energy to burn off," Cruiser said as Frankie was screeching inside the mask from one of the marionettes. "Just what was with those guys?" Terry asked as he removed the body of Scarecrow from his horns. "I believe our new, uninvited guest may know those answers," Alastair said as he gestured to the unconscious doll demon that was lying down on the couch. "I have to agree with Smiles. This little lady may know something we don't, and if I'm being honest, it's not pretty," Dante said as he walked back into the hotel. "Sooner she heals and wakes up, the better." "Hate to burst your bubble there, Dante," Bullet warned. "That's Velvet, the overlord of social media. She spent most of her time with Valentino and Vox. She must have come here to lure those things," Candy said as she looked at the doll demon with disgust. "Either way, we still need answers. Unless you have a better idea," the white-haired hunter asked all of them as he took a bottle of wine from the bar and poured a glass for himself. Irritated, the former employees of Valentino stood by with weapons, claws, and anything they could use in case the overlord woke up in a rage. After Nifty treated her wounds and bandaged her up, Velvet was starting to wake up minutes later as the first thing she did was jump off the couch and pull out a large kitchen knife from who knows where. The doll demon quickly looked around and saw the former porn stars aiming their weapons at her. "Where the fuck am I?" "The Hazbin Hotel," Dante said, stepping forward from the crowd with half a glass of wine already empty. "You were going here for a reason, and I'm positive you weren't luring those things to the hotel to try and kill me." Seeing the demon hunter, Velvet lowered her weapon and took a minute to collect her thoughts. "You probably know about this, but me and Vox wanted revenge on you for killing Val and turning him into a pimp cane," she started while the white-haired hunter looked as if he knew and didn't care, even pulling out Valentino to scratch his lower back. "But Vox went to the extreme and did something that will make Lucifer want to hunt him down and kill him with his own hands." "Wait, what did Vox do to make you say something like that?" Charlie asked as she was both curious and fearful about what the answer was going to be. Velvet bit her lower lip as she didn't know how to word it any other way, but say it plain and simple. "He hired someone to break Mundus out of jail." Nearly the entire body of the hotel gasped in shock at the news. Husk and Lechuza spat out their drinks. Cruiser ended up snapping his comb in half, and Alastair's smile lessened as it turned into a small smirk with radio static and feedback being the only thing heard around him. Vaggy's face was deadpan with a look of, "Are you fucking kidding me?" mixed in while Charlie shared a similar look as her girlfriend. Even Dante went from calm and collective to serious within a second as he got up from his seat and approached the doll demon. "Where is he now?" Velvet was shaking like a leaf as she saw the fire in Dante's dark blue eyes. She saw and felt the anger in them. He's in Vox's main headquarters, Hell Cable Incorporated. The top floor of the building might have been redecorated for his pleasures. The demon hunter turned toward his girlfriend as his blue eyes meet her red. "Call your parents. Tell them Mundus is back." "Right," Charlie said as she picked up her phone and dialed her mother's number. As the phone kept ringing, Dante questioned Velvet about who else was working for Mundus this time. Morningstar Castle. The castle was being attacked as Cerberus was ripping up the demons that were coming up from the front lawn. Both Lucifer and Lilith were back to back with one another as the King of Hell used a trident to fight a puppet demon, while also using holy magic to obliterate them as they turned to dust. Lilith was dual-wielding holy blessed pistols as she was firing them, turning all the blades, Mephisto, Faust, and Hell Prides into dust. "Where the bloody fuck did these bastards come from?" Lucifer asked as he pierced through a blade with his trident. "I don't know, but they're messing with the wrong fucking demons," Lilith said as she switched her dual pistols for a great sword, cutting down as many foes as she could with one sweep. "Damn, I love that woman," Lucifer thought as he had enough of this charade and spread his blackened wings, flying over all of them while drawing a circle in the sky. "Eat this, fuckwads," the King of Hell shouted as a storm of meteorites fell on the demons that attacked. Lilith only smiled and stood still as the falling rocks obliterated the demons attacking them, watching as the impacts never came close to her and only made her hair flow majestically in the wind that was kicked up. As Lilith watched the destruction, her phone started to vibrate in her dress. She quickly took it out and saw that their daughter was calling. "Charlie, is everything okay?" "I'm fine, Mom. I was going to ask you the same thing," Charlie said on the other end. "Listen, we have a huge problem. I mean a huge problem." "Does it involve you getting attacked by various demons that came out of nowhere?" she asked as she petted Cerberus as he stomped on a scarecrow. "You guys too?" "Oh fuck, he's already started," Charlie said as her voice choked. "He? Who's he, darling?" "Mundus." After hearing that name, Lilith nearly dropped the phone of the usurper that almost took Earth and hell. Recovering, she found her voice again and asked the most obvious of questions. "How do you know this? And where is Dante?" "Overlord Velvet told me about this, and Vox got somebody to let him loose. Dante is with me right now. In fact, he was the one that suggested to call you and Dad up immediately," Charlie stated. "What about me?" Lucifer questioned as he floated back down next to his wife. "Charlie says somebody broke Mundus out of Dis," Lilith relayed to the King of Hell. As soon as he heard that, the fallen angel's eyes narrowed and a marionette tried to attack him, only for the puppet to simply evaporate into ash when a single feather from Lucifer's wing tapped it. Who in their right mind decided that was the smartest thing to do? Lucifer asked with barely restrained fury. "That would be Vox," Lilith said, putting her phone on speaker for Charlie to speak with both of them. "Charlie, tell us what you and Dante know before your father decides to go Tower of Babel on all of hell." "We just learned from Velvet that an imp named Stryker was hired by Vox to free Mundus. He managed to do that, and Mundus destroyed Dis. They escaped with a sinner named Arkham before bringing this new demon general to Vox's place," Charlie explained. "He's dead." Lucifer snapped as his eyes turned yellow with slit pupils, similar to that of Snake. "Your Highness, let me handle Mundus. He and I have a score to settle," Dante said over the phone. "I appreciate the offer, but you going to Mundus with so many other demons will just wear you out," Lucifer stated. "You'll need more help if he's got a couple of strong guys with him, even if you can shrug off getting stabbed through the heart by thousands of knives." "Actually, it was dozens," Dante remarked, remembering one of his previous jobs. "My point is that you need help, and while I show why I'm king, you do need some help to keep the small fries busy," Lucifer told Dante. "Dad, I'm not putting my staff and clients in a danger like that," Charlie objected. "They'll try and help anyway like last time, Charlie." "I think we do need the backup," Dante countered. "Also, I need Dad's sword if I'm going to face Mundus." "I'll have Razzle and Dazzle go get it," Lilith informed the demon hunter. "Good. I'll go ahead and take out as many as I can on the way," Dante said as footsteps were heard from the distance and the opening of the door. "Dante, Vaggie, everyone wait," Charlie exclaimed as the door to the hotel was heard slamming. "Stay safe. Love you. Bye," Charlie rapidly told her parent as she hung up the phone. Lilith hung up the phone and summoned Razzle and Dazzle the second Charlie's call ended. "Get the Sword of Sparda at Dante's office in the human world and bring it to him." Both goat demons saluted as they summoned a pentagram to teleport themselves to Devil May Cry. "Well, my love, it looks like we will be fighting that three-eyed fuck's forces once more," Lucifer said as he spread his wing once more. "Though if I'm being honest, I did miss seeing you on the battlefield. You're such a sexy demon Amazon," he told his wife while waggling his eyebrows. Lilith chuckled as she saw her husband flirting with her. "Let's save this for later. I'll wear some skimpy leopard print underwear for you when we win," she purred as she ran her finger under his chin. "Hot damn," Lucifer exclaimed before taking flight. "Now I really want to end this fight ASAP. Gather all our allies. We're at war." Imp City. "Eat lead, you pieces of shit," Blitzo shouted as he fired his machine gun at some scarecrows with bladed peg legs. "Where the fuck did these wannabe fizz fucks appear?" "I don't know, but they sure are wreaking havoc," Millie said as she cut down her giant opponent with her battle axe. "I haven't seen this much chaos since me and Moxie's wedding. That was some fight for the bouquet. I think some of my brothers lost teeth when the brawl got out of hand," she said, looking over from the busted-up window of strange demons killing imps on the streets and eating some of them. "Who in the Seven Rings cares about that? They destroyed all my stuff, the sons of bitches," Luna growled, tearing up a scarecrow with her teeth like it was a chew toy. "Why would you bring your possessions here at work?" Moxie asked, firing his pistol at the many blood goyles that flew around the office, swooping down at the imp for a kill. "You're one to talk," Luna retorted as she pointed out a picture of Moxie and Millie when they first started dating. Immediately after she did, a bat-like demon broke through and shattered the picture frame. "Now you know how I feel, fatty," Luna smirked. Seeing one of his favorite pictures broken, Moxie replaced his pistol with a massive Gatling gun. "These bastards are going down," Moxie said with a silent rage before opening fire on the streets below with a battle cry that made Millie swoon like a lovesick schoolgirl. "I love that man," Millie said before shanking another scarecrow in the throat with a knife. "Don't get your panties soaked just yet, Mills. We still have a fuckton of this retards to kill," Blitzo exclaimed as he whipped out a rocket launcher with the words "my dick" painted on the side. Aiming, he fired at the demons on the top of the roof next door, blowing them all up in one massive blast. "I'm touching myself tonight," he shouted before getting a phone call. "Not now, Stolas. I'm fighting for my fucking life, depends on it." "Wrong guy," Dante said on the other end. "Dante? Why are you calling me when I'm shooting the fuck out of mindless bitches in a massive shitstorm?" "Yeah, I figured since I'm doing the same thing somewhere else, I thought I'd offer you guys a massive payday," Dante told the imp. Practically hearing a cash register sound off, Blitzo kept listening. "I'm going after the guy who's causing this pandemonium, and I need backup." "Okay, who's the bitch?" "Mundus." Hearing that name, Blitzo also thought he heard a loud record needle scratch. "Fuck no. I like money, but I'm not digging my fucking grave for it." "You're not fighting the statue. I just need the backup to get to him," the demon hunter explained. "Besides, the one who got him out was Stryker. You can get some sort of revenge towards the snake," Dante told the imp. "And if the other demons find out you helped beat Mundus' army, your company will be swimming in cash when they keep hiring you." "Now you're talking my language. We'll be right there," Blitzo told the Son of Sparda after getting the location needed. "All right, gang. We're going hunting," he told the rest of IMP as he grabbed and cocked a shotgun. "Fuck yeah," Millie shouted with her axe raised high. Blasting his way through the building's halls and stairwell, Blitzo was able to clear a path to the company's van with the others right behind him. "When this is all over, I'm buying myself a ranch full of horses," he said as he got to the car, started the engine, and blasted the song, Mustang Dong, with the rest of IMP firing their guns into any hostile enemies they saw. At the Hazbin Hotel, Charlie was in the lobby with everyone that wasn't willing to fight Mundus' forces, pacing around in worry as she thought about the others. She wanted to follow everyone to Hell Cable Inc. and possibly convince some of them to stay at the hotel, but she had this gut feeling that she had to stay behind and wait for something to happen. "I sure hope Dante and Vaggie are doing okay," the Princess of Hell told herself as she kept pacing around the lobby. "What if they need me? No, I have to stay at the hotel and make sure things are okay." After a few seconds of talking to herself while the others listened, a wall to the hotel was suddenly destroyed. Both Razzle and Dazzle were sent flying in with a pile of rubble landing on them. "What was that?" asked Undine. The goat-like demons looked at Charlie with one thing clear in their expressions. Charlie had to run, but before they could utter another word, a carmine-colored slime-like monster crawled its way inside the hole it made as both goat demons got back on their feet once more. "Just what is that thing?" Applejack questioned. The slime looked at all of the demons around the lobby and soon started to condense itself into a hulking golem with one eye. It started to look around the room, focusing on Undine before looking at Applejack. However, as soon as it looked at Charlie, its eye glowed red and the slimy body began to solidify more, creating a spiked fist. "Lucifer," it growled, striking at Charlie. The Princess of Hell was quick to dodge out of the way, but the golem growled as it slammed its fists around the floor. Charlie kept dodging its attacks, causing the monster to only leave holes in the lobby rather than her face. "Just what the fuck is this thing? And why did it say my dad's name before attacking me?" "Must kill. Lucifer. Night Terror. Kill Spawn," the golem tersely stated, slamming its fist once more at Charlie. The princess had to dodge the attack again, but she saw that the monster hit a major support beam in the wall, causing it to fall down. "When I wanted to expand the lobby, I didn't mean like this," Charlie remarked before she dodged once again, bumping into the jukebox and causing a song to start playing. "It has to be this way from Metal Gear Rising. Revengeance by Go. Light up. Place. Guess I have no choice if I'm his target too," Charlie says as she circled the golem, preparing to fight it with her bare hands. She let out a series of lightning-fast punches, making it seem like she had 4 extra arms. But to the slime-like golem, the punches were more like bug bites. The demon lifted its spiked arm and backhanded Charlie harshly into the wall, knocking her outside of the hotel. Luckily, she was able to withstand the impact and flipped around to land safely on her feet. "Okay, maybe that wasn't the best way to attack a slime that turns into a golem," she told herself as she created a ball of hellfire between her hands, concentrating it into a small red bead. When a monster stepped out to attack her in the middle of the street, Charlie jumped back and flicked the condensed flames like it was a marble. The bead expanded violently into a large explosive fireball, causing some injury to Night Terror. While Charlie smiled at the successful attack, her face changed when she saw the golem cover itself in a metallic-looking sludge that extinguished the flames on its body. "Fire, bad stop with new technique," Night Terror explained as it summoned small orbs of light that shot needle-like projectiles at the princess. Seeing the new attack, Charlie ran away to avoid getting skewered and ducked behind a fallen door. "How can I beat this thing if I don't know how to beat it?" she asked herself, as she didn't know what else to do. She used one of her best attacks on it, and it didn't make a dent. She thought about grabbing a weapon, but thought that anything she used would break altogether. "Princess," Razzle said as he and Dazzle limped towards Charlie. "What are you two doing? You'll get hurt if you stay here," Charlie said, concerned for the two demons. "Here, use this," Dazzle said as the two goat-like demons gave Charlie the sword she heard of in legends. The princess gaped in awe at seeing the blade of the legendary Dark Knight. She cautiously took the sword into her grasp, and she couldn't believe it. Charlie was now holding the demon sword of Sparda himself, and she could feel its power flowing through her fingertips. "So this is what Sparda's power feels like," she murmured to herself. She tried to lift the blade in one hand, thinking it was going to be heavy for her to wield, but she was surprised to see she could easily carry it. "Please, Sparda, lend me your strength," Charlie silently prayed. "Sparda kill. Sparda." The golem growled as it stared at the demonic sword with its eye. Night Terror unleashed another set of floating orbs and started firing darts of light right at Charlie, only for her to block the attack with the blade of Sparda like she was hiding behind a large shield. This stunned both the golem and Charlie as how the darts bounced off the sword with ease. "Wow, this thing is tough. Can it pack a punch like the stories say?" One way to find out, she thought as she saw that Night Terror was stunned. Seeing an opening, Charlie charged as she jumped into the air and brought the sword down on the golem. Night Terror tried to block the attack with its arm, but once the Princess of Hell brought Sparda down, the sword cut its arm clean off like a hot knife through butter. The arm hit the concrete ground as the ooze and slime boiled and faded away. Night Terror didn't look fazed that its arm was no longer attached to him, but what freaked him out was that he tried to regenerate it, only to fail and have a stump on his arm. Night Terror roared in anger from its missing arm as it used to turn its remaining arm into a spiked mace to attack Charlie. "Kill." Charlie backed up slightly to give another blow to the slime demon. However, Night Terror was on top of her as he brought his mace hand down, trying to kill her and turn the Princess of Hell into paste. Charlie was blocking the attacks from the golem, but with each attack that she blocked, the force of the blow made her grip loosen on Sparda. "Enough," she shouted as fire exploded, making Night Terror slide back a yard. The Princess of Hell's appearance changed to fit her anger at the monster as her eyes were now yellow with red scara. She had red horns sticking out from her head, and her teeth became razor sharp. "You won't be hurting anybody else," Charlie yelled as she charged at Night Terror. The slime golem roared as it tried to block the sword, but Charlie was able to cut the mace in half before she kicked the monster into the nearest wall. After she did, she held the demon sword Sparda before the handle unfolded to show the sword doubled as a scythe. Unleashing her anger, she sped right at the golem and slashed at it with ease. Night Terror roared in pain as the slime was spilling like blood as its body was being torn apart with each cut Charlie made. Deciding to end the fight, the Princess of Hell turned the weapon back into a sword and stabbed the white core that acted like its eyeball. She jabbed the demonic weapon deeper into the beast as the core split in two, making Night Terror give one last painful roar before going limp and its body dissolving into nothing. After the monster died, Charlie calmed down and looked at the weapon in her hands. She was surprised at how she was able to handle herself against it, and thought it was because she had the proper weapon to face it with. However, she also knew Dante would be a far better person to use the sword, and she realized what she had to do since Razzle and Dazzle needed to recover. "I have to give this sword to Dante," she stated with a determined look in her eye. "But I need to get to him fast," she thought out loud before knowing just what to do. Taking a deep breath, Charlie let out a loud and sharp whistle that alerted the one ally she knew would help Dante in the middle of a battlefield with no questions asked. Seconds later, a portal appeared in front of her and Zephyrus galloped through. Stopping in front of Charlie and seeing the weapon of his first master, the demonic horse didn't need to be told what to do. Instead, he formed his armor and allowed Charlie to climb on his back. "Let's go help Dante," Charlie said before Zephyrus galloped off. Chapter 22. Mission 22. Don't touch that dial. We interrupt this program to bring you a special announcement. Tom Trench from the 666 News announced. Terror is raging within Pentagram City. Sinners and Hellborn are being attacked by what the public can describe as wildcats made of shadows, lizards that are made of ice, floating demons that look to be Jack the Ripper, Grim Reapers, and much, much more. You got that right, Tom. Like these beings popped out of nowhere and starting to eat or tear everyone in his sushi, Caroline Clamper said to her fellow anchorman. Demons are panicking into the streets like Extermination Day came early. Only this time, it's a lot gorier and there's a lot more destruction. I hope my favorite stores are untouched. Han, I think those things don't give a shit, Tom said aloud. Anyway, we have Jim on the Hell Chopper right above where some of the destruction is taking place. Jim? Tom, I'm in the chopper now, looking down the west side of the city where a massive swarm of those monsters are attacking, announced a demon that resembled a bird of some kind. Cherry Bomb is attempting to defend her territory by any means necessary, he added before a bomb was launched at a demon in the background, causing an explosion to shake the vehicle. Shit, Get us higher, fucktard, he shouted to the pilot as they flew higher to the ground. We still don't know where these things come from, Tom, but they aren't stopping anytime soon. As the news crew captured and reported the carnage, some blood goyles spotted the helicopter and attacked it. The pilot tried to avoid the coming demons, but they scraped the propeller and a loud alarm was heard. We're going down. No, wait, this was supposed to be my big break. We have to keep her stead, Dash, Jim started to say just before the chopper went down, and the only thing seen on the screen was static. Jim, are you there? Tom asked as he tried to get communications back on. Well, I'm sorry to say this, folks, but Jim's dead. First day on the job, too. That sucks, Caroline remarked. We'll be right back after we board up the station and try not to die, she said as the screen changed to Technicolor bars. In a nearby shop, televisions in the window had all of their screens the same way, showing they were just showing the news. Shortly after, a demon was thrown back, destroying the store and the TVs that were on the display. Stepping forward while tossing an unlit explosive in her hand was Cherry Bomb herself, ready to keep fighting anyone or anything that was a threat to her turf. I don't know who you fuckers are, but you stepped into the wrong territory, she said while eyeing the prides, enigmas, frosts, blades, assaults, Mephisto, and Faust that began surrounding her. So, which one of you bastards is next? Cherry asked the many demons that were around her approached. The first ones to attack were a couple of blades, who charged at the Cyclops just before she threw some of her bombs at them. The lizard demons dodged by starting to climb off nearby buildings, avoiding the small explosives with ease before they slashed Cherry Bomb, grazing her and ripping parts of her shirt. Cherry hissed at the bloody claw marks those things left on her abdomen. The cuts weren't too deep, but it was still enough to pierce her skin and bleed. One of the blades tried to approach her as its talons were clicking onto the concrete. The blade made a jump towards the Cyclops, ready to sink its teeth into her flesh. Cherry countered it as she shoved one of her explosives into its mouth, pinning its jaw open before she pushed the bomb down into its throat. Pulling her arm back out in time, she watched the blade's head explode in front of her with its body wailing around until it dropped dead. The other blades looked down at their comrade's dead body, hissing at the Cyclops as they approached her. Come on, you bastards. I'll take you all on. Maybe I'll get myself a new belt while I'm at it. Cherry smirked while holding a handful of bombs. A frost approached as it shot out its claws at the one-eyed demon, making her dodge out of the way and throw some bombs toward it. However, the monsters started to avoid the attacks, and one blade even threw the explosive back at her. Cherry jumped out of the way of her explosive just before she felt something piercing her shoulder. Looking at where she landed, she saw that an icicle was sticking out from the ground, and she hissed before reaching for the ice in her arm. But as she touched it, she cried out in pain as the spike was icy. Fuck, this hurts, she cursed as she tried to fight back with her useful arm, but was knocked back by an assault. Coughing up some blood, Cherry leaned back on the wall where she got hit back from. Shit, I overestimated them. Looks like I'm gonna have to blow them all away, Cherry thought to herself as she was ready to use one of her strongest explosives yet. The two blades approached her alongside the assaults and frosts while the enigmas were standing behind them and preparing arrows. As the Cyclops was going to perform what was her final attack, gunfire sounded off in the distance behind her before the blades attacking dropped dead and evaporated. The minions of Mundus looked behind Cherry just in time to see Dante, Vaggie, Angel Dust, and several others from the hotel had arrived. Hey, shitheads, that's my gal pal you're trying to kill there, Angel shouted as he fired his Tommy gun at the demons. Being under fire, the blades and assaults crawled onto the walls of the nearby building to avoid the bullets. The frost took the attacks head-on because of the thick layer of ice on their bodies, giving them more protection. What the fuck were these things made out of? Who give a shit? The main thing is that we destroy these things as fast as possible, Cruiser said as he drove his motorcycle at many prides, hitting them with his baseball bat and revving up the engine as he left tire marks on one's face and jumping it to the next one. The greaser's fun came to an end when the enigmas fired their energy bolts at him. Cruiser tried to swerve out of the way, but an attack hit the engine of the bike, making him jump off it as it exploded, killing many of Mundus's minions along with it. Okay, that shitty demon lord owes me a new set of wheels when this is over, he said angrily as Frankie shared the same expression as his master. That is if we're not accepted into heaven anytime soon. I mean, those successful cases happen because of big fights like this, Bullet commented as he jumped past some of the oncoming energy bolts that the enigmas were firing off. The Hellhound zigzagged past the magic bolts before he jumped onto one of the enigmas and ripped it apart with just his teeth. Cherry, are you still with me? Angel asked his friend as rushed over to her and saw the damage. Hold still, I want to pull that thing out of you, he said as he revealed his extra set of arms. With some more leverage, he was able to free Cherry from the icicle she was stuck in before Lechuza landed beside them. Hey, owl lady, can you help out with this? Just a sec, the harpy said before her talons began to glow a faint blue and used healing magic to seal up the wound on Cherry Bomb's shoulder. That should do the trick. Thanks. I owe you guys one. Cherry said as she started to help out the Hellhound with killing the Enigmas. You go, sugar tits. Angel Dust shouted as he got slashed by a blade, cutting his leg. Oh, watch the merchandise, he shouted as he started to fire upon the lizard demons. As Angel was firing lead at the blades, Dante and Vaggie worked together to slash apart the demons that made up what the Son of Sparda called the Seven Hells. Try and keep up with me, Vags, Dante joked as he cut down a pride and wrath. Oh, don't you worry about me, Vaggie retorted as she stabbed an envy through the face. These assholes are nothing compared to the other assholes I deal with every day, she bragged while throwing some knives at some gluttony demons. Dante fired upon the Mephistos and Faust that surrounded him, only to have their shadowy cloaks ripped out from them and sliced into pieces. How are you holding up, Smiles? My dear boy, I am having the time of my life. Alastair laughed as his bloody shadow tendrils wrapped around any demons that came close to him. I have to say, Dante, this has got to be your best performance yet. Don't get ahead of yourself just yet. This is only the first act, Dante told the radio demon as he sliced up a lust with dread. Anyone want to fill me in on what the fuck these guys are and why they are attacking everything in hell? Cherry asked the group as she tried to take out some wraths that ended with a chain explosion. All right, Toots, I'll lay it down for you, Angel Dust said as he got out of the way of an incoming Mephistos, shooting its finger. Basically, this demon lord that Dante imprisoned and the big man put in a super jail got freed by the TV shithead that sucked my former boss's dick. After that, he took over his building and made all these bitches. So now, we're fighting our way to kill them. Well, shit, a demon so strong you had to bring these bastards along, Cherry said, throwing more bombs. If you're going after this demon yourself, count me in. The motherfucker messed up my turf, she said, throwing more bombs at the lesser demons. Who's the shithead? Mundus, Dante told her as the Cyclops threw a bomb so far that it destroyed the demons surrounding a building. Mundus, that three-eyed bastard got free, Cherry asked in a surprised tone. Didn't you kill him because your old man couldn't? That was Argosax. Dante corrected her as he fought off against a ton of blades and assaults. I sealed Mundus like Dad did 10 years ago, and Lucifer imprisoned him. But this time, I'm not making that mistake again. Need some help, my dear boy? Alastair offered as he only lifted a finger to impale the various monsters with shadowy spikes. I'm good against the big bad evil guy, but I think Terry and the others might need some help. Dante pointed as the Minotaur was being attacked by shadows. Get these cats off me. Yeah, the only pussy he needs is a cow's, Angel commented as the shadows slashed at his chest fluff, cutting it down and making his jacket sag. Oh, you shits are in for it now. The spider demon held out a shotgun in his extra arms, firing that and his Tommy gun at the same time. You pieces of shit messed with the wrong spider. This has got to be the first time I've seen Angel this angry before, Cherry commented as she heard the noise of a honking sound. Everyone then turned to see a black van speeding in and playing Mustang Dog. Machine gun fire was seen as Blizto was behind the wheel running over all the demons in his way. The van pulled out to the side as Luna slid, opened the door, and fired a submachine gun. Die, you motherfuckers, she yelled as she fired upon the frost that were firing ice spikes at the van. The female hellhound eyed the demon hunter as she reloaded her gun. What are you waiting for? Get in. It'll be a lot faster, Dante said as he put away his dual pistols and called to the others before jumping into the van. Hey guys, we're heading out. Get in. Don't have to tell me twice, Bullet commented as he, Terry, Cruiser, Vaggie, Angel, and Cherry jumped into the car. Lechuza flew above and landed on the hood of the thing as Alastair jumped on the black van and stood on the back of the roof. Floor it. Flooring. Blitzo said as he pressed the gas hard as the van sped through the streets, running over Mundus creations as possible. As the group sped away, Alastair stood peacefully on the moving vehicle as if he was unaffected by it. Everyone cozy back there, Blitzo asked casually as he turned around to see everyone crammed together like a can of sardines. Whoever's hand is on my ass, you have 5 seconds to let go before you lose it, Luna growled. Sorry, Bullet apologized. All right, kids, hold on tight, because we're going... Wait, where are we going? The former circus imp asked. Vox's cable tower. East of here, Angel said as he pushed up front and gave the imp directions. At Vox's tower. The television demon was checking the security monitors of the building as he grumbled to himself. Kicks me out of my office so he can get back to full power, Vox muttered as he kept looking at the outer perimeter. I'm the one who planned to free him in the first place. If it weren't for me, he would still be rotting in jail. After a few minutes of cycling the feeds and the cameras and muttering to himself, a large crash was heard from the inside of the building followed by gunfire. Vox felt a disturbing yet familiar presence inside the building as he selected the lobby security camera and gave a grin that could rival the radio demon. Well, at least I have some stress relief, Vox chuckled. In the lobby, Dante and the others jumped out of the van and gunned down any of Mundus lackeys that were inside the building. Did you have to crash through the front door, sir? Questioned Moxie. No, but this was more fun, Blitzo said with a smile. Fair enough, Moxie said as he pulled out a crossbow. Less talking and more killing, Millie said excitedly as she grabbed her axe, chopping down minions in half. She's speaking my kind of language. Dante spun his sword in his hands like a buzzsaw towards a shadow that nearly pounced on him. After a few seconds, the lobby was cleared and everyone took a breather. Okay, we have to get to the top floor. But given that fucking awesome crash, I think they know we're here, Cherry Bomb stated. To the elevator, Blitzo yelled. Aren't they going to predict that and kill us in a small space? Lechuza said. And climb 100 floors or more in stairs? I think not. Does this look like a video game to you? Blitzo asked the owl lady. It's not so bad. It's running down the side of the building and catching on fire that's the real issue, Dante remarked. At least imps are naturally fireproof, Terry commented. Yeah, normal human flames. Hellfire from somebody like Mundus can cook us like a hog at a barbecue, Millie commented. I say we take the first 10 floors on foot rather than the elevator. Better than taking either or, Dante commented as he was the first to climb up the stairs. Watching the rest follow Dante on the screen, Vox spoke to himself. So, they think they can get to the 10th floor, huh? Well, I'll be meeting with them on that exact floor. I want to test out my newest toy anyway. The gang soon fought their way up to the 9th floor before seeing the Sin scissors and Size guarding the way up. Seriously? You put guards by the stairs? Terry asked out loud as the ghostly demons cut him with their giant pair of scissors. I know I needed a trimming, but this is ridiculous, Luna said as it dodged, only to have a few of her silver locks cut. The female hellhound growled as she took one of Blitzo's guns and fired it on the ghostly demon who protected themselves with their weapons. Whoa, that's kind of hot, Bullet said as he wagged his tail, which Blitzo then stepped on. Focus, Fido. We have to disarm those things before they try to circumcise all of us, Blitzo said with clenched teeth. Well, maybe everyone except Moxie because he got his done. Very mature, sir. Moxie yelled at the taller imp as he shot at the demonic beings with the help of his wife, Boss, and the demon slayer. The demons soon watched as their Size and scissors were disarmed, and they were left open. The 3 imps, 2 hellhounds, and Dante immediately fired upon the cloaked demons, and the bullets tore them to shreds. Let's not waste any more time, Dante said as he ran ahead of the group, ascending to the 10th floor. Once there, they kicked down the door to the main hall of the floor as they saw it was dark with only a lot of TVs hanging on the walls as they passed by. Why do I get the feeling something bad is going to happen? Luna asked more to herself than to the entire group. I think that line has been said too many times already, my dear, the voice of Vox said as his face popped out of one of the television screens. The sudden appearance of the TV demon made some of the group jumps back in surprise, while Laster and Dante were the ones that keep an unfazed reaction. Seeing the two, the TV demon had his eyes on the demon hunter. So, we finally meet face to face, Son of Sparda. Though I have to admit, I expect you to be a lot scruffier. And you must be the walking boob tube that Smiles told me about. I actually expected you to be a lot taller, but I guess the flat screen for a head makes up for the room. Dante joked as he made some of the others chuckle, including the radio demon. Vox growled as he obviously did not find the joke to be amusing. Crack all the jokes you can make. Pretty soon, you will all be dead. Yeah, I don't think so. It's going to take a lot to kill me, so I doubt you'll put up much of a fight, Dante said as he shoved his hands in his pockets. Your moth buddy didn't exactly do much to me when we fought. Plus, I think all those hired guns you wasted were much tougher than you. I would rather not get my hands dirty directly. But you are all just in time, FO dash. A stray bullet hits the screen as it came out from Blitzo. What? He was getting annoying, Blitzo said to everyone else. My new invention, Vox continued as he popped up on another screen. And honestly, didn't you expect that to work when I could be everywhere? The Overlord retorted as images of his appearance on every screen in the room. I figured it would be one way to shut you up, Blitzo admitted as he shot another screen with his flintlock. You know it's pointless to shoot at the screens. Just a waste of bullets. Vox laughed at the imp. Too bad for you that mine doesn't run out. Dante told the television demon as he shot Ebony and Ivory at all the screens on the wall. No wonder the others fell to you. Your skills are legendary, Vox stated as he appeared in one of the broken televisions in front of them. But I think I said enough. I want to test out a new toy of mine. They say that a good show can really suck you into it, he said, showing he had a demonic-looking remote in his hand and pointed it to Dante as a push of the button sent a bolt of blue lightning towards him. After the Son of Sparda was struck by the electric attack, he vanished from sight. What the fuck? What did you do, you walking monitor? Angel asked before he got zapped too and disappeared. Angie, Cherry screamed as she was the next one to disappear. Soon, almost the entire group got zapped and disappeared until it was Vox and Alaster in the room. How do you like it, Alaster? My newest invention, Vox asked his rival as he grinned. Not very amusing if you ask me. Mere child's play, Alaster said as he folded his hands behind his back as his eyelids lowered in a deadpan look. And I refuse to believe you killed them all with that little toy of yours. So where are they? Don't you worry about that. Radio Demon. You'll be joining them soon, Vox said as he pointed the remote towards the radio demon as the blue lightning shot at him. Unfortunately for Vox, the sound of a radio changing channels was heard, and the blast turned red before fading away. Did you really think something like that would affect me? Alastair told his rival with a chuckle as his pupils turned into radio dials and demonic symbols began to float around him. Truthfully, I thought it would, Vox said as he was disappointed that he couldn't one-up his rival. I guess we will have to do this the old-fashioned way, he declared as the remote produced a blade of light and electricity. Ugh. What happened? Dante said as he got up and saw that he was in a dark room. Vaggie? Angel? Alastair? Cherry? Anyone? The door to the room opened as multiple men in suits entered with one man with salt and pepper hair and a scar entering the room. All right. Where is it? The man asked with scorn. Where the fuck is my diamond? Whoa, hold the phone. First off, I don't know you. Second, what diamond? The diamond you stole. Now hand it over before I tell my men to turn you into Swiss cheese, the man said as he snapped his fingers as the goons took out their guns and aimed them at the demon hunter. This actually reminds me of a scene from a mafia movie. Wait a minute. This might be from a movie, the demon hunter thought to himself before he noticed the exact look of the leader was the same as the movie he was thinking of. That damn remote the walking monitor must have transported me to a show. In that case, I don't have to hold back. Dante realized as he cracked his neck and knuckles, then waved his hand in a bring it gesture. Seeing the white-haired demon hunter looking confident, the man's face turned bright red with anger. Fill him with lead, boys. The men fired upon the demon hunter, but as they did, he used his royal guard style as the bullets bounced off of him and dropped down to the floor. The men halted their fire as they saw that not a single bullet went through him. Dante rushed to a couple of men as he sucker punched one in the gut and followed up by hitting them in the face. He then roundhouse kicked the poor bastard into his comrades, making them fall down like bowling pins. Just like his fights with Valentino, and when using Cerberus, the demon hunter then made kung fu noises as he punched and kicked many goons that were in his way. When he was finished, he knocked out all of the men except for the boss who had a pistol aimed at the demon hunter. Stay the fuck away from me, you psycho, the boss said as his hand shook as Dante approached. The demon hunter approached the man as he fired the gun in his face, only for the white-haired hunter to catch the bullet with his bare teeth as he spat it out. Panicked, the man dropped the gun and held his hands up. What the fuck are you? Just a guy, he said before he had, but the man unconscious. I wonder if the others got trapped in here as well. Better find the exit to this place soon, he told himself as he went to the doorway and exited, only to pass through a wall of static and step into a cemetery. Well, I can guess where this is going, he said as he pulled out Red Hawk and saw zombies approaching him. Let's keep this party going. And welcome back to Hell's Cape, announced a demon with pearly white teeth wearing a yellow tux on with a bow tie. Where the hell am I? Cherry asked as she looked around to see that she was on some game show, complete with an applauding audience. Tell me where I am, or else I'm blowing this popsicle stand. We sure have a firecracker on this episode. Right, folks, the host said as the audience laughed. All you have to do is answer one question and you win a prize. Are you ready? If I play along, can I leave? Cherry asked as she didn't about the show and just wanted to get back to Angel and the others. Alrighty then, this is your question. Did Dante go by the name Tony Redgrave at some point? Wait, what? Cherry was stumped as she didn't have any clue what the host meant by that. You have 10 seconds, the host said as a countdown started. How am I supposed to answer a question I don't even know? Cherry shouted. Suddenly, a buzzer went off and the audience groaned. Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't know the answer, then you'll need to roll the punishment die, the host told Cherry before a glamorous succubus assistant strutted over holding a large, six-sided die. Say with me, everyone. Roll the dice. Cherry shrugged in confusion before she threw the cube into the air. As it rolled on the ground, she saw it stop on a 6. Oh, that means you have to face off with a giant owlbear, the host said before bolting for safety with the succubus assistant, making sure to grope her ass as he did. Giant owl what? Cherry questioned before a loud thud sounded off behind her. Turning around, she saw a massive grizzly bear with the face and wings of a great horned owl. The beast hooted and growled at her before Cherry just smirked and pulled out a grenade launcher. Just what I needed to vent my anger, she laughed before aiming her weapon. You'll make a nice rug after I'm through with you. Hang on, Moxie. I'm going into overdrive, Millie told her husband as she was driving a sports car with a bag of money in the backseat as Moxie was firing his gun at a bunch of cop cars chasing after them. How did we get into a chase scene with a giant bag of money? Moxie asked his wife as he was shooting at the cars and holding on to dear life as his wife was zipping through the lanes. Oh, come on, sweetie. This is fun, Millie said as she swerved to the right. We've been in worse situations than this. Yeah, I guess you're right. Moxie couldn't help but smile as this was reminiscent of Bonnie and Clyde. As they gunned down policemen and weaved through traffic, they eventually made a successful escape and reached an old motel. Okay, we're clear. Good. Because that was such a rush, Millie said as she gave her husband a sultry look. One glance at her eyes, and Moxie knew what would happen the second before their lips met, and they started removing their clothes. Where the fuck am I? Why am I in the quarry? Angel asked himself as he looked around, seeing nothing but a rocky landscape and some heavy machinery around. Freeze! A heroic voice called out, and the spider demon looked to see 5 individuals wearing different colors of spandex and helmets. Oh wow, looks like my birthday's here already. I didn't know I was going to get a foursome, Angel said as he eyed the red, blue, and green masculine individuals. I'm sure you two can watch. Love the boots. Pink, he told the pink and yellow feminine ones. We are here to end your tyranny once and for all, the red one said as he gestured dramatically. I just got here, Angel complained. Get ready, everyone, the blue character said as he pulled out blue daggers. Look, if it's something I said, then dash, Angel Dust started to say, but was hit by the multiple weapons as sparks flew off of his body. Hey, that hurt. What was with the sparks, though? Doesn't matter. You want to play rough? We'll play rough, he shouted as he took out his shotgun and hit the green one. As he shot him, instead of blood and intestines, sparks came out and he fell backward. What the fuck just happened? Careful, guys. He's got strong weapons, the green-clad fighter said. So do we, the woman in yellow said before firing at him with a sort of laser pistol. Angel was shot again, and more sparks flew all over the place. The spider demon was huffing as he took out his extra pair of arms and brought out his Tommy guns. He started to shoot at them all, causing sparks to fly off the 5 fighters. As he did, all of them jumped forward as if they got injured. Is everyone all right? The red-clad warrior asked his team as they moaned on the ground. Yeah, we're fine. We need to attack him together, the woman in pink said as she and her team started to get back up. They each took out their own individual weapons, and they started to hit the spider demon with them. Angel grunted in pain as sparks flew off his body. Let's finish this, team. Combine weapons, the red-clad fighter said as the team agreed, and they combined all of their weapons into a large bazooka-like weapon. Wait, can't we just talk this over? Angel asked as he put away his weapons and held his hands up in surrender. Fire. The group fired the blaster at Angel as the spider demon could do nothing but cover his face from the oncoming attack. Ewa! He screamed as he could do nothing but meet his fate. When he didn't feel a fiery double death overwhelm him, Angel opened his eyes and saw that he wasn't in the quarry anymore. The fuck just happened? Well, that's the last time I make fun of spandex, he told himself as he looked around and saw static everywhere. Where am I this time? The former porn star asked before he saw he was transported into a house environment. Honey, there's a spider in the bathroom, a woman said while she had nothing but a towel on. Well, why don't you just kill it? A man yelled from downstairs. Can I suck your dick if I kill her instead? Angel asked as a burst of audience laughter. Alfusht, machish. This treasure be mine now, Blitzo exclaimed with a pirate voice, laughing as he swung a cutlass in his hand and carried a bag of gold in the other. Fending off as many pirates as he could, he blocked blow after blow before he switched his sword for his flintlock pistol and shot at them. I'm reliving my childhood fantasy right now, he laughed as he swung on a piece of rope to another ship. With this much loot, I could get Luna a brand new collar and maybe an actual horse I can ride whenever I want. Cannon fire sailed past him as the ship he was on before was blasted by the enemy vessel. Get that bilge rat, shouted the captain that was just robbed by the former circus star. You stupid fucks won't be able to, Blitzo cackled. So suck my nuts and lick my taint, he shouted before landing on the second ship and slamming the bag of gold into the head of the closest sailor. Now to get out of this fantasy with all this shit, the former circus imp told himself before Static changed the scenario along with the bag of gold. Oh, for fuck's sake. I needed that. Blitzo grumbled as he was in some classroom. What is this? Some high school program or something? The imp grumbled before he heard a cheerful laugh behind him. Hey. Hi, a new friend. You want to play pretend? A large childish-looking dinosaur said as Blitzo turned around. Seeing the giant children's toy, Blitzo aimed his flintlock and frowned when he heard a useless clicking sound. The imp let loose a girlish scream as the dinosaur came in for a hug. I can't believe my eyes, Jim. This kid is ramming through all the other players and is going for a touchdown, a sports announcer said as he watched Terry plow through an entire football team. Touchdown for the Bulls. Why won't you love me, Alejandro? Gabriella asked Dante with mascara running down her tearful face. First off, I'm not Alejandro. Second reason is that my heart belongs to another, the demon hunter said dramatically with the sound of castanets at the end. He speak the truth for I, your evil half-sister Lechuza, have witnessed it firsthand, the harpy said as a guitar was heard at the end of her line as she entered through the front door. Is this really necessary? Vaggie said as she looked bored by the overdramatic scene. Just play along with it, Lechuza said through gritted teeth. Ow, Vaggie questioned before the owl harpy gave an answer. Slap him and improvise. Hearing the suggestion, Vaggie grinned as she cracked her knuckles and backhanded Dante's face hard enough to knock him to the floor. How dare claim my woman for yourself, Cabron? I'll feed your guts to the coyotes when I'm done with you, Vaggie declared as a dramatic music flourish rang out. But Vagatha, she approached me first, Dante said as a dramatic gasp escaped from everyone until the channel changed once more. Did you really have to slap me the har, Vags? I had to get it out of my system one way or another. Or would you rather me punch you instead? Nah, I think the slap was enough to get your point across, the demon hunter told the moth demoness. I'm glad you two kids are getting along nicely. But we still need to find the others and get the fuck out of here, the owl harpy said as the channel changed to a setting in the Wild West. Oh great, we landed in a spaghetti western. Who doesn't like a good western with Clint Eastwood? Not accurate to the real West, but still entertaining, Dante said as he looked around and saw two familiar hellhounds. Glad we were able to find you two. I should say the same. I was in a commercial with some pet cleaning projects, Bullet said as a flea jumped out of his fur. What happened to you? The owl demon asked the hellhound. I was in a documentary about a rock band, Luna told Lechuza, showing the t-shirt of the band's name. What about you guys? Before I met up with Dante and Vaggie in a soap opera, I was in this cartoon that had a world of witches and a talking owlworm house thing. The witch who owned it was Foxy, though. Kinda like me, Lechuza replied with a flip of her feathery hair. Right, Luna said as she rolled her eyes. If we ran into one another, I'm sure we'll run into my shitty imp of a dad, Millie, and Fatty sooner or later. Just as the female hellhound said that, the entire group saw Blitzo riding a brown stallion as it galloped towards them with a farmer shooting at him with a shotgun. Get back here, you varmint, the farmer shouted as he was continuously firing shots at the taller imp. Looney, I finally found you, Blitzo said with a smile on his face as he dodged as many bullets as possible. What the fuck did you do? Luna shouted to her imp father as she dodged the coming buckshot while the rest hid from view. You either slept with his daughter or that's his horse you're riding, Dante said as he easily dodged bullets while just standing in the middle of the road. Get back and face me, you horse thief, the farmer screamed, still firing at the larger imp. The second, Blitzo said to Dante. Really? Luna questioned in a deadpan tone. Hey, I was assaulted by a goddamn pedophile in a dinosaur costume. So I needed to get my mind off something that I enjoy very much. Blitzo yelled as he took out one of his assault weapons and shot the farmer as many times as he could until the man was dead on the ground. How you like me now, bitch? Yeah, didn't think I could shoot back, did you? The imp yelled to the body before he turned to look at the others. All right, now let's go and find Millie Moxie, the gay spider, the Cyclops, and that bull. You mean Angel, Cherry, and Terry, Bullet said to the imp. Don't care about names. Let's just go grab them and find a way out of here, Blitzo said before the channel changed once more and he was dangling in the air off a cliff. Ah shit, he said about to fall, only to jump on the ledge in time and hang off it. I get the feeling that the only way out is to beat TV head, the demon hunter theorized. But the only one of use we didn't see get zapped in was the radio demon. Being saved by a laster of all people? Ugh, I think I'd rather have the executioners kill me, Vaggie commented as she stuck her tongue out and made fake barfing sounds. Well, I would like to get some hard cider in hell rather than flipping into different channels. So if the radio demon isn't here, then I really do hope he's finding a way to get us out of here, Lechuza said, hoping to get out of here as soon as they try and find the others. And now we add the onions to our possum soup, a chef said as he instructed the viewers to put onions into his soup. Just as he added the last one in, Moxie fell out from nowhere and landed in the boiling water. Oh great, extra possum for flavor. I am not a possum, Moxie yelled at the chief as he tasted a little of the broth. Not bad though, might need some salt. Noted, the chief said as he took some salt and pepper into the stew with Moxie still in the boiling pot and putting the lid on. And now we wait. Hey, that's my husband you're cooking, Millie screamed in anger as she swung her battle axe at the chief, decapitating him in one blow. She then opened the lid and saw Moxie still in the soup, not bothered by the heat due to his imp nature. Moxie, are you okay? Yeah, honey, I'm fine, the rodent-looking imp said as he tasted the broth. I tasted delicious. Needs a little salt, Angel said as he took a sip out of the ladle. Where did you come from? I was in the audience with Cherry over there. The spider center pointed as the spunky Cyclops waved with a giant fur pelt at her feet and feathers in her hair. Is that an owlbear pelt? Millie asked. You bet your sweet imp ass it is. This will look great in my apartment, the Cyclops grinned. Just then, the walls to the kitchen broke as Terry was wrestling a fish monster with large muscles. Stay down, you bastard, the Minotaur yelled, pinning the beast down. Hold on, I got this, Moxie said as he took a knife on the prep area and threw at the fish, stabbing it through the brain. That takes care of that, he said as Millie wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. When we're done, how about we really get it on, Millie purred. Can I watch? Angel grinned. Absolutely not. You are just like our boss, Moxie growled at the spider center. Well, if he's available, I'll fuck his brains out while she pegs you, Angel said with a large grin on his face. By the way, did we ever see hell here? Back in hell, flashes of red and blue lightning struck one another as both Alastor and Vox faced each other with their suits were torn and sweat coming off of the other as their smiles were plastered on each other's faces. Give it up, Alastor. Your days are numbered. I have you beat in power and audience size, Vox told his rival as he was panting. You may be right about the second, but you are nowhere close to my power, Alastor said to his rival. Oh really? And what makes you say that? Vox asked curiously as to why the radio demon said such a thing. My old friend, if you were so much more powerful than me, then you would have killed me in an instant, Alastor commented to the walking screen. Your own ego has blinded you to the truth. And what would that be? Vox growled. That you'll never win. As soon as I get bored with this battle, you'll be done for, the radio demon said as his eyes turned to radio dials. His mouth changed to a speaker, and his voice distorted in a sinister way. Your final mistake was letting loose a wild dog you can't control. In fact, he controls you. No one controls me, Alastor. I make my own decisions, Vox yelled as his facade was cracking like his face. My dear man, if that was true, why are you the first obstacle in our way? Alastor said with his face still holding that large grin of his. Also, your biggest mistake was picking a fight with the Son of Sparda. You know the legends of his father. You should have known he beat the three-eyed demon once before. You know you shouldn't have gone after him because of Valentino's demise. I said shut up, Vox yelled as he pointed a divine-looking gun at the radio demon, now gaining his confidence back. My remote may not work on you, but holy weapons will. And with that, you just let your guard down, Alastor said while still opposing. Overlord raised an eyebrow in confusion before Alastor's shadow grabbed the remote from Vox and broke it in half. With the device broken and shattered, Vox gasped before static-filled images of the demons he trapped in the television world. After a few seconds, everyone returned to hell, mostly unharmed, while some had apparent souvenirs from their unplanned trip. Ah, you all look like you've had quite the entertaining adventure, Alastor said as he looked over at Dante's group. Too bad you didn't come with us. But then again, I don't think you'd enjoy it, Dante told Radio Demon as his attention turned toward Vox. It was mostly a lot of reruns, he remarked as he pulled out Valentino out of nowhere and pointed it at Vox. Then I assure you, this next show will be brand new. It will show your death, Vox said, pulling the trigger at the Son of Sparda and hitting him in the chest. The TV demon looked pleased before his apparent victory was short-lived when Dante just stood up and the bullet fell to the floor. What? But how? That was a holy weapon. It should have killed you. Why aren't you dead? Yeah, guess I'm too tough for those pea shooters, Dante remarked. Still hurts, though. As he walked toward Vox, Dante slashed the pistol in half before stabbing the weapon into the Overlord's gut, making him give out a gurgling moan. Consider yourself canceled. Allow me to finish him up, my dear boy, Alastor said as he transformed himself into his full demon form. The monstrous deer-like abomination that was the radio demon went to town on Vox, shredding him into pieces while the others watched in silent horror, afraid to say anything and covered their eyes. Vox screamed in agony as Alastor was ripping him apart limb from limb until there was nothing left but his head. The monitor turned black just as it fell down to the floor, cracking and shattering across the room. Well, now that the pompous shitlord is dealt with for good, let's go watch Dante kill Mundus, Alastor said in a chipper tone, almost sounding like he never slaughtered a feared overlord with his bare hands. First thing first, smiles, Dante said as he held a hand up to the monitor that was once Vox's head. The shard shined and transformed into a ball of light before reshaping itself into a large black and electro-blue railgun with a screen on the handle. Dante first the gun as it shot out Technicolor lightning bolts. Dante hit the screen to the gun and the word magnetic was shown before he fired it once more, then watched as it pulled in anything that was metallic towards him. With another pull of the trigger, the metal items were sent flying around the room like a pinball game getting multi-ball. Now we can go, Dante said, slinging the weapon onto his shoulder as he and the other demons walked into the elevator. Let's hope we have an easier time with the rest of Mundus' lackeys, Vaggie said as she was ready to keep fighting. Chapter 23. Mission 23. Snake in the Grass. Charlie and Zephyrus galloped through the streets of Pentagram City, killing all of the blades, frosts, blood goyles, and other assortments of demons that Mundus summoned. Some of these demons must be brought from the other regions of hell, Charlie said to herself, knowing that some of the demons seemed too feral to live around the city. I have to hurry, the Princess of Hell muttered to herself while cutting down all the beasts that came after her and the demonic steed. Zephyrus' armored form stomped down and cut through as many of the lesser demons as he could. Don't stop, Zephyrus. We have to get to Dante and the others, she told the stallion as she beheaded many hell sloths. The hellish horse neighed as he sped up, crushing the pavement beneath his feet and trampling over many foes that were stupid enough to stay in front of him. The Princess of Hell saw their destination in the distance before noticing how these demons were wreaking havoc throughout the city. Her eyes widened as she saw the corpses of sinners, Hellborn, and Mundus's minions scattered in the streets. Charlie's focus soon turned to the path in front of her being blocked off by an army. Standing in front of the princess was a large assortment of blades, seven hells, vanguards, frosts, nobodies since scissors, bloodgoyles, and hellbats attempting to keep the equine away. Fire! A voice commanded as many bullets shot upon the wild demons as they started to disintegrate. Charlie looked behind her and saw many demons in uniforms and armed with holy weapons marching towards the army in the streets. Defend Princess Charlotte at all cost. A lieutenant shouted towards the troops as they made haste and fired upon the creatures of Mundus, disintegrating them into nothingness. The royal army, Charlie said to herself as she saw the many demons in uniforms clash with Mundus forces. How did Dad rally so many of them this fast? Allow me to answer that question, my dear princess, a voice from behind her said. Turning around, Charlie saw an owl demon wearing a large gold crown on his head, a maroon cape around his shoulders, and a similarly colored armor. Lord Paimon, why are you here? Charlie asked as many more of the royal army of hell came through with their dukes, princes, and overlords leading them. Lucifer called upon us and told us that Mundus was set free by a delusional idiot. Both of your parents rallied all the princes, Ars Goetia family members, and overlords that were loyal to the royal family to aid in fighting these things. Paimon told her as a stare turned some of the nobodies to stone. The Owl King looked at the princess and saw what was on her back. Oh my, is that the Sparda I see? Yes, it is. And I'm in a hurry to give it to Dante, Charlie told him. Allow us to help you, Paimon said as he turns towards the troops. Make a path for Princess Charlotte, so she reaches her destination. The troops from Hell's army started to kill many of Mundus' forces as possible. All right, Zephyrus, let's go find Dante, Charlie said while pulling the reins on the demon stallion as they rode off towards the building. As the group was going up the elevator, Dante was looking over his new gun as he checked it over. As he did, Blitzo spoke to the Devil Hunter. So you can't be killed by holy bullets, the imp asked as he watched the numbers on the elevator go up. Can't say, but it does hurt a lot more than anything else, Dante told the taller imp as he dismissed his newest devil arm. Guess the only thing that can kill me is by cutting off my head. Don't try it. What makes you think I would want to? Blitzo argued as a bat with barbed wire dropped from behind his back. Okay, maybe a swing. Oh, please. He'd shoot up before you get the chance to swing, Vaggie said, rolling her eye as she polished her spear. Go eat a carpet store. Blitzo told the moth demoness as Vaggie was held back by Terry. Can you do us all a favor and not egg her on? The Minotaur told the imp as he held onto her as her feet dangled and kicked. Sir, I would agree since we were closer to the demon who put hell into so much chaos. It would be best to not make enemies right now, Moxie told his boss. Fine, Moxie, Blitzo told the small imp. Does your dad always act like this? Bullet whispered to Luna. You have no fucking idea, Luna whispered back. Sometimes it's just Blitz being a jackass instead of arguing with anybody around him. What are you telling my loony? Blitzo asked the pitbull of the hellhound. Maybe, it's none of your damn business. Bullet snarled as he bared his fangs at the imp. You're irresponsible, immature, and get into everyone's life. I wouldn't be surprised if you originally wanted to steal that book from Prince Stolas, because you are that low of a being. The elevator was silent as everyone looked. Even Vaggie stopped struggling. Luna and the imps all looked at each other awkwardly before the elevator opened up. Oh, look at that. The elevator stopped. Let's kill some fuckers. We'll continue this conversation never, Blitzo said rapidly, shoving everyone out of the elevator ASAP. Exiting the elevator on the 15th floor, the group was surrounded by many lesser demons, as well as some middle-class ones. Gives me the best opportunity to use my new weapon. Dante smirked as he summoned Vox out and took aim with the railgun. Once fired, Technicolor lightning bolts shot toward the group of demons and made them explode as blood and guts flew onto the walls of the hallway. I've got to get one of those, Moxie stated out of pure shock as Dante's new weapon took out more than half of the demons in the hall. The ones that were still standing were the Blitz demons, whose horns were absorbing the electricity blasted at them. They growled before firing off their own electric blasts at Dante and his makeshift crew. Get out of the way, the smaller imps shouted as they ducked or moved to the side to avoid the oncoming attack. Those things look tougher than the frost-covered lizard we saw earlier. That's because they are, but they're blind so they can't even attack their own. They prefer to retaliate, the demon hunter stated as he wasn't too worried about pulling out rebellion. If they react to sound, then I have something that can keep them occupied. Cherry smirked as she held out some Chinese firecrackers out and lit them up. As the fuse hissed, it made the electric lizards go wild, teleporting in a flash of light, claws aimed at the Cyclops. Luckily, Both Dante and Terry blocked the attacks with the demon hunter using his sword while the Minotaur used his brute strength. With the attack stopped, Terry started tossing the Blitz demon right back at the other one. "Thanks guys, I owe you one. But for now, let's drive them wild," she said, throwing the firecrackers at both Blitz demons as the noise made them zip through the hall as they attacked the other demons on their side before turning on one another, digging their claws into each other's flesh, stabbing one another in the chest. "This is our chance. Hit them with what we got," Dante told the group as they attacked the demons. Bullets went flying before blades, claws, and fangs ripped the monsters apart. After the electric enemies were beaten, the members of IMP watched as their most physical member twirled her bat leaks around to remove the blood from it. "Ah, that felt so good," Millie said before yelling as she took on an assault in the hallway. As she swung her axe around, the halls were painted red. "I love that woman," Moxie sighed happily. "Seems like someone's getting pegged tonight. When this is over," Blitzo teased his employee. "And you don't?" Bullet asked after tearing a Hellpride with his teeth and ripping another with his claws. "I don't know what you did to make him so pissed, but you're an asshole," Cruiser told the taller imp demon while bashing his bat into a blade's skull, making brain matter spew out. "Who asked you? You Fonzie reject," Blitzo told the Greaser Center after killing some Hell Wraths by shooting the sacks over their shoulder, setting off an explosion chain. "Hey, almost everyone had this look when I died," Cruiser told the former circus performer. "And you're lying to yourself to say you don't have a leather jacket yourself." "Yeah, but it's more in style than what you're wearing," Blitzo countered as he did have a leather jacket, but it was more of an 80s style than 50s, now butting heads with the center. "Enough talk and more fighting, you dipshit," Luna growled, taking out several demons with her teeth and claws. "Wait for me, Looney," Blitzo said as he came running after his daughter, guns blazing. As Dante and his group were heading to the higher levels of the floor, Stryker was on the 20th floor, polishing his angelic revolver and chewing on a piece of straw. The three eyes of Mundus hovered over the ceiling as the snake of an imp looked up. "What do you want?" "Can't you see I'm busy?" Stryker told his new employer as he put away his revolver and checked on the rifle he was given from his last connection. "Vox is dead and Dante's group is on their way to you," Mundus told the imp. "You better not fail me, imp, or else you will meet a much worse fate than he did." The eyes said as they glowed an even brighter red than before. Stopping his polishing, he spat out the piece of hay between his teeth and stared at the demon lord's floating eyes on the ceiling. "I know I'm never going to kill that bastard. I bet I can't even beat him in a fight. But I can take out his posse and maybe slow him down for you. Just don't fail me," Mundus growled as his presence disappeared. "Fucking asshole," Stryker muttered as he somewhat regretted freeing the most powerful demon that made Lucifer send out his entire army from millennia to now. But if he were able to slow down the demon hunter, that would give Mundus the chance to kill him. When that eventually came to fruition, then Stryker could continue his goal of taking out the rulers of hell. Time that some vermin were eliminated first. After the small fries are taken care of, it'll be time to move on to the bigger targets, he told himself as he grinned that snake-like smile of his, followed by hissing and shaking his tail like a rattlesnake. The group made its way up to the 20th floor, where they noticed the area was more circular and dark. "Why the hell would someone want to have something this spacious in a building?" Millie asked out loud as the group huddled in surrounding each of their blind spots. "I don't like the look of this," Terry asked the group as he looked around. "It feels like something big is going to come up from the floor," he said, looking at his feet to see any movement from beneath. "Can anyone see anything?" Lechuza asked as she eyed the entire area. "What was that?" she asked as she saw movement from the right of her. But as she turned her head, it suddenly went to the left. "What in hell is that?" "I think I know," Luna said as she sniffed the air. "It's familiar. Coming from a bitch like you. I'm not surprised," Stryker said as his voice echoed throughout the room. "I thought I heard a snake," Dante sighed. "I bet you were the one that let Mundus out of prison. And if I did, not the smartest move you could make. In fact, it's probably the dumbest choice of your life," Dante told Stryker, who was still in the shadows. "Can't argue with your logic, but at least I got paid. Plus, seeing all the other high-ranking demons meet their end will be music to my ears." The snake-like imp laughed as his yellow eyes were seen in the dark. "You're mine," Blitzo yelled, shooting his flintlock pistol in where he believed Stryker would be, but the bullet only hit the wall. "Fuck, I missed. Better luck next time." "Blitzy," Stryker mocked the imp as he pulled a level and several trapdoors were activated. As most of the group fell down the slides, Stryker heard the voices fading as they plummeted. Blitzo was the first to recover as he looked around. "Where the fuck am I?" he asked as he saw that he was on the 18th floor. "Wait, the 18th floor? I only went 2 floors down. Why is all of this down here?" he asked himself as he looked to see the dirt-covered room with many haystacks, barrels, and a horse's water trough. "Sir, is that you?" Moxie asked after falling into the water trough. Appearing just after the white-haired imp was Millie and Luna, who both landed on a couple of haystacks to cushion their fall. "Where's everybody else?" And why does it look like we are back in the Ring of Wrath? Luna asked, looking around and smelling the air to see if she could get anyone's scent. Fuck. The others are somewhere else in the building or outside it. I can't pick up their scent. Well, the good thing is that we're together, Millie commented as she rested her axe on her shoulder. Mainly because I wanted all of you in one place. Stryker's voice rang out through the room as IMP braced themselves and held onto their weapons as the snake-like imp approached them. Where the fuck are the others, you yellow-bellied bastard? Millie yelled at the cowboy. Let's just say that all of them are going to be occupied, Stryker told them as he smirked his gold tooth. Millie bared her fangs at the imp, ready to pounce on him, but the cowboy pulled out one of his holy revolvers and fired it at her. Millie was quick to defend herself by blocking the bullet with the axe blade, then glared at Stryker. I wouldn't even try it. This gun may not work on the demon hunter, but it will surely kill you. None of the immediate murder professionals moved, but stood their ground while Blitzo and Moxie both had guns aimed right at Stryker. So what? You're just going to kill us and hope your new employer wins in the end? The Moxie questioned. Doesn't matter to you, little man. Killing all four of you would satisfy nothing. But what's going on out, there's something that does, Stryker explains. You must have seen it, the chaos that's ensuing in the streets. It will be a matter of time before the higher-ranking demons get involved and fall. Wait, are you talking about Lucifer and the other royal demons? Yeah, fat chance they will die, Luna said, pointing her gun at Stryker. Not to mention the Ars Gothia. Especially that fucking owl you keep having sex with. Blitz, Stryker stated to the former circus performer. But then again, that would be a relief for you, wouldn't it? You get to use that book all you want and not be his plaything anymore. Or maybe not if you didn't stop me. You would struggle with your company and may go out of business. Wait, what are you talking about? Moxie asked, confused as he looked at Stryker, then glanced at Blitzo and back. You didn't tell them? You want to fill them in, or should I? Stryker laughed. Don't you fucking dare, Blitzo growled as he still held his pistol out at the snake-like imp and clenched his teeth. Then go on, tell them. Unless you're too scared of what they want to hear, Stryker smiled as he had his toothy grin still plastered on his face. The taller imp's hands were shaking as he didn't move his lips. And your employee called me a yellow belly. I'll give him a hint. Why did you stop me from killing that horny owl? Well, isn't it obvious? He did it so he can save his boyfriend, Millie said as the cowboy of an imp laughed. You really think your boss loves that prince? Seriously? How thick can you be? Stryker asked as he still had his pistol aimed. He's too afraid that he'll lose possession of that book forever. Blitz, what is he talking about? Moxie asked as he and the two other employees of IMP were eyeing their boss as they wanted to know the answers. Blitzo didn't want to come to this, but seeing as he had no other choice, he had to speak up. If something happens to Stolas, the book either goes to his daughter or another member of the Ars Goetia. At first, I was going to steal the book from him and leave immediately, but I got caught in the end. He thought I was there for him and decided to play along so I could get the book. I tried to leave after, but surprised his wife during my exit, and you know the rest. I fuck his scrawny bird ass so we can keep doing our job, he admitted to his employees, seeing the looks he expected he would get from them. Luna, Moxie, and Millie all had a mixture of confusion and frustration on their face. Let me get this straight. You played with Stola's heart and keep whoring yourself out to him. All to get a book so we can kill people whenever we want. And the only reason why you saved him is so you can keep using the book. Moxie yelled at his boss. I mean, yeah, it's hell, but you had to go and ruin a family like that. Hey, that family was breaking before I stepped in, Blitzo argued. Stolas told me himself that his wife is a bitch that he's been wanting to get rid of for years, but he just puts up with her for his daughter. But still, you have no feeling for him whatsoever, Millie asked her boss. The look on his face said it all. No, I don't, Blitzo admitted, but Moxie and Millie could see that it didn't seem fully true. Then again, how the fuck do you know? He questioned, eyeing Stryker as he got his composure back. It got me thinking about something. How can a low-rate, yet dashing imp like yourself get your hands on something that can kill a demon of his status? And then, it occurred to me who hired you back then. Did you now? Well, I guess I'll just have to finish you first. Blitz, Stryker said, turning the gun on the former circus performer. Any last words you want to say? Well, I've got 3. Blitzo told the snake-like imp. Sick him, Luna. Stryker looked confused until out of nowhere, Luna got behind him and sunk her jaws right onto his shoulder. The pale imp hissed as he elbowed the hellhound in the stomach, making her loosen her grip. Stryker ignored the pain in his shoulder and aimed his pistol right at Luna, only to have Millie get behind him and get on his back and put the handle of her axe against his throat. Stryker held onto the handle just to stop the imp woman from strangling him to death, then disarmed her or the weapon. Seeing as the female imp was still on top of him like an angry cat, Stryker jumped back and allowed gravity to do its work as he slammed Millie onto the floor. When she let go of him, Stryker stomped on Millie's abdomen as he pulled out his pistol again. So long, Mills. I'll tell your kin you died fighting. He smiled as he cocked the gun about to shoot her in the face. Moxie saw this and got involved as he began to shoot at the cowboy. Get off my wife, you piece of shit, he yelled as he fired at Stryker's chest and head. Jumping away, Stryker dodged the gunfire before Millie rolled over to her husband. Not bad of a shot, vermin, but you're still not at my level when it comes to real physical combat, Stryker told Moxie, who was hiding behind a haystack. I don't need to get close to you. I'm playing the smart way and keeping my distance, Moxie said as he kept firing on the cowboy. Soon, the white-haired imp went to a water trough for new cover and decided to change his weapon. So you think you're smarter than me, do you? Well, you're not the only one who's good with guns, Stryker laughed as he stuck his hand in the hay and pulled out a sawed-off shotgun, then fired where Moxie was taking cover. The trough was soon got a large hole in it and the water leaked out like a busted dam. Ah, crumbs, Moxie exclaimed as he moved to a new spot to take cover while Stryker continued to shoot him with a shotgun. You can run, little rat, but you can't hide, Stryker said, smirking as he continues to chase after Moxie. Soon, a bit of buckshot got the smaller imp in the leg, making Moxie hiss in pain as Stryker got right above him and aimed his gun. Got any last words you want to say, vermin? Have you been counting your ammo? Moxie said with a defiant grin on his face. Last I checked, you're out. Checking what was in his model of shotgun, Stryker growled as Moxie was right, and he had no shells remaining, leaving him open to a gut shot from Blitzo's flintlock pistol. First lesson in firearms, keep track of your fucking shots, Blitzo told the cowboy, cocking the pistol. Who says I wasn't? Stryker smirked his golden tooth as he had one of his holy pistols aimed at Moxie's head. You so much as move. I pulled the trigger, he threatened before he felt a sharp sting in the back of his hand when a throwing knife struck him. Fuck, stay the heaven away from my man, Millie shouted as she pulled out another set of throwing knives, holding the blades between her fingers like she had metal claws between her knuckles. And don't think you can pull that second one on us, Luna said, aiming a rifle at him. Easy shot at this range. How about this? You give up, and maybe we don't turn you into wall paste, Blitzo said as he tried to compromise with the other imp. Like I would believe that. I give up, you just kill me anyway. I'm not stupid, Stryker said. Well, fuck. He's right. Oh well, Blitzo shrugged as he was ready to shoot, but got hit with red lightning. Blitz, everyone said in unison, looking at their boss. Shit, he knows, Stryker thought to himself as he knew that he should get out of dodge. Taking advantage of the distraction, he shot Moxie in the arm, Millie in the leg, and Luna in the side as he ran past each. Hate to leave all of you on the ground like this, but I got to do what I can to survive, he said, smirking his gold tooth and leaving them on the ground. Fucking prick, Moxie muttered as he tried to go after the imp, but then focused on pulling out the holy bullet that was embedded in his arm. After the white-haired imp did so, he looked into the sky and he saw a large dark cloud above him with 3 orbs floating above. So this is how we're gonna go. Struck by lighting from a wannabe demon lord, Blitzo thought to himself, looking at the orbs in the sky. What are you waiting for, your piece of shit? Finish it. The eyes of Mundus were ready to strike the immediate murder professional, sparking red lightning between each orb as they danced in a manner that intimidated the hitmen. However, a massive fireball was launched at the eyes, making them flinch and blink in and out of existence. Get away from them, Charlie said in a serious tone as she held out her hand with embers flickering off her fingertips. Gah, Lucifer spawn. The voice of Mundus rang out through the room as he eyed the Princess of Hell. You and your family will fall to my army, and I shall take over hell. That won't happen. Dante will beat you. I know he will, Charlie said with confidence as the embers in her hands started to flare up. This time, he'll kill you, she said, chucking the flames at the eyes, engulfing them in fire and incinerating them into ash. Watching as the wannabe demon lord's eyes were set aflame, the Princess of Hell turned to the immediate murder professionals. Are you okay? Oh yeah, I only just got struck by lightning. Does that sound okay to you? Blitzo yelled sarcastically at the princess. Not really helping, sir, Moxie said as he lay there on the floor, still in pain, while Millie wrapped up his wounded arm before pulling the bullet out of her own thigh. We're still alive, and that's all that matters. You're lucky you too got it in the arm and leg. I got shot in the fucking liver, Luna growled as she took the bullet out of her and wrapped her wound. But if anything, we won't be in the field for the next few weeks thanks to that snake in the grass. With all the money we're going to make, we can afford a vacation now, Blitzo said to his employees. Have you ever thought of doing work aside from killing people? Charlie asked. My wife and I are from the Ring of Wrath, Moxie stated to the princess. It's sort of in our blood. Well, if you still want to do something while you heal up, you could work part-time at my hotel, Charlie suggested. I've always wanted to wear a maid outfit, Millie smiled, thinking about the idea of herself in a cute maid uniform. I'm not wearing a maid outfit, Luna said with a glare. Not even a gothic maid, Charlie asked. Or, if you like, I'm sure Husker could use an apprentice at the bar. I guess I could learn how to make drinks, the Hellhound agreed. If you ask Blitzo, she doesn't do much cleaning anyway. Hey, I am no bellboy. I want to be something bigger than that. I want to be a manager, Blitzo demanded. That's Vaggy's job, the Princess of Hell countered. Unless you want to bring it up with her. Gulping as he thought Vaggie would use him as a target for throwing knives, Blitzo decided to stay quiet about it. Why are you here anyway? Blitzo questioned to change the subject. To give Dante this, Charlie said as she pulled the devil sword Sparda off her back. His father's sword. That Sparda? It's a lot bigger than the stories say. It is. Moxie looked at the sword with his own eyes. If he needs it, then you need some bodyguards. Can I hold it? Millie asked as she slowly reached for the blade. I guess. Charlie handed it to Millie. As the imp woman took the blade, everyone was shocked to see her fall to the floor and the fact she couldn't lift it. What the heck? How is this so heavy? Millie asked as she was using all of her strength to try and lift the devil sword. Stand back. Let me show you how it's done. Blitzo moved his employee to the side and prepared to lift the blade. However, he ended up failing and pulled something during the attempt to pick up the sword. Just shows you that Dante's on a way different level than we are, Luna commented. So we'll just escort her and hope to not run into the demons that are destroying everything. Fine. Blitzo relented, snapping his back in place. We escort her until her boyfriend gets the sword. Anything else we want to add? Nothing? Okay, then. He said, loaded his flintlock pistol once more. Now let's go lick some ass. I give up. I can't keep correcting him all the time, Moxie said, looking deadpan as they found a set of stairs and ascended to the top, and whatever will await them all. Chapter 24. Mission 24. Into the spider's trap. Sliding down through the hole he fell through, Dante groaned as he hit the floor. Ugh, that was quite the fall, the demon hunter said to himself as he got up to his feet. Looking around, he saw nothing but the lobby of Vox's tower. Right back to the start. A waste of time if you asked me, he said, dusting himself off. Then again, that might be the point, he said before seeing the elevators were turned off. No time like the present, he told himself as he started to run up the stairs of the building. The demon hunter ran up the first few floors as fast as he could, while taking on the demons that were occupying the tower floors. Blades, prides, and envies jumped the Son of Sparda to get a precise blow, but the half-demon in red summoned forth dread to block the attacks. He swung the giant scythe at his attacking foes and cut them into pieces. Demonic blood covered the walls as the demon hunter spun the scythe at a Faust, slicing it in half as he threw the weapon into the air and the demonic scythe disappeared, getting replaced with Ace Dukes. Dante rushed past the Blood Goyles and Sargassos, throwing the electric cards at the enemies and setting up a chain reaction that unleashed a shockwave to electrocute each opponent it placed a card on. The only one that survived the attack was a Blitz demon that used the electricity it was hit with to recharge its own power. Between you and the Vanguard, you get in my way too much, Dante scoffed as he reached down his back to retrieve Rebellion. Let's see if you can electrify me, he said, pointing his blade at the demon. After the Blitz demon got into a combat stance, Dante smirked and dashed forward with a stinger attack. The lightning demon crossed its arms to block the attack and have its armored skin absorb most of the damage. Unfortunately for it, the white-haired hunter used his sword as a bluff and switched to Balrog. The demon hunter threw an uppercut at the lighting lizard and his fist met with its jaw, cracking the armor and breaking a few teeth. The demon fell backward and landed on its back with a loud thud. Jumping into the air, Dante drop-kicked it in the abdomen as more of its armor cracked. The demon let loose a horrid howl as it tried to dash away and save itself, but the Son of Sparda didn't give him a chance. Dante rushed forward and grabbed its horn, punching it in the face with his other hand when he did. The demon hunter continued the assault until the enemy demon's head became nothing but mush and the body fell to the floor. Shaking his bloody fist a few times, Dante shoved his hands in his pockets as he ran up the stairs. I really do hope the others are doing well enough without me, he thought as he ran through a flight of stairs. After sliding down the trapdoor striker made him fall in, Angel does slide down until he landed on his ass hard. Oh geez, give guys some warning next time. I may do a lot of shit, but this body is priceless, the Spider Center said as he got up and cracked his back in place. Now, where the heaven am I, anyway? Looking around the floor, he was on the 10th floor, but its interior was very different than when he was last. What the fuck happened here? He asked himself as he looked around and saw the floor had some lava dripping off the walls like cobwebs. Did somebody else come through here while we were fighting for our lives? The former porn star didn't want to take any chances as he took out his Tommy gun and combed the surrounding area, making sure none of the lava touched him. Geez, this stuff is everywhere. It's almost like that time I got covered in sperm in that orgy video, he said, smirking at the memory of parts of his old life. But he did feel some regret, as it meant being a fuck toy to that overgrown dildo of a moth. That bastard deserved what he got. Now me and the others can focus on our hellish lives however we want. Well, until we get redeemed like those other guys. But I might not be since I got a lot of shit on my plate with all the sex, the violence, the drugs, the alcohol. Where was I going with this? I thought I had a point. It will come back to me eventually. Suddenly, Angel heard something from the other end of the hall as he readied his Tommy gun. The spider sinner turned the corner, aiming at the being as they held a small explosive in their hand. Angie, Cherry. Both sinners lowered their guard as Angel put his gun away and Cherry put her bomb in her pocket. Boy, am I glad to see you, the bomb-wielding Cyclops said to the former porn star. I bet you haven't seen the others, right? You got in one, sugar tits. Though I'm glad I met up with you first instead of the others. Especially Vaggie, the spider sinner said as he walked alongside his friend. Still not letting you have some freedom? Cherry asked as they walk alongside one another. She's a real buzzkill. I know I'm not going to go into heaven soon, but I pull off some small pranks on the other, and she gets so pissy like she hasn't been laid in years. Angel shouts as he puts all four of his arms up. I mean, she does get her daily dose of fucking Charlie. Except for last night. The princess was doing the nasty with Dante. Lucky princess. That must be exciting to hear. Cherry grinned cheekily as they walked further into the floor. Oh, I wish. Me and everyone else got really wasted because Salvia and his sister got into heaven. The hangover was murder. Angel told her as he did regret drinking that night. How far do you think this floor is? Feels like we've been walking this floor forever. Really? I think we've only been here for a couple of minutes. Cherry said as she looked around to find that the lava flow surrounding the room looks to be bigger. The real surprise was something that was hanging around the ceiling. Angie, does anybody in your family down here shoot flaming webs? No, why? You think it might be some kind of hellish syphilis? He asked as the Cyclops cupped his head, turning him to look up. When he did, he saw spider webs around the ceiling that looked like lava and fire. Yeah, they might need to see a doctor if they don't normally do that. I know none of my family does. All right, not gonna lie. Feels like whatever we find ahead of us is gonna be big. Cherry told him as they continued through the hallway, seeing the flaming webs get bigger and bigger. Once they reached the end of the hallway, they entered a circular room with pillars shaped like trees and magma flowing down the insides of them like veins. Where the flying fuck are we? This doesn't look like the floor we were on earlier, Angel asked, confused, looking at their surroundings. Who dares enter my home? A voice called out as the sounds of clicking were heard. Answer me. Loud thumping shook the floor of the building as both Angel and Cherry could feel that something, whoever spoke, was far bigger than them. The sounds of thudding could be heard from above as both sinners saw a colossal demonic spider the size of an elephant crawling down the walls, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The monster's body had a stone-like exoskeleton, 8 large legs with the front 2 resembling thick clubs, a giant abdomen that seemed to have something coiled around it, and the gaps in the exoskeleton showed it had a molten body. The 6 deep blue eyes glared at the intruders as more clicking sounds came from its mouth. Whoa, are you sure you're not related to this guy? I mean, I can see a family resemblance. Cherry laughed as she and Angel Dust were face to face with the giant spider. Are you kidding me? I am way better looking than this guy here. I mean, he looks like if a volcano fucked a tarantula. Angel laughed. How dare you laugh in the face of me, mortal? The spider yelled as its mandibles clicked at them both. Are you blind or something? We're not human. Well, at least not anymore. Angel stepped up, flicking its head. You sinners will always be mortals in my eyes and the others, the spider stated as he clicked his pincers. Now you face me, Spectre. Wait, your name is Spectre? I'm sorry, but you look nothing like a specter. Angel laughed at the volcanic spider. I get it if you were Inferno or Arson, but Spectre? Oh, you gotta be fingering my hole right now. Silence, Spectre shouted as a pillar of lava shot out an inch away from where Angel Dust was standing, smoldering the tip of his hair. You have no power that can match up to me. You want to bet on that, ugly? Cause as I understand, beating you puts me on the top tier charts, Cherry said as she tossed a bomb in her hand, then threw it at Spectre. Eat some of this. The bomb hit the front legs of the volcanic spider and exploded, leaving black smoke coming off the limbs. Once the smoke had cleared off, Cherry's grin slowly dropped as Spectre was unharmed. Is that all you got, mortal? The demonized spider laughed. I have seen better attacks when I was a hatchling. He continued to laugh as his eyes turned red and the abdomen uncoiled to reveal a scorpion's tail. With the stinger aimed for Cherry's eye, the monstrous demon launched it at the center. Cherry ducked out of the way of the attack, only having the tip of her hair aflame. Oh, that does it, you walking pile of lava. Now you made me mad, Cherry said as she threw more bombs at the spider, but the explosives barely chipped away at his thick exoskeleton. Let me, girlfriend, Angel exclaimed as he opened fire on the other spider. However, his bullets weren't as effective as he was hoping. Oh, blow me with a vacuum. Nothing can penetrate my armor, Spectre boasted before hissing menacingly and spitting out a fireball at the two sinners. Both Angel and Cherry barely moved from the point of impact as they both felt the force of the attack. Both of them ran for cover as another fireball was aimed at them and dodged once, hiding behind a couple of pillars. Hey Angie, if you have any suggestions, let's hear them because I have nothing. Your guess is as good as mine, doll. I shoot at it. My bullets bounce off his rock-hard thing. No pun intended this time. Angel said as he tries to lighten the mood, but the continuous fireballs made it difficult. Even if we do get close to him, we have no way to defend ourselves with that stinger on him. Plus, the bat I use won't do shit against him. Get back, Cherry exclaimed as Spectre launched another fireball. As the two sinners dodged, they saw the spider rear back to build up a larger fireball. When it did, they saw the underside looked less armored. Smiling to herself as she used the flames nearby to light another bomb, Cherry pointed out the weak spot to Angel. Huh, I bet Dante would have found it sooner than us, Angel remarked. Dante? That half-breed killed my kin, Spectre yelled as he stomped on the ground, making the floor crack under him and send a surge of magma up from the cracks. Since you two know of that bane among true demons, I'll end your lives quickly, then move on to him. Cherry cursed to herself as the vulnerable underbelly of Spectre was hidden again and she had a lit bomb in her hands. But the spider monster soon attacked with a stinger. Throwing the explosive at the tail, the stinger pierced it and took the blast with minimal damage. We need to get his belly exposed, Angie. If it's a distraction you want, it's a distraction you'll get, the former porn star said as he whipped out his other pair of arms and took out his Tommy gun. Hey, shit for brains. Bet that asshole of yours only shoots out shit that looks like flaming spaghetti, he yelled as he fired upon the volcanic spider. However, the bullets didn't hurt Spectre, and the demon only responded by releasing a pillar of fire. You call that hot? My dad could cook a calzone faster. Angel continued to taunt Spectre, forcing him to attack more. Anytime now, Cherry. Cherry waited for the right moment when Spectre opened his stinger and Angel jumped to avoid the stinger. Not yet. He needs to rear back. She thought to herself as she twirled the bomb in her hand as she watched Angel barely dodge another pillar of flames, then saw him kick away Spectre's forelegs. Finally, Spectre reared back and was ready to slam his legs down to unleash a burst of magma. About damn time, you bastard, the Cyclops smirked as she lit the fuses of a number of bombs, then threw them underneath Spectre. The explosion beneath the spider caused a chain reaction to happen, detonating every blast at once and chipping away at his armored exoskeleton. Spectre howled in pain as he stumbled around in pain, tossing and flailing around the room. Way to go, sugar tits. That was certainly a big bang, Angel Dust said to his gal pal as he watched the explosions like fireworks. That's what my last date said in the bedroom. Cherry chuckled. I would have used some bigger ones, but that would mean bringing the entire building down with us still in it, she told her friend. Now let's take care of him for good. The Cyclops grinned as she threw another bomb at the giant arachnid. Spectre groaned as his stinger was badly damaged as it was hard to move it. Damn you, bitch. The volcanic spider cursed as his attention was now on the spunky Cyclops. As soon as he saw the bomb flying at him, he used his forelegs to knock it back like a baseball. Cherry's eye widened as the explosive was coming right back at her and went off. Cherry, Angel shouted as he jumped toward his friend, trying to shield her from the blast, but both of them were caught on the edge of it. Groaning as they got up from the blast, Cherry saw that even though Angel shielded her, she still took some damage. Her hair was singed short, her top burned away to leave her in her black bra, and blood oozed from her abdomen as a piece of shrapnel got wedged in her side. Piece of dog shit, Cherry murmured as she was struggling to get up from her body, taking a toll on her. Guess he still has fight in him. Hissing as she clenched onto her side, Cherry looked to see where her friend landed. Angie, are you alive? Technically, no. We are in hell, Angel said weakly as he pulled pieces of shrapnel out of his shoulders and the remainder of his chest fluff. Good thing these things still act like airbags, he quipped. Glad to see you still got your sense of humor. Cherry gave off a hearty chuckle, but it became painful because the shrapnel still wedged in her side. Wish I could laugh harder, but this thing is painful. Hold on, I'll get that sucker right out, Angel Dust told her as he used his good pair of arms to get a hold of the metal and pulled on it, making the bomb-throwing powerhouse scream as she felt her flesh tear and the sounds of organs squishing turn her insides until the shrapnel was out. Fuck, that hurts, she said before using a destroyed curtain in the room as a tourniquet. How can we deal with this bastard? Not sure. I never thought I'd say this, but he's too hard, and I doubt he'll use that dick again, Angel said as he saw Spectre clicking his mandibles and shooting a fireball out of his mouth, forcing both sinners to use a pillar as cover. Angel looked closely as the spider was charging up for another attack, and this time, it looked longer. Cherry, I have a plan. Can you still throw? Yeah, but not as far as usual. What's your plan, she asked. I think this guy needs to chow down on something, Angel told her. Seeing the demon charging his attack slower, Cherry understood what her friend was talking about. Okay, I get it, Cherry told him, but I still can't throw that far. Trust me, babe. I know what I'm doing, Angel Dust said as he loaded his Tommy gun. I'll give you the signal, he said as he fired his gun at the lava-spitting spider. Hey, you sorry excuse for an arachnid. How about you dance with me for a while? Spectre hissed as he tired to strike at Angel with his legs. But even when badly injured, the former porn star knew to dodge the attacks and watch the pattern. Spectre was getting more pissed off as he summoned the lava pillars, only for Angel to dodge them once with only the end of his hair getting slightly burned. Damn, that was a close one, Angel thought as he continued to fire his Tommy gun at the spider, seeing the bullets bounce off his exoskeleton once more. Just a little more, he continued to fire until he heard his gun clicking and noticed he was out of bullets. Fuck, looks like someone is out of ammo, Spectre laughed as he stalked toward the former porn star. Any last words you want to say before your ash? He asked as he charges up a molten fireball. Just two. Blow me. Angel grinned his golden tooth to the lava spider. Spectre was confused by his words until Cherry threw a bomb labeled "fuck you" toward Angel, who brought out his extra pair of arms and a baseball bat with them. With great aim, he slammed the bomb right into the spider's open jaw and forced him to swallow the explosive. Spectre panicked as the bomb went to the back of his throat and dropped into his stomach. Oh sure dash, before he could finish his sentence, the bomb detonated and blew him up from the inside out, scattering rapidly cooling pieces of his armored exoskeleton all across the floor. Holy shit, that was awesome. Cheery cheered as Spectre's head fell right beside her. Angie, how did you know him swallowing it would kill him? Are you kidding? I'm Italian. Eating my mom's super spicy meatballs made me use the shitter for weeks, Angel Dust told her as he chuckled at good memory of his family. I miss her cooking, he muttered fondly before deciding to focus back on the task at hand. Let's go find Dante and the others. I don't like being here any longer than we need to. Can't argue with that. Slugger. Cherry agreed with him as they looked for the stairwell that would lead them upstairs. There. I bet you anything that's our way up. Good eye. Time to get out of this room. I can't stand the heat anymore, Angel said as he and Cherry ran ahead, hoping to find Dante or anyone else they knew. As they did, the magma-like webbing turned to cold stone when they left, signifying the full death of Spectre. Chapter 25. Mission 25, Flock Off. Damn it, how many of these things did Mundus invite? A recovered Velvet screamed as she was slashing at a couple of blades and shadows with a knife. I mean, seriously, they just keep on coming one after another. You're asking the wrong people here. If your so-called partner didn't unleash the biggest bastard that hell has seen in over 2,000 years, we wouldn't be in this mess, Husker said out loud as he, Velvet, and Cabin were trying to defend the hotel. It's bad enough that the streets became a bigger war zone than the fucking purge. As I said, I had no idea Vox was going to go to this length to get back at the Son of Sparda, Velvet said to the winged cat as she cut the arm off a Hell Pride and used its scythe against it. After this is all over, you won't be seeing my face ever again. You're not getting off the hook that lightly, Cabin said as he used his cutlass to slice off a Hell Gluttony in half. Since you were helping destroy this hotel and its residents, you'll have some form of punishment. I wouldn't be surprised if you were executed on the spot. If I die, fine. Let it be as painless as possible, Velvet said as she threw her knife at a sin scissor with Mephistos and Faust floating around. Gritting her teeth as she had had enough, Velvet summoned a cluster of strings from her fingertips to control the lower-class demons like puppets, forcing them to attack and kill one another. But if I live, I'll take the worst punishment the royal family will give me. Even to the point of becoming a servant, Nifty asked as she popped her head out the door and cleaned off one of the windows that had bloodstains smeared all over it. I mean, I could use the help since I'm pretty much the only maid in the entire building. If that's the case, I want to wear something cute, Velvet screamed to the Cyclops maid as she was made finest demons fight the shadows and a few frosts. I'll only work here if I'm allowed to wear something that works for me. You wear what your boss tells you to wear. Just deal with it, Husk said as he threw an empty bottle of his booze at an abyss demon, which easily sliced the glass in half. Oh shit, the cat demon said as he realized he had thrown his liquor at a much tougher demon than the ones he faced. Is it too late to say my bad? The demon was ready to strike him and slice up the winged demon cat, but a storm of bullets was fired and gunned down all the enemies. Husker, Velvet, and Cabin turned to see the royal army of hell march inside. Form Pussifuns, men, let's teach these assholes what we're made of, a captain shouted as he shot a scarecrow in the face with a holy rifle. What took you guys so fucking long? We might have died, Velvet yelled at some of the officers as she was still puppeting some demons. How about you shut the fuck up? Overlord or not, you should show some respect, a sergeant with a club said as he was beating the living shit out of an arachne, turning her into a bloody pile of guts. Can you tell us the situation? I mean, some of our friends are at Hell Cable Incorporated fighting off the one responsible for all of these things, the winged cat asked one of the officers as many of them were struggling to beat a Hell Vanguard. From what we heard from a division on Main Street is that Princess Charlotte rode on a horse and headed in that direction, the captain said as he fought the Hell Vanguard. That's a relief to hear, Cabin said as he let loose a sigh of relief. Charlie must have caught up with the others by now and are most likely with Dante. A shout was heard from the 20th floor of the building as goat demons laid dead as the infamous demon hunter walked by their unresponsive bodies. This is becoming too easy at times, Dante told himself as some blood stained the bottom of his boots. Trying to slow me down while I come up to you, Mundus? You know that I won't be stopped that easily. But this time, I'm going to finish you off like Argosax, he said as he continued his long walk up the stairwell. Oh great, how could I fall for the oldest trick in the book? Lechuza told herself as she dusted herself off and flapped her wings. ¿A qué piso me envió ese bastardo? Which floor did that bastard send me on? The owl harpy looked around to see if the place looked familiar to her, then saw the locked doors label. The 25th floor? I went upstairs? How is that even possible? The Latina owl lady asked herself as she looked around and saw the floor covered in steel bars crossing over one another. What kind of room is this? It looks more like a torture room that wasn't cleaned up in years, she remarked as she looked around, seeing nothing to support what she guessed. What was this room used for anyway? After looking around for a few minutes, the harpy heard something in the distance and readied her claws. She jumped into the air to attack what was coming, but she was grabbed by a pair of stone hands that could crush her. The being was ready to turn the Latino owl into dust, but instead loosened his grip. Lechuza. The owl lady recognized that voice as it turned out to be none other than Terry. Wait, Terry? How did you get here? She asked the Minotaur demon as she slipped out of his grip. Same as you. I fell through that trapdoor striker open under my feet, and I found myself here for some reason, he told her. I'm guessing you didn't run into any of the others. Nope. I've just been looking around here. If anything, that fucking snake of an imp separated us on purpose. Either he wanted those other imps or Dante by himself. Which I doubt, since it's a stupid move to take on the most famous demon hunter Earth and Hell saw since his old man, Lechuza stated. The Minotaur sinner hummed in thought before seeing the room some more. Why does this look familiar to me? He asked, inspecting the metal bars. Heaven if I know, Lechuza replied. All I understand is that somehow we fell up. This is the 25th floor. That's strange, Terry agreed, still wondering why the layout of the room seemed odd. But we better look for the others fast. Don't have to tell me twice, the owl lady replied as she and the Minotaur were alongside one another as they delved deeper into the room. Wait a second, Terry said as he looked at the room more. As they were walking through the chamber, the bull demon soon caught a glimpse of the ceiling and noticed bars on the top of it curving outward. Lechuza, look up. Listening to her companion, Lechuza turned her head and saw the bars at the top of the room. With her eyes going wide, she realized the same thing as Terry, just as a large, shadowy figure swooped by. We're in a birdcage, she managed to voice just as the room shook violently. A loud thud shook the place as both demons tried to keep their balance as the shaking ceased. They both looked behind them and saw a raptor-like bird the size of a Tyrannosaurus Rex land inside. The demon had gray feathers covering its body, a head that looked like the skulls of several birds fused, sharp black talons, and a beak that could easily tear them apart. You dare enter my domain and try to kill off my lord? Look, you overgrown turkey. You better tell us how to get out of your cell, or else me and my friend over here will turn you into hell's next Thanksgiving dinner, Lechuza said angrily to him while Terry stood alongside her. You think two puny humans can outmatch the great falcon? The demon cried out. We're sinners, dumbass, Terry exclaimed. Still nothing compared to a true demon such as myself. Falcon spread his wings and took flight. Witness a sample of my power, the demon bird said as bolts of lightning struck them both as they felt the electricity course through their bodies, throwing them backward. Hissing from the pain of the attack they took, both Terry and Lechuza slowly picked themselves up and gave the giant bird demon death glares as Lechuza's hair stuck up. I don't know how you feel, but I want to fry that oversized turkey. I am with you all the way, Terry told her as he dusted himself off. The Minotaur grabbed a large boulder of debris and flung it at Falcon, but the giant bird easily flew around the boulder and countered by slashing at the bull demon's shoulder. Terry clenched his arm, hissing at the fresh cut he just received. Son of a bitch, he cursed before ripping up a part of his shirt and using it to patch up his wound. Falcon made a swift turn as he eyed the bull demon like it was his next set of prey, then swooped down to use his razor-sharp claws. However, Lechuza came in flying from above him, swooping down to cut the giant gray bird in his left eye with her talons. How do you like that, you fucking piece of shit? The harpy shouted as she latched onto the giant bird's head and continued to claw out his eye. Falcon tried his best to shake her off, but couldn't get the Latina witch off his face. Damn this gnat. I won't be able to fight if this woman blinds me first or worse. Kills me, he thought to himself as he struggles to get her off him. The gargantuan bird then flew himself into one of the walls of the cage and slammed himself head first to injure Lechuza. The owl lady let out a pain-filled yelp as her back hit on the metal bars of the cage. When Falcon pulled back, the owl lady fell to the ground, and her wings made a horrible crunching sound as blood trickled down her feathers, staining them black. I can't believe it. That asshole broke my wings, she thought to herself as she hissed through the pain. The giant gray avian prepared to stomp at the harpy, but Lechuza threw several of her bloody feathers at the monster like daggers. Just because you're bigger doesn't mean you can beat me, she exclaimed as a feather dagger hit Falcon in the eye. The giant bird let out a screech of pain as it backed away. But Lechuza hissed as she felt her wings feel like they were on fire. Don't worry, I got you, Terry said as he threw a broken bar that impaled Falcon's wing. As the massive bird cried out in pain and tried to pull the items out of his body, the bull demon spoke to his friend. Think you can get out of here in time and make sure the others are okay? Terry asked as he knew Lechuza was in no condition to fight as Falcon took flight once again. It's going to take a lot more than that to make me throw in the towel, she told him as they watched the giant bird demon. The best way we're going to win this fight is if we keep him grounded. That's good, but how are we going to do that? I'm too heavy to jump at him and your wings are broken. It's not like we can just make a giant ballista or catapult. Terry told her, feeling that they don't have much to go by. Then we'll have to figure something out, Lechuza said, looking around to see that the giant bird had created a lot of large rubble and debris from the entrance he made and the battle going on. The owl lady looked and saw another large iron bar sticking out from the ground. I think I have an idea, she said as she whispered her plan into his ear. You can still throw large rocks, right? Yeah, but he got on my shoulders. I don't think I can get him from the height he's at. Don't worry about that. I'll make sure he's at the perfect height for you to get him, Lechuza said as she stepped forward and threw more of her bloody feathers from her hand and chucked it at the bird. There was more where that came from, bird brain. I had enough of your mouth, Falcon screeched as he flapped his wings and made a whirlwind to attack the now grounded harpy. The said harpy did her best to fight against the wind as she dug her feet right into the ground. Her talons dug into the floor and proceeded to move forward no matter what. Lechuza chucked more of her feathers at the bird, but the wind made it harder as the daggers fell out of the air. Fuck, that's going to make it hard for me. Falcon could see he was going to get the gaining advantage and decided he should end the witch's second life and swoop down so he could end her. Little did the giant bird know, as he was descending lower to the ground, Terry made his move and threw a boulder at the bird's blind side, knocking the bird into the iron bar stuck in the floor and impaling him when he was distracted by his tunnel vision. They tricked me? How are such mortals able to best a great demon like me? He thought to himself as the black blood dripped from his body. Terry then jumped at the demon, shoving him further down the makeshift pike stuck in his abdomen. I'll make sure you're not moving another inch, you bastard, he shouted, making sure that Falcon stays put. The giant bird demon roared while shooting lightning at the Minotaur, but failed to remember that he was impaled on a conductor. As he was electrocuted with his own electric attack, Falcon let out a high-pitched screech. Screech all you want. You're finished, Lechuza said as she levitated some rocks above the bird. Terry quickly got out of the way as the harpy brought the boulders down at him and the rocks crushed his body. No, this can't be possible. I am the great Falcon. I refuse to let loose to a bunch of mortals. You've done enough. A voice rang out as the room filled with dark clouds that had 3 red spheres floating above the demons. Master, please, give me another chance to redeem myself, Falcon begged the demon lord. Your brother asked me the same thing, and I will give you the same treatment I gave him, Mundus said before lightning rained down upon the bird demon. With a screech of fear and terror, Falcon soon disintegrated into a pile of ash and feathers. Both Terry and Lechuza's eyes widened in horror at how easily Falcon was destroyed. The eyes of Mundus stared at the duo as he saw the looks on their faces. Getting rid of both of you will be too easy and a waste. Dante is my main opponent. The rest of you are just here for the show, he said as his laughter was heard as the spheres vanished along with the dark clouds. No wonder why he was locked up in that prison with the other whack jobs, killing his own men. Even Lucifer has standards, Lechuza said as she looked where Falcon's body used to be. I really hope Dante kills that son of a bitch, Terry said as he suddenly felt weak and fell on his back. Damn it, that lightning really did a number on me. Go on without me. I'll catch up later. Oh no, I'm not going to leave you here on your own, the harpy told the Minotaur's sinner as she sat next to him. AJ would strangle me if you die again. Besides, we have to see this through to the end. Lifting him up with the same spell she used to lift the boulders. Now move your fat ass so we can meet with the others. She limped to the exit of the cage and ascended the stairs with the Minotaur. Chapter 26. Mission 26, Gladiator Battle. Somewhere on the streets of Pentagram City, the royal army was being led by Lucifer, his wife, and his trusted commanders. They made their way through the city to keep it under control, or if they could find any survivors. The king of hell fired off his holy shotgun at a blitz demon that tried to attack him, but the fallen angel held his own as he considered those things a minor nuisance. How much longer do we have to keep this up? Lucifer asked anyone that was surrounding him. I'm not quite sure, my king, but I have to say that this is going to be a bit too long for my tastes, Paimon said as he shape-shifted into his owl form. Do you think relying on Sparda's son is wise? If there is anyone that can defeat Mundus, it's Dante, Lilith told the Grand Owl that was the father of Stolas. Or are you doubting my husband? "Oh no, never my queen," the second king of the Ergoetius said. "Just what makes you think he'll be able to kill him?" So far, Dante has never failed me on one of his missions, and he has become much more powerful than his father was in the past. Lucifer told the demonic owl. "If he truly is, then I suppose we shall see," Paimon said as a demon beneath his feet began to choke when Lilith stomped on its throat. "Cease your bitch crying," the Goetia demon said before the Queen of Hell stepped harder and snapped the monster's neck. Lilith then turned to Lucifer after she secured her kill, only to see he was suspiciously hiding his lap from view. "Thought of something new, Lou?" she asked her husband with a smirk. "I don't know what you're talking about, my love," Lucifer lied as he avoided eye contact. "That woman drives me wild sometimes," he thought to himself. "If you two are done flirting," Paimon snarked as he rolled his eyes. "Never," immediately responded the king and queen of hell. "We have a scout returning," the Goetia king told them as he continued what he wanted to say. The scout ran up to the royals of hell out of breath as he was covered in his blood, but still alive enough to give his report. "Scouting report, Your Highness," he said while saluting weakly. "The hotel the princess runs is secured, however." Though the princess wasn't there, the scout told the king. "What?" Both Lucifer and Lilith shouted in unison as their demonic features flared up. "Where is she?" the king of hell demanded. Even though he wasn't entirely supportive of his daughter's business because he remembered what heaven was like before he became a fallen angel, Charlie was still the daughter he loved since she was a baby, and he would destroy everything that was in his path if harm were to befall his princess. Our reports say that she was spotted riding a strange horse that had armor unlike anything we've seen, the scout replied in fear. Hearing that, Lilith smiled as she remembered that description. "Zephyrus is with her. Looks like Dante's far stronger than his father was all that time ago. Anything else?" "She was carrying some strange sword. It looked like it had flesh and bones alongside the steel blade," the scout continued. "She's bringing him Sparda's sword. She's going to deliver it to him," the devil muttered as he pinched the bridge of his nose and dragged his hand down his face. "I want all troops to push their way into Hell Cable Inc.'s main building. I don't care what it takes. I want that building fucking stormed and torn to the ground after we finish with it," he yelled at the scout who couldn't question Lucifer's rage. Instead, the scout ran off with only the adrenaline keeping him awake to spread the word, fearing he would be burnt to death. "Dante, you better protect my little girl, or else I'll hunt you down myself." Charlie and the members of IMP were inside Hell Cable as they were fighting off the demons blocking their way to the top. "Do these things even take a break?" the princess of hell asked out loud before slicing down a nobody with Sparda. "They're endless. That's what your boyfriend gets for fucking around with one of the most powerful demons to ever exist," Blitzo shouted as he fired a set of revolvers from the bag he and his employees carried as they gunned down anything that was in their way. "Well, that same demon is killing everyone like it's the purge multiplied by cancer," Luna told her foster dad as she was slaughtering several blades. "Really, Looney?" Blitzo asked, discarding his twin guns for a shotgun. "You're taking her side on this?" "For once, I have to agree with her, sir. This is the demon that almost caused Armageddon on Earth and made the planet into a war zone. Then again, they didn't have the angelic weaponry we do today, so it was much harder. Now that we have more access." Moxie rambled on while shooting at Sin's sides as the taller imp was blocking his employees' every word he said. Yeah, Mox. Tell the history lesson when I give a shit," Blitzo said as he got stabbed in the arm by one of the Sin scythes. "You daddy fuck," the former circus imp yelled, shooting the floating masked being in the face as he clenched his shoulder. "Blitz, you okay?" Millie asked as she was blocking a blade's attack, then circled around and snapped its neck. "I'm fine," Blitzo told the imp woman as he pulled the scythe off his shoulder. The former circus performer hissed as he clenched at his shoulder as fresh black blood dripped off him. "The son of a bitch got me good. Here, let me look at that," Charlie told the imp as she sat in front of Blitzo, seeing the black blood stain his white undershirt. The princess of hell tore his outfit to take a look at the wound. "Okay, this shouldn't hurt an imp," she told him as she pulled at what was left of his suit to make bandages and summoned a small flame to cauterize the wound. The taller watched as the princess closed up his wound and wrapped it up with a makeshift bandage. "There, that should do it. How does it feel?" "Like I got a new hole," Blitzo commented as he moved his arms a bit, trying not to open it. "But thanks, I guess," the assassin said to Hell's princess. The taller imp was a little nervous, but looked her in the eye and decided to ask, "Why did you do that? Patch me up, I mean." "You were hurt. Imps may be low in hell, but you're my people and you're going through a lot to help me. I just don't want any of my citizens to suffer more than you need to. We get enough of that during the exterminations," Charlie told him as she got up from sitting down and held out her hand. "So, ready to kick Mundus in nuts?" "Oh, you know it." Blitzo grinned as he took her hand with his good arm and loaded a pistol. "Let's lick some ass." Down in the basement, a low moan echoed through as Bullet rubbed the back of his head as he searched where he was. "Damn that snake." I can't believe I fell through something simple, like a trapdoor. He looked around the place and saw that he was in a narrow tunnel. Where the fuck am I? The basement, Bullet asked himself, walking through the pathway. The hellhound kept his guard up in case he ran into any demons that weren't so friendly. A noise was heard not too far from him, and Bullet readied his claws and fangs. But before he could use his natural weapons, he smelled something familiar. Grease, rubber, steel, and monkey? Oh, hey there, said a familiar voice as Cruiser stepped into view and combed his hair. I thought me and Frankie were the only guys down here, he remarked. I'm glad to see a familiar face, Bullet said before his hearing picked up something else. And it looks like we're not alone, the hellhound informed the greaser as he bared his fangs once more. This guy is not like the other low lives we fought. This one's stronger. Damn it. And here I thought since we were at the bottom, it would be easier aside from the walk up, Cruiser said as he stopped combing his hair and looked toward the hellhound. What can you tell from your hearing alone? Let's see. Average height. Seems to be riding on something. I hear horses, about 8 legs, pulling on something. A chariot? Horses? Chariot? Oh shit. If I know my history, whoever this guy is, he's either an ancient Roman gladiator or was some sort of racer back in the day, Cruiser said as he took out his baseball bat with Frankie on his shoulder howling in front of him. I'm going with my first guess. Whatever it is, we have to face it, Bullet said to the greaser as he stepped forward. Besides, it's our only way back to the ground floor. Right behind you, Fuzzball, Cruiser told the hellhound as he ran, right behind him with Frankie hanging onto his shoulder. All 3 of them ran down the hall as the noise was getting louder and the passage was becoming brighter. Bullet and Cruiser passed an archway, seeing that they somehow stepped into what looked like a small stadium with many stone benches that went all around the arena with the ceiling to the next floor, hugging the structure like it was supporting it to not collapse on top of them and keeping the building standing. Instead of stone-cold floors, it was replaced with dust and sand beneath the boys as Bullet's hind feet dug into the sand. Phantom screams and cheers were heard throughout the stands high above the arena. Where the fuck is that noise coming from? Bullet asked out loud as he sniffed the area for any signs of their foe. Seconds afterward, the horses charging at them were heard as the cheers got louder and louder. Both demons heard the horses as they came to a stop. Both Bullet and Cruiser noticed that the horses were not demon horses born in hell, but were statues made out of copper and bronze which pulled a chariot of the same metals. The being in the chariot looked like a living statue made of stone and covered in a bronze lion skin over his head and around his hips. He had a stone beard, a spear in his left hand, and a short sword strapped to his right hip as he held the reins of the chariot with his right hand. New challengers for my crowd to witness my upcoming victory. The gladiator's voice boomed as the crowd's roar was heard. What is with this guy? Does he think he's Hercules or something? Cruiser thought to himself as Frankie shared the same look of confusion as him. Look here, Humorodicus. We're trying to get back to our friends, and you're in the fucking way. Or do we have to get physical? You dare insult the great Emperor Commodus. If so, I will see to it that you are killed off. The gladiator, now known as Commodus, charged at the greaser demon on his chariot. Seriously? You're just going to charge at me? That seems too easy to dodge. Cruiser smiled as he was ready to take a duck and swing at the former emperor of Rome, but Bullet tackled him to the ground as the chariot got close to him. The greaser demon slid on his back as the hellhound was right on top of him. What the fuck, man? I had his stone ass ready for a beatdown. You're welcome for saving your life, Bullet told him as Cruiser looked at him in confusion. The hellhound pointed at the bat, showing a lone arrow was sticking into the wood like a nail driven into it. If you ever read history, you should know that this guy was a cheater. Fair fights were non-existent to him. Wait, you know about this guy? I heard his name once. Emperor Commodus loved to compete in gladiator battles, but cheated in them as he would threaten the combatants, injure them before fights, or send animals at them first before he showed up, Bullet told him. If this asshole likes to cheat so much, I say we cheat back, Cruiser told the hellhound as he cracked his knuckles. But how are we going to cheat a cheater? By catching him off guard, Bullet said as he went on all fours and ran towards the gladiator. He zigzagged across the field to avoid the many arrows that were coming his way from seemingly nowhere. Soon enough, Bullet reached Commodus and dodged the gladiator's spear, biting down on the weapon and trying to pull it away from him. Let go, you ungrateful dog, Commodus shouted as he tried to shake the hellhound off of him. He whipped his horses to make them go faster, trying to make Bullet get dragged along the chariot. However, the pitbull hellhound proved to be stubborn and did not let go of the weapon, keeping his jaws on the spear like it was a juicy steak he stole from the dinner table. Very well, you leave me no other choice, the gladiator hissed as he raised his free hand in the air. As he made the gesture, pits opened up from the sandy floor and bus-sized lions made of iron leaped out from the holes. Kill them. The lions made a loud roar before one of them sunk its fangs in a Bullet, making him yelp in pain as he let go of the spear and whimpered as the hellhound scratched the giant cat in the face, making it let go before it could crew him in half. "I got you," Cruiser said as he swung his bat at the large cat, only for his bat to break in half with a loud crack. "You have got to be shitting me. How the hell are we going to beat these guys now?" the greaser asked as he was looking at his broken bat. Frankie chittered as he got off of Cruiser's shoulder and grabbed a piece of splintered wood beneath the center. The monkey then started climbing the living lion statue and shoved the piece of wood right into the beast's eye. The giant cat let out a roar of pain as it dropped Bullet on the sandy floor. Before the rampaging cat could attack in its angered state, Cruiser swooped in and pulled Bullet out of the way. "Bastard got me good," the hellhound said as he was going to fall forward, but was caught by the greaser demon. "Thanks. I appreciate it. You can thank me later once we kill this motherfucker and get back to the others," Cruiser told him. "I hate to admit it, but this piece of shit is not making things easier on yous." Suddenly, they both heard a painful screech as they both saw that Frankie was thrown onto the Colosseum wall, painfully sliding down. "Frankie," he shouted as he looked as Commodus gave off a hysterical laugh. "You fucking bastard, I'll kill you." Cruiser charged with only a raised fist as he wasn't thinking straight. The former Roman emperor smirked as the greaser demon was in the open for one of his sneak attacks. With a raised hand, arrows started to fly and hit him in the back. His eyes widened to the size of dinner plates as he felt about 7 arrows strike his back. Despite the pain, the adrenaline kept Cruiser moving until he reached the stone-like demon. With what strength he had, he swung the broken bat like it was a wooden sword, hoping to strike the gladiator in the face. But Commodus only countered by backhanding the demon aside. "Is that really all you got? I thought I was facing warriors, not weaklings," Commodus laughed as he saw the two lying on the sand. "You're the real weakling. You're only relying on tricks and rigging the fight," Bullet said as he got up on his feet, barely standing. "You're no warrior, just a cheap fighter who hasn't won a fair fight in his entire life. You were so bad, the Senate didn't like you that much and tried to kill you. Even your mistress didn't like you, and when her attempt failed, your wrestling partner drowned you. How dare you speak to me, you lowly mutt? Those people were nothing more than traitors to the Republic and to me." Commodus yelled as he lost his temper and whipped his horses to charge right at Bullet with his spear at the ready to pierce him. The gladiator aimed for the heart, but the hellhound stepped to the side, and the weapon only grazed his side as he bit into it once more. His fangs dented the handle of the weapon as he refused to let go. As Commodus struggled to pull the spear away, he gave the signal to bring the lions back on the hellhound. However, Bullet was smarter this time around and let go of the spear. As the weapon smacked the gladiator in the face when he pulled too hard, Bullet slid underneath the chariot and clung to the bottom of it. Just like a piece of game hiding in a hole, the lions ran at the chariot for their target, knocking the former emperor around. "No, stand down, you beasts. I said stand down." He tried to steer the chariot away from the statues, but it was too late. The lions collided with the chariot and flipped over with the gladiator as the hellhound held onto the underside. Bullet smirked as his plan worked and jumped away from the chariot before it crashed. The hellhound looked around and saw that the stone horses were shattered and the metal lions were in pieces, but he didn't see Commodus in the wreck. "Where is he?" Bullet questioned before he caught the scent of his opponent to the left. Commodus weakly stood with black blood dripping from his left arm, right leg, left hip, and forehead as part of his stone body was cracked in different places. "You arrogant mutt," the gladiator yelled as he limped towards the hellhound with his sword drawn. "You ruined my chariot. My game. Now you will die a dog's death." Bullet tried to move, but he couldn't move his legs from the damage dealt to him earlier. Clawing away at the dirt, he tried to crawl away from the gladiator and wasn't getting anywhere fast. "So this is how I'm going to die. Killed by this bastard? No, I refuse," Bullet thought to himself as he dragged himself, hoping he would find the spear since Commodus didn't have it on him. He dug his claws through the sand while getting away, but his strength was failing him and he was losing too much blood. The hellhound lay prone on the sand as he couldn't get any further. Commodus stepped forward and towered above him as he held his sword ready for the final strike. "So long, mutt," the emperor said while pointing his thumb down before he went for the final blow. Blood splattered across the sandy floor with blood dripping from the tip of the weapon responsible. But to the surprise of Bullet, it wasn't his own blood spilling as he looked up to see Commodus was impaled. The gladiator looked to see that his spear was sticking out of his stomach. Looking behind him, he saw an injured Cruiser driving the spear into his gut. "Get the hell away from my buddy, you shitlord." Commodus felt the spear pull back in as Cruiser twisted it to deal more damage, making more black blood ooze out from his body. The gladiator turned towards the greaser and tried to stab him, but couldn't get a fatal blow in and only got the center shoulder. Cruiser fell limp as he stumbled backward with blood dripping down his arm. The gladiator was ready to deliver the killing blow, but Bullet jumped from behind the former emperor and bit down on the gladiator's arm, ripping it off and shaking the limb around like it was a chew toy. The gladiator screamed and moaned in pain as he dropped his sword. Taking the sword, Bullet thrust the blade forward and stabbed the back of the gladiator's head, killing him on impact. Seeing he was victorious in his fight, Bullet fell down on the sand, looking up at the ceiling. "Hey, Cruiser? Still with me?" "Yeah, barely," Cruiser said as he lay on his own pool of blood. "Never thought this would end like this. Killed by some cheap-ass golem wearing a toga. At the least, I'm not coughing up blood." "Well, we lasted longer than he did," Bullet said, laughing lightly as the pain was taking over his body. "Looks like we're not going to be able to see Dante kicking Mundus's ass." "I have to agree with you there, pal. I just hope they take care of my bike if we don't make it out of this," Cruiser said as he and Bullet felt cold as it was hard to keep themselves awake. As their minds were slipping in and out of consciousness, they saw demons in armor come to them and lift them up. The next thing the greaser knew, he and Bullet were carried out of the building with Frankie on his chest. "Looks like the cavalry came just in time," the biker demon thought to himself as the last thing he knew was they were being treated. Chapter 27. Mission 27, Alaster vs. Arkham. Dante just passed the 30th floor of Vox's tower as he noticed that many demons were sliced, stabbed, or torn to pieces. "Looks like the others are way ahead of me. Not too surprised since I was dropped to the very first floor," the demon hunter said to himself as he passed the dead bodies. "If I had to take a wild guess on who started this, my money is either Smiles or Vags." As Dante ascended to the higher floors to the 33rd floor, Demon Hunter started to hear the noise of wild animals screaming and a certain Latina cursing loudly. "Pedazo de mierda. Piece of shit. You really should watch that mouth of yours, my dear. Charlie may not like it too much," Alaster said as he cut down a blitz demon in two with a blade of shadows. "Choke on a limb. Why don't you?" Vaggie growled at the radio demon as she stuck her spear right into the membrane of a blade. "Good to see you too, even if you're at each other's throats." Dante approached them as the moth demon reflexively pointed her spear at him. "Easy, Vaggie. It's just me," he said as he put his finger on the top of the blade and moved it away from him. "Where the fuck were you when we all got separated?" Vaggie spat. "Out of all the people I got stuck with, I was with this jackass. I was sent to the first floor where I had to shoot and slash my way up the stairs and took a few elevators." "Damn, there were so many stairs," Dante admitted. "But now, here I am with the both of you. You didn't see the others, did you?" "I'm afraid not, my dear boy. We have been together ever since and fought our way through tooth and nail," Alaster told the white-haired hunter as he fixed his monocle. "Since they weren't behind you, they must be scattered around the building." "I bet they ran into trouble," Dante said as he walked by the pile of bodies the two left. "You mean Mundus sent out some powerful demons after the others?" Vaggie asked, tilting her head in confusion. "That's my guess," Dante remarked. "And if I'm right, there should be some tough guys upstairs that we have to deal with. Come on." The three of them began to climb up the next stairwell and head to the upper floors. Dante, Alaster, and Vaggie fought their way up the higher levels as they reached the 40th floor. Standing right in front of them is a stone door that had several skulls on it with eyes glowing red and chains hanging. "Well, this seems kind of familiar," Dante muttered. "Can they get even more cheesier?" Vaggie rhetorically asked as she rolled her good eye. "Cheesy as they come," Dante said as he pushed open the door with both Vaggie and Al on either side of him. After opening the door, the three of them were in surprise as they saw Angel, Cherry, Terry, and Lechuza laying on the floor beaten up and very bloody. "Shit." Both Vaggie and Dante ran up to them. "Hey Angel, what happened here? Who did this to you?" The one-eyed moth demon asked as Angel's body was bloody to the point his fur was stained red. "Hey Vags." Angel coughed as he took deep breaths heavier than the last. "You don't have a chance of fighting this guy yourself. It was a 4-on-1 and still kicked our ass in next week." "Yeah, that Cabron bastard is no laughing matter," Lechuza said as her feathers were caked in dried blood. "Do you know what he looked like?" Dante asked as he got his answer sooner as the sounds of a high-pitched laughter rang from the room. "I should have known." As if out of nowhere, a familiar jester was right behind Dante. The demon hunter didn't dare look behind him and started to shoot. The same jester dodged the bullets easily, as if you're dancing to them. "Brings back old memories, doesn't it?" "Hello, devil boy," said the clown-like demon. "Should have known you would have ended up here after Virgil and I killed you," Dante remarked. "I'm surprised you came down here looking like that. Maybe Mundus needed a fool for when he decided to become King of Hell." "Very funny," the jester said before transforming into the center form of Arkham. "If there's one thing I know, it's that Lord Mundus will easily defeat Lucifer's forces since they were too laid back and haven't seen action in centuries. So they're more than rusty. Hate to break it to you, pal, but times changed, and so has Lucifer's army," Dante told the demonic priest. "Time to dance, clown," he said as he drew his pistols to shoot Arkham, only for him to turn into his jester form and avoid taking damage from the shots aimed at his feet. "That sure was a close one," the jester joked, fanning himself before Vaggie tried to stab him in the back. However, The clown dodged at ease as he moved to his left. "That's a naughty thing you did, dear. It's time you got a spanking," he said, getting into her face before teleporting behind her and striking her with his merit. The feeling of the so-called weapon stung Vaggie's back as she tried to jab at him again, only to have it be deflected by Arkham's scepter. With her weapon sent back, he summoned a flurry of energy spheres to attack Vaggie, knocking her right into Dante's arms. "I'm starting to fucking hate this creep," she grumbled. "Yeah, he's a real annoyance. Felt like I could have skipped fighting him those extra times when I first met the guy." Dante agreed as the trio was attacked with more magic orbs. "Care to tell the peanut gallery, my dear boy?" Alastor asked as he stepped up. He simply caught the balls of energy Jester threw at him. He casually tossed it aside, and the energy sphere exploded, damaging part of the wall. "Since you nicely asked, that clown is actually some scholar named Arkham who made my brother open the Temenajaru and unleash parts of hell where I was setting up my shop. Made me and Virgil fight one another while he stood on the sidelines in order to get Dad's power. But it corrupted him and turned him into a blob. He looked better that way if I'm being honest. Quite the mouth on you as always, Son of Sparda," Arkham said as he fanned himself. "Perhaps we should test your regeneration as I cut out your tongue." "No thanks," Dante bluntly said. "I kinda need it. This guy's cooking is actually pretty good," he remarked as he pointed a thumb at Alastor. "Why, thank you, Dante." Alastor smiled as he took the compliment well. "How about you and Vagatha here going up to the top floor while I enjoy some entertainment?" he told the demon hunter as his voice began to gain a staticky echo when he emphasized his words. "After all, you have a prize fight to win. Otherwise, things won't be like simpler times. Mundus and his forces have no respect for those of fair means. I find it distasteful, like it's bad meat. He's all yours, Smiles. Just don't underestimate him too much. He's a slippery eel," Dante warned the radio demon as he grabbed Vaggie by the arm and pulled her to the door leading upstairs. "Don't even think about it," Arkham exclaimed as he was ready to intercept them, but the demon was pushed back by many long, black tentacles that popped out of the floor. The shadowy tendrils flailed toward the jester and made him jump back a few times to avoid being crushed like the nearby furniture. Alastor wriggled his fingers in one hand to control the tentacles attacking Arkham, while the other hand was pointing his microphone cane at the defeated clients of the hotel. "I might not be able to get us to the top immediately, but I can at least bring you all down to safety," the radio demon said as he transported Angel and the others to a previous floor of the building while the attack on the enemy demon continued. Arkham may look like a fool on the outside, but he knew better than to fool around with someone that was a top-tier overlord. Seeing Alastor playing his own game with him, the jester demon snapped his fingers and sliced the black tendrils with energy waves. Ori! I never expected less from the infamous radio demon of hell," he said, clapping for the demon in red. "Lord Mundus sees great potential in you, radio demon. He would like for you to be one of his own. Think about it. If you were to switch sides, you could easily have all the power you desire." Nope," Alastor bluntly stated. "As I said to our dear friend, I'm betting on him to kill Mundus when they meet each other. After all, Dante's the reason he was sent here in the first place." "So you'd rather risk it all on him than accept my lord's offer?" Arkham asked. "Indeed," Alastor said. "Besides, I don't wish to become one of those devil arms he collects after defeating a powerful demon. I'll be sure to make you into one after your death," Arkham threatened as he laughed and opened a portal out of thin air, sending magical spheres of energy out of it. The radio demon was not fazed by these small-time attacks as he snapped his fingers and created a portal for himself, sending balls of hellfire out from the portal at the clown. The attacks from both demons meet as they exploded when collided. Alastor's shadow manifested itself as a copy of the deer demon and summoned a shadowy hunting rifle out of thin air. Arkham dodges many of the shots that Alastor's shadow fired, but one bullet did get the jester in the chest. "Oh, I am dying. Oh, what a cruel world. I had so much to live for," the clown said as he reenacted a scene similar to The Mask. "So cold, it's getting dark. I'll make sure you get a proper spanking. Jester's gonna spank your butt." "Spank you in the butt." The jester demon laughed as he got up in perfect health and taunted Alastor by spanking himself. "No wonder Dante is so irritated by you," the radio demon said as I twitched. He then looked at his shadow double hunting rifle and hummed in thought. "I should use something with more kick to it," he told himself as he snapped his fingers and the rifle was changed into a double-barrel shotgun. His shadow cocked the weapon in his hands and blasted hellfire to scorch the clown. Arkham was shot back and a gaping hole was in his abdomen after the attack. "That really hurt, you know," the clown said, shaking himself off as his body started to repair itself at a rapid pace. "Super healing, you gotta love it. But now I think it turns to bring out the big guns," he laughed as he jumped into the air and summoned a giant ball with a face on it. It had two different eyes, one blue and one red, as half of its face was purple and the other white with a toothless smile across its face. Arkham stood on the ball with perfect balance as it started to bounce around the arena. It then jumped right at Alastair to flatten him, and Arkham couldn't help himself but laugh as the radio demon was about to be crushed. That seems to be like fun. Mind if I have a go at it? Alastair asked as he somehow invaded Arkham's personal space. I have to say that this was quite the show, but I'll admit it was nothing more than an opening act. Arkham looked confused before he shoved Alastair off the ball and had it bounce once more to crush the radio demon. I feel like I need to get some new tricks, but I have plenty more if you want to see them, he said before his shadow turned into sharp needles that punctured the ball and made it blow up. Arkham was sent flying as the ball exploded, then landed on his back. The clown still had a smirk, as he still had a trick up his sleeve. As soon as the ball exploded, another one took its place and started to laugh. As it did, it exploded into a swarm of energy spheres that rushed at Alastair, knocking the radio demon back and scorching his suit. The clown demon put his foot in the air as he transformed into his normal self. This foul play has gone for too long. I will finish you once and for all, radio demon, he said as the room started to change around them both as it was darker and Arkham's body turned to shadows. Alastair stood back up and felt a tingle of pain as he received new wounds as they bleed through his suit that was torn. What a shame. This was one of my favorite suits, the radio demon said to himself as he snapped his fingers, which healed his wounds and mended his tattered clothes. With this, I do believe that the time for fun's over, he remarked as his voice was filled with an echo of static and his eyes turned to radio dials. The radio demon's antlers began to grow and become sharper, looking like they belonged on a prize-winning buck. Al then looked as he saw his shadow form into another version of himself, ready to fight more. However, his shadow suddenly attacked him as it formed a knife and slashed at him, cutting up suit again. Alastair retaliated as he summoned his proper shadow, and the two forms cut one another as both of the shadows began to bleed, sending the ichor scattering across the walls. You should know that it is pointless since this is the trick I use to deal with your friends, Arkham stated, explaining that the shadowy doppelganger of Alastair was the technique used to injure Angel and the others. My dear fellow, I'm afraid that it won't do me in too hard. The radio demon laughed as a shadow stabbed its doppelganger through the chest. Then, it went behind its counterpart and slit its throat out as shadowy blood sprayed against the walls like a fountain. The art of shadow work happens to be in my domain. That makes both of us, Arkham said as he created shadow versions of Angel, Lechuza, Cherry, and Terry. All four of them surrounded Alastair as Terry's doppelganger charged first, sending the radio demon flying to the wall. Cherry's shadow took the opportunity to throw small bombs at Al, causing more burns and punctures from the explosions. The shadow of Angel summoned a baseball bat to strike Alastair's head, only for the extended antlers to catch the weapon and deflect it. I'm getting disappointed, good sir, Alastair said before he impaled Angel's shadow double with an assortment of spear-tipped red and black tendrils made from his own shadow. The shadow of Cherry threw more bombs at Alastair, but one of the shadowy beings caught them all and threw them back at the Cyclops. The shadow grew larger and showed its ginormous teeth, towering over the shadow of Cherry before it took a bite out of her upper half as the lower half ran around before melting like angels. The shadow of Terry stomped the ground and flared up his nostrils before charging it all again. But two of Al's shadow minions grabbed the bull by his horns and lifted him before pulling him in two like he was a wishbone. Lechuza's copy was the only shadow that was still standing, and she decided to keep fighting. Taking to the air, the shadowy owl harpy prepared her talons and swooped down toward the deer-like demon. But before she could even land a single digit on him, the shadow of the radio demon shot her out of the air like she was a duck, spearing her wing and sending her into a spiraling fall. When Lechuza fell, Alastair's shadows all swarmed the copy and ripped her to pieces, devouring whatever they could get their hands and teeth on. Seeing the gruesome sight, Arkham was admittedly unnerved before he steeled himself and was ready to keep fighting. I expected no less from you. However, since you and I have power over shadow, you should know that they also hold a weakness to the light, the former scholar said as he hit part of the wall that shot out a ray of light. The light was so bright that it forced all of Alastair's shadows to disintegrate and retreat into the darkness. The deer-like sinner grinned as he titled his head and looked on at the Arkham. Very impressive, my good sir. Not many know that trick. You can thank Dante for that when he defeated a demon called Doppelganger. Arkham told the red-clad demon as he hit another part of the wall to shine on Alastair, keeping him from summoning more shadows easily. I have to say, your battle strategy is improving, but it's still not enough to hold me down, Alastair chuckled as he fixed up his monocle. And before you ask why the reason is because of this, he said as he slammed his fist on part of the wall, creating a series of portals around Arkham, with beams of magical energy firing through each portal. The scholar was bombarded with energy blasts equal in power to his energy spheres. Alastor then summoned out his cane and struck the ground with it, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that stunned Arkham before he was engulfed with hellfire. The radio demon watched as the flames reflected in the glass of his monocle. But while he watched the flames, Arkham started laughing. Did I miss a joke? Something like that. Arkham said as he looked at the radio demon with a smirk that could match his own. Did it ever occur to you why I was in dis? Now that you mention it, I was wondering that myself. As far as I've seen, you aren't even worthy of being the servant of Mundus, Alastor said as he continued to burn the bald demon with mismatched eyes. But the attack wasn't doing damage to him, and the next thing Alastor knew, he was flung across the room as the demon before him was surrounded by a deadly purple aura. If you were listening to Dante earlier, I stole some of Sparda's power while he and his brother fought one another. But little did they know, after they defeated me, I kept a sliver of Sparda's power and used it to challenge Lucifer himself. Arkham admitted as his body started to morph into shape as it grew in size, his skin started to turn purple. But I was defeated and sent to that accursed place where I could be tortured for the rest of my days, he said as his body started to morph into something that was a much more blob-like creature with his arms and legs sticking out in different places. His red and blue eyes were popping out in different directions. His face became warped and went in different directions, and razor-sharp teeth started to pop in and out of the blob. Now witness the power of Sparda. Power of Sparda, you say? Huh. Everyone knows that Sparda never looked anything like that. However, I'm always happy to dance, Alastor said as the blob walked forward and started to cover the entire area in its purple, slime-like substance. The blob of Arkham slammed himself into the wall, trying to hit Alastor. But I was able to get out of the way and his opponent missing entirely. The blob starts to fire off bullets of the slime like a machine gun, which then hit the radio demon a little as he was nailed in the stomach and shoulder. Alastor pulled out the slime and fought back with his shadow, circling Arkham. Alastor's shadow surrounded the blob, but the shots from the shadowy hunting rifle weren't doing anything. The shadow then summoned a double-barreled shotgun and fired. But just like the rifle, the attack did very little. Looks like absorbing all of that power did more than just make him look hideous. I'll have to come up with something else. The radio demon told himself as he watched his shadow get its head bitten off by Arkham. That trick won't twice. Arkham laughed as Alastor's shadow was spit out and disintegrated. It's time I let my pets have some fun of their own, the corrupted blob said as he flung his slime in all directions. When the slime hit the walls and floor, it rippled before it popped right back up to eel-like creatures with horns on their head, surrounding Alastor. Well, this is quite interesting, the deer-like demon said as he was suddenly attacked by the legion of Arkham's minions. Alastor watched as the new monsters exploded when they impacted against something, then worked to avoid damage before he was hit by one, and the blast caused his monocle to break. Okay, no more playing around, he said as he unleashed an aura that was red as blood, destroying the eels and showing Arkham what he was truly capable of. The infamous radio demon changed himself into his full demon form when his antlers grew, his body stretched and became thinner, and his eyes became black as night. How about we end the show once and for all, he said with an unholy, staticky echo in his voice. I concur, Arkham agreed, condensing his chaotic form into a solid mass to function as armor. Both of the demons clashed with one another, tearing each other's flesh with each strike. The blob demon's arm got ripped off him courtesy of Alastor's jaw, but the severed arm slapped the radio demon in the face before crawling back to its owner and reattaching. Alastor rammed himself at the blob as the purple demon wailed and hit the overlord. The radio demon pulled away as one of his horns broke off into Arkham, but it grew right back in seconds as the old one was still jammed inside the blob's gut. Was that the best you could do? I had much worse from the Sparda brothers. Arkham laughed off the attack. Not exactly. The radio demon laughed as he bleed his hand and started to chant as symbols began to appear out of thin air. Arkham's blob-like body started to feel pain as the antler that was inside him started to expand, tearing him from the inside as the severed bone continued to grow inside Arkham. Arkham tried to separate the antler that was inside him, but it expanded so much that it prevented him from taking it out of him and moving, rooting into him like a tree branch around a pole. Within moments, the antler stuck out his skin and began piercing him from the inside. The former scholar reverted back into his original demon form as the entire battlefield returned to normal. Arkham was lying on the ground as he coughed out the pieces of the antler that was inside him. Seeing as the demon was now weakened, Alastor walked up while still in his full demon form. Ow! How could someone like yourself defeat me? I have the power of Sparda, Arkham coughed. My friend, just like in the past, Sparda's power rejects you, Alastor said in his static-filled, demonic voice. But I wonder, if you stole a little of Sparda's power, what would it taste like? He asked himself as he growled before he bit down on the former scholar. Arkham's screaming echoed through the room along with the tearing of flesh and crunching of bones. After 10 minutes, Arkham was nothing but a splatter of blood. Tastes like complete and utter garbage, the radio demon told himself as he reverted back to his normal self. But then again, it's just a cheap version of the real thing. Very low quality, if I say so myself. But it did have some kick thanks to that power he stole, looking at his hands as he could feel his own powers increase at a larger rate. But his train of thought was interrupted as he heard the door behind him open to reveal Charlie and IMP entering. "All right, you pieces of shit. Get ready for the wait. No one's here." "What the fuck? Is that the radio demon?" Blitzo said as he aimed his pistol, but saw the carnage from Alastair's snack before noticing the Overlord himself. "I'm so glad you see you here, Al." The Princess of Hell sighed with relief to see a familiar face. "But where's everyone else? Are they up ahead?" "Not to worry, my dear. I teleported everyone we know back to the ground floor, where they're safe and sound." Dante and Vagatha went on up to confront Mundus and whatever remaining threats there are, Alastair told her as he snapped his finger to summon a new monocle and placed it in front of his right eye. "Dante and Vaggie are ahead," Charlie asked the radio demon. "Of course. If you run along now, you might be able to catch up to them," the radio demon told her and the assassins. "Thanks, Al," the Princess of Hell told him, and she and IMP ran up ahead and then stopped. "Are you coming with us?" "Oh no, you go on ahead. Someone has to check up on the others," he waved at them. The Princess of Hell couldn't waste any more time as she, the imps, and Luna ran ahead. Once they were completely gone, Alastair started to cough as small amounts of blood exited from his mouth and into his hand. "Oh dear, it looks like that clown did a lot more to me than I expected," he told himself as he made a portal to the lower level of the building. "Hope the others are holding their ground," he said, walking through and closing it behind him. Chapter 28. Mission 28, Clashing Spears. As Alastair was holding off Arkham, Dante and Vaggie fought through a horde of lesser demons that got in their way. When will they ever learn? Dante asked no one in particular as he took out Redgrave and spun it around the tips of his finger. "You ready, Vags?" "You know I am," the moth demon said as she pulled out her spear. "Let's dance then, shall we?" Dante smirked as he fired the handheld Gatling gun at as many frost demons and prides as he could. Spinning the barrel of the gun to power up his next shots, Dante was able to turn every demon foolish enough to charge at him into a bloody mist from the blasts. He spun the barrel of the gun again as he fired, attacking with even more powerful shots. The demon hunter tossed his weapon in the air, replacing the automatic weapon with Vox's railgun. Dante let loose a powerful blast from the gun, disintegrating the demons that were in front of him with ease. Vaggie stabbed and slashed with her spear to cut down several enemies, then thrust her weapon into a shadow as it tried to pouch on her. "Stupid cat," she spat. The girl soon spun herself around and threw her daggers at some rats as they were getting closer to her, piercing them easily and making them explode on impact, taking down their fellow demons. "Nice one, Vags," Dante said as he cut down a nobody in half with dread. "Don't get too comfortable," Vaggie stated as she tackled an abyss demon, drew out one of her throwing knives, and continuously stabbed in the skull. "What, you're still mad at what happened in the hotel?" "She got too tipsy and I had to carry her up the stairs," the demon hunter said to her as he threw Royal Ace at a few Cyrus, electrocuting them once the cards were stuck into their skulls. "Not to mention, you were partying hard just like everyone else." "Shut up," Vaggie spat as she jabbed her spear into a hell gluttony. "And here I thought we were bonding," Dante thought to himself. The demon hunter shrugged it off before summoning Balrog and punching a blitz demon to a pulp before the last punch sent the demon ablaze. After making their way through a hallway, they reached the 49th floor, where they came face to face with a Hell Vanguard blocking a door that looked to be ancient. "Well, this party is getting crazier by the minute," Dante laughed as he drew Rebellion from his back. "Ready to take this guy on?" "Is that a serious question?" Vaggie asked as she readied her spear. The Vanguard screeched as it swung its scythe at the pair. Dante blocked the attack with his sword, then pushed the demon back. Vaggie took this as an opening and tried to drive her spear right into the Reaper-like demon, only for it to vanish. Both she and Dante stood back to back as they both looked around to find him. Suddenly, a portal opened out of nowhere, and the Vanguard swung at Vaggie ready to slice off her head, only for the moth demon to tilt her body back as some hairs on her bangs were cut off. As she arched her back, Dante fired Ivory with his free hand, hitting the Hell Vanguard in the shoulder before it teleported once more. "You're all right there, Vaggie?" "Yeah, I'm Phoenix. Pedazo de mierda, piece of shit. Just trim some of my hair," she said as she checked her bangs. "I managed to hit the son of bitch before he teleported." "Keep your eye peeled," Dante told her as he looked around on guard. The demon hunter put his gun away as he held both hands on his sword. Within a blink of an eye, a portal opened once more and the Hell Vanguard charged forward ready for another attack. Smirking, Dante blocked the swing of the attack, and once more pushed the demon back. Now Vaggie, without hesitation, the Moth Demoness took the opportunity and stabbed the Reaper in the chest. The Hell Vanguard screamed in vain as Vaggie continued to drive her spear into the demon before Dante took his turn and beheaded it. Vaggie spat at the dead Vanguard before muttering curses in her native tongue. Withdrawing his sword, Dante looked at the door that was in front of them and examined it. Don't want to sour the mood, but we have one more obstacle in our way. You gotta be shitting me. After all that running, we're not even close to that bastard, Vaggie asked as she gritted her teeth to hold her frustration before realizing something. Wait, how do you know we are not even close? If I know Mundus, he wants to make himself look like he's God. The door in front of us looks like a stone slab. That's not his style. He likes to make it look fancy, like iron with some decor to it. Dante explained to her. So you're saying that someone other than that fiendish clown is guarding him? She asked. Pretty much. I just don't know what we're facing, he said as he took out both ebony and ivory, twirling them in his hands. Then there's only one way to find out, Vaggie said to him as she and the demon hunter pushed open the door. Entering the new chamber, they saw that it was some sort of pocket dimension. Inside was flat grassland, just like they were on a meadow battlefield. This seems too pretty for a demon guarding his boss, Vaggie thought to herself as she looked around to find the demon that was guarding this room. Without warning, a spear came flying through the air at the demon hunter, but he blocked the attack with his sword and deflected it away. The demon jumped back a few feet and managed to catch the spear in his hand. You're as good as Lord Mundus said you were, but I didn't expect you to be this good. Wait, this is the last line of defense of Mundus? A teenager, Vaggie questioned as she was confused at the scrawny-looking man that was feet away from her and Dante. Looks aren't everything. I didn't even see that guy coming our way. Alas, that I am. I am Mundus's guard dog. The name's Siu Chulin. The demon introduced himself. Kuchulayin, as in the Irish legend, the demon hunter asked. I'm surprised you even ended up down here. The very same, lad, the spearman said as he balanced his spear on his shoulders. Though I admit, I wasn't expecting myself to be in hell. You know this guy? Vaggie asked. I know of him. He was this very skilled warrior that got his name when he took the place of a man's guard dog when he killed it. Had to protect the place until a new hound came along, Dante said. After that, he was trained as a warrior and ended up having to fight an entire army on his own when this queen wanted to take a prize bull. Vaggie looked at Dante strangely when he said that. Why? I don't know. The main point is he slaughtered a huge number of them on his own through single combat, Dante stated. And I won every one of them, Siu Chulin said with pride in his voice. Well, all but one, that is. The duel I had with Sparda. Can't say I'm surprised. Dad fought many legends throughout history. The devil hunter stated as he remembered the tales he and Virgil listened to of his many adventures. So, care to explain how he beat you? Gladly. It all started in Ireland, Siu Chulin said. Ireland, many years ago. Come on, you cunts. Is this the best you got? Siu Chulin asked as he had beaten so many men on the field as they were either dead or gravely wounded. Do any of you have what it takes to face me? I'll accept that challenge. A voice spoke out as it was a white-haired man in black armor with a large sword stepped forward. And who the bloody hell are you? Siu Chulin asked with his spear pointed. You can call me Sparda, the man said to the Celtic warrior. Sparda? That's an odd name. Well, not as odd as mine. Siu Chulin laughed a little before holding his spear in position, aiming it right at the Dark Knight. May the best man win, even if I'm not technically a man yet. Don't get too cocky, kid, Sparda said dully as the Irish warrior jabbed his weapon at him, but the white-haired demon dodged the attack with ease. Siu Chulin put more effort into his thrusts as he attacked again, but the demon continued to dodge it. Is it the best you got? Getting angrier with each failed thrust, Siu Chulin watched as just one swing of Sparda's sword threw his weapon into the air. When the spear landed on the ground behind him, the Celtic warrior transformed into his warp spasm form and charged at the Dark Knight. He threw a punch at Sparda, but the demon in disguise jumped at the right time as the hulking Irishman left a crater in the ground. That is some power you have there. But raw power alone isn't enough, Sparda told the man as the hulking figure turned towards him and threw another punch at him. But the Dark Knight stops with one hand and keeps it steady when he uses his other hand to take out Force Edge from his back and pointed the blade at Siu Chulin's throat. Siu Chulin kept still as he tried to attack, but Sparda pushed the blade deeper into his neck, with the tip of the sword digging into him. The Celtic warrior watched as blood trickled along the blade. Resist, and your life will end here and now, he said as he kicked the man back. Siu Chulin reverted to his normal self. Shaking off his rage and looking at the man who easily bested him in combat, Siu Chulin asked the following. Who the hell are you? I know for sure you're not human. You're right. The truth is I'm a demon, Sparda told him as he transformed into his demonic form with Force Edge changing alongside him. Now, in his true visage, Sparda saw the fear in the Celt's eyes before he lowered the blade and turned back into his human disguise. Siyu Chulin was confused at first about the Dark Knight, not attacking him further. Why are you sparing my life? Aren't demons supposed to kill humans? Not me. I saw something in humanity when I fought my brethren and defeated a great foe. I swore myself to humanity and chose to protect them. You're still young. You still have a future for yourself, no matter how short it could be, Sparda told Siyu Chulin as he walked off into the distance. End of flashback. After that fight, I kept fighting until my death when I battled Morgan's army and succumbed to my wounds. It took trickery to best me, but I managed to cut off my last foe's arm even after I passed, Siyu Chulin told the duo. So that's how you died. Well, at least you went out like a badass. I'll give you that much, the demon hunter told the final enforcer. I'm guessing you'll give me two different options. Either you let me pass because my dad showed you mercy and wished to return the favor, or I have to fight you to get past you because if you beat me, it will show that you could beat my dad. You're kind of right on the second one, Siyu Chulin shrugged as he readied his spear at the Son of Sparda. Now, prepare yourself. Dante was ready to fight against the spearman until Vaggie stepped in front of him with her spear at the ready. Vaggie, what are you doing? What does it look like? I'm going to hold this guy off so you get to the top where Mundus is, Vaggie told her while still keeping her eye on Siyu Chulin. You're going to need all your strength, so a casual walk upstairs isn't going to hurt you. As heartwarming as that is, I can't let you do that. This guy is no joke, Dante said to the Latina. I've held my own before you even showed up here. Get going before I pin you to the wall while I fight this motherfucker, Vaggie told him. Dante was going to counter an argument, but Siyu Chulin dashed forward to pierce the Son of Sparda, only to have Vaggie block the attack and kick him aside. Go now. Seeing as Vaggie was holding her own against the legendary Irish warrior, Dante took her advice and ran ahead to face off his family's old foe. You better not die on me. Charlie will kick my ass 10 years into the future if you do, he said before leaving. Same to you, Vaggie told him before she saw him run to the next level. You're not getting away that easily, Siyu Chulin shouted at Dante, kicking Vaggie away from him. When the Celtic demon turned his back on her, a knife flew past him and cut his cheek. I'm your opponent, Subweso, hound, Vaggie told the Irishman. Está seguro de que deberías llamarme esa chica polilla. Are you sure you should be calling me that, moth girl? Siyu Chulin said to her in Spanish. Vaggie was surprised that the spearman was able to talk back to her in her native tongue. I met with a few Spaniards in Ireland. Well, I'm not Spanish. I'm Salvadorian. Vaggie corrected him before she lunged forward with her spear, thrusting it at Siyu Chulin. But the Irish legend playfully dodged her attack as he tilted his head and turned his body left or right, depending on the angle of the spear. The moth demoness gritted her teeth as her temper was getting a hold of her as her spear thrusts became sloppy. Is that really the best you got? I mean, I knew boys that were half my age who used a spear better, Siyu Chulin smirked as if to tease the Salvadorian. This made Vaggie's blood boil even more as she gave a thrust at Siyu Chulin, just as the spearman predicted. He soon dodged the attack and placed his hands on the holy spear she was holding, then kicked the sinner right in the gut, making her drop the weapon and go flying into the wall. Vaggie's entire body ached at the impact as cracks spread on the wall like a spider's web. Groaning as she got herself out of the wall, Vaggie looked at the young warrior in front of her as he simply stretched. I think I overestimated him. You think? Siyu Chulin asked her rhetorically as he held his spear right at her neck. I have to admit, I was expecting more of a challenge, he told the moth demon as he pressed his weapon's tip at her neck, getting close to her face. I do have to admit, lass, you are a pretty thing. Get your fucking hands off me, you damn prick. Vaggie gritted her teeth at him as an image of a skull in her good eye. At that, Vaggie grabbed a knife from under her clothes and threw it at his side. Siyu Chulin grunted in pain and clutched his side, pulling his spear away as he did. This allowed Vaggie to slug him right in the face with a hard punch. Siyu Chulin stumbled back as he put a hand covering his face, checking to see if the moth demoness broke his nose. While it wasn't broken, he did feel blood dripping from his nostrils. Smirking, the Irish warrior wiped the blood from his nose. You're a fierce one, lass. You punch your boyfriend the same way. I'm a lesbian, you dumbass, Vaggie shouted at Siyu Chulin, who only tilted his head in confusion. A homosexual. Oh, Siyu Chulin said as he didn't expect that. Well, to each their own, he said as he kicked up her spear and spun it around his hands before tossing the weapon at her. Shall we keep up our duel? Let's, Vaggie said as she picked up her holy spear. The Irish warrior summoned his own spear and pointed it at the demon girl. Okay, this time I have to fight with a cool head, she told herself as she gripped her spear before dashing forward as she locked her weapon with his. Both spears hit one another and sparks flew between the blades. Vaggie's quick jabs were matched up with Siyu Chulin's as the Irish warrior was keeping up with her. You really think you can bet me in a fight? Siyu Chulin asked as he used his strength to push Vaggie back. No, I just needed to get you close enough, Vaggie said as she kicked him right in the groin. Siyu Chulin moaned in pain as he felt his family jewels crack. The Irish warrior's guard was lowered as the moth demon took the opportunity and thrust her spear at Siyu Chulin, hitting him in the side. The Irish demon screamed like a banshee as he pushed Vaggie away with her weapon still in hand. Siyu Chulin hissed as his side was bleeding black and purple ichor. He started to heal himself, but his wounds were recovering slowly. A holy spear? This changes things, Siyu Chulin said as he stared at Vaggie. The Irish legend threw his spear at the side and yelled at the heavens above as he allowed his rage to take a hold of him and unleashed his warp spasm. Siyu Chulin's body turned inside out as he grew in size with his muscles bulking up and one eye bulging out like some sick beast. He stared down at a frightened Vaggie and grinned to himself as he grabbed a hold of the demonic moth. Mierda, shit, Vaggie said before she was grabbed by the gargantuan Siyu Chulin and slammed around like a rag doll. She tried to get out of his grip by going for one of her knives, but the hulk of a demon prevented her from doing so, and she couldn't even reach for a blade. With a roar, Siyu Chulin continues his assault on Vaggie, dragging her across the floor and slamming her across the walls. Her body became bruised and was starting to break. She had at least 4 broken ribs, a busted leg, a broken arm, and some internal bleeding. The Irish warrior then threw her to the wall, and after the impact, she slid down with a trail of blood following her. Moaning in pain, Vaggie tried to pick herself up off the floor and try to get one good hit in with her holy weapons. Unfortunately, Siyu Chulin rushed at her and grabbed her by the front of her shirt. "Get the fuck off me, Pero Rabioso, mad dog," she cried as she grabbed him with her good arm to keep him away. Not wanting to get smashed around again, Vaggie reached for a knife and tried to slash at his hand. But as she did, he pulled her forward and the arc of the swing ended up cutting her clothes instead. After she managed to brace her fall and stay on her good leg, Vaggie's eye went wide as she saw that her bare chest was exposed to Siyu Chulin. Without thinking, Vaggie covered herself with her face turning red in embarrassment. "Don't look at me." To her surprise, the hound of a warrior did just that and returned to his normal self. "Ah, not again," Siyu Chulin exclaimed. Again, Vaggie questioned as she grabbed what remained of her clothes and covered her chest. "Basically, when I first used my warp spasm when I was alive, I went out of control and the locals decided to show their boobs to distract me before the men dunked me into the water," Siyu Chulin explained as he still averted his eyes from Vaggie. "Okay, now I wish Dante would have told me that before. Would have actually helped," Vaggie muttered to herself. "It matters not. I'll still fight you," the hound of Chulin told her as he readied his spear and had his eyes shut. Just before the Irish warrior could attack, a surge of flames erupted from the door and Vaggie turned to see a trail of fire snaking its way toward her before it became a pillar that engulfed her. But instead of burning, it felt more like a comfortable warmth like being next to the fireplace on a winter's night. Looking down at herself, Vaggie watched the flames wrap around her before her injuries felt like they were healing on their own. "I know who can do this," she said with a smile as the flames changed color and turned into a brand new outfit for her. As the flames died out, both spear wielders looked to see that Charlie Morningstar was at the entrance to the chamber. "I'm glad I got here, just in time. I heard you and just rushed here," the Princess of Hell said. "If you're gonna get in my way, I will use this," Charlie threatened the Celtic demon as she placed her hand on the handle. "My fight is not with you, lass. It's a duel between this one and me," he said as faced Vaggie. "You may have healed nicely, but it won't happen again. I want you to heal up now that my girlfriend is here. We'll kick your ass together," Vaggie said as she picked up her spear. "If you're the last guy in our way, then I'll fight you too," Charlie said as she got into a fighting stance. "You aren't Sparda or his kin, so you can't draw on the full power of his blade," Siyu Chulin stated. "But if you want to join, lass, I have no problem making sure both of you are together at the end of this battle," he warned with a dog-like growl. "Sparda, give me your strength once more before facing Mundus," Charlie whispered to the sword. Both she and Vaggie stared down Siyu Chulin for a moment. Then all three ran toward each other with weapons drawn. The clash of metal rang out through the room as sword and spears clashed with each other. Even with help, Siyu Chulin was holding his own against both girls, and he was blocking and parrying each attack. "Come on, you're starting to bore me. I was expecting more of a challenge." "If it's a challenge you want, then it's a challenge we'll happily give you," Vaggie said as she and Charlie kicked the Irish spear wielder away a few feet before the moth demoness started to transform into her full demon form. Her body turned pale white, and her hair went from a grayish white to midnight black. Purple moth-like wings sprouted from her back. She grew 4 extra arms, and her bow looked as if it turned into a pair of antennae. "Been a while since I saw her transform," Charlie stated before extending her horns and getting serious. Both of the girls attacked, and Siyu Chulin blocked their attacks. However, The strength behind the blows was much stronger than before, and he had to go on the defensive as Charlie's use of Sparda's sword pushed him back. This gave Vaggie an opening as she took flight and dove right at the Irish warrior and struck his heart with her spear. The Celtic warrior gasped in pain as he saw the holy weapon stuck in his chest. "Again, I was bested. You've done well," Siyu Chulin said as he tried to pull the spear out of his chest, but was only able to snap the handle in half as the spearhead was still embedded in his flesh. "With your weapon broken, I will be its replacement," he wheezed out before his body faded and turned into a ball of light. "No fucking way." Vaggie gasped in amazement as she transformed back into her normal self. She held out her hand to grab at the sphere of light, and a bright flash shined. When it died down, Vaggie saw herself holding a brand new spear similar to what Siyu Chulin wielded earlier. The demon girl swung the weapon around and tested the weight of the new spear. She stabbed the air and saw red thorns shoot out from the weapon. Swinging the spear, she watched thorned vines trail with the blade before she made more powerful thrusts, extending the thorns more. With a final flourish of the polearm, she stabbed it into the ground, and a large thorned tree erupted from the ground for a moment before it quickly retreated back into the floor like it was never there. Satisfied, Vaggie smirked as she rested the spear on her shoulders. "Now I know why Dante likes to test these things out. It's pretty fun." "Vaggie, you were great," Charlie told her girlfriend and kissed her. "You beat a powerful demon and made it into a devil arm." "Thanks, hon, but to be honest, I would be dead if you didn't come in and help me," Vaggie told the Princess of Hell as she cupped her cheeks. Charlie only gave a smile to her girlfriend and seemed to squeak like a sound effect from a children's cartoon. "Oh, that was a lot of fucking stairs to climb up," Blitzo said as he was out of breath. "You're telling me," Millie said as she had to carry Moxie on her shoulders. It wasn't that bad," Luna said as she walked while looking at her phone. "Oh, we missed another big fight. That happened. Good. I can't move another step," Blitzo said while he fell face first on the floor. Suddenly, the building started to shake. "What now?" "I think Dante started his fight with Mundus," Charlie said as some debris started to fall from the ceiling and just missed crushing them. Charlie looked at the damage and saw how dangerous it would be upstairs. "Guys, you go back down. I'm going to go on ahead and help Dante." "Oh no, I did not just climb those fucking stairs just to go back down," Blitzo shouted. "How about I go and dash?" Before he could utter another word, Luna went ahead and knocked her foster father out cold and carried him fireman style. "You heard her. Let's get the fuck out of this building," Luna shouted as she ran to the door that leads downstairs. "And we just got here," Millie complained as she held Moxie bridal style and ran towards the stairs. "Vaggie, go with them. They can't make it out on their own," Charlie told her girlfriend. "No, I'm not going to leave you," Vaggie tried to argue back. "Mundus is no joke, which is why I need to help Dante." "Sure, he can beat Mundus on his own, but he might be up to something," Charlie told her. "This is an order from your princess." Biting her lower lip, the moth sinner knew she couldn't argue against her when she gives out an order. "Just come back in one piece." "That goes for that jackass too." "I will." Charlie smiled before hugging her girlfriend and running up to the next chamber. "You better bring her back, Dante, or I'll make sure your life is a living hell within hell," Vaggie told herself as she watched the princess ascend to the top of the building before heading down to join the others. Chapter 29. Mission 29, Devil Trigger. The final stairwell up toward the top of the building was a tiresome trek that might have been because Mundus probably messed with the internal structure of the building to be as dramatic as possible. For Dante, this was a cakewalk, a long and exhausting cakewalk, but he had much worse before. The demon hunter ran past the many enemies he obliterated as he reached the top floor. In front of him was a marble door with many designs on it as it depicted angels and demons fighting among one another. "This is it. No way this isn't that bastard's door," Dante told himself as he approached it. As the demon hunter opened the door, he started to hear the sounds of a pipe organ playing. Inside the room, many stone columns resembling what you would find in a Greek temple lined the walls and were placed through the center of the chamber. Dante walked inside the temple, and he saw the colossal stone demon sitting on a marble throne. "Dante," Mundus roared as all three of his eyes looked at the Son of Sparda. "It has been far too long. Same goes for you. Was it uncomfortable in your cage? Did the food get on your last nerve?" Dante joked as he stared straight up at the demon that saw himself as a god. "Jokes aside, the last time we faced one another, I told you to give my regards to my son. But with what you've been doing, I think it's about time you never see another member of my family again." "You're right. Your seed will not be born because you will die here," Mundus shouted as he shot bolts of lightning from his eyes at the demon hunter, who easily avoided the attack. "What? How is that even possible?" the three-eyed demon asked himself as Dante avoided the attack like it was nothing. "I think you're getting a little rusty. Then again, you've been locked in a box for a while, and I've been doing work that keeps me active," Dante explained as he approaches the demon. "Shows how much you can achieve over the years," he said approaching Mundus. The three-eyed demon shot more bolts of lightning at the Son of Sparda, only to have him again dodge the attacks and even deflect the last one right back at him. "Are you going to come out of that shell of yours, or do I have to break it off you?" the demon hunter asked as he pulled out ebony and ivory. "Very well. Witness my power," Mundus shouted as the stone demon broke free from his seat and a beam of light surrounded the room. As the light faded, the demon hunter saw that Mundus transformed the area around him into an open battlefield that looked like temple ruins floating around a clear blue sky like stepping stones. "Seems a little too peaceful for that guy," Dante told himself as he looked at his surroundings. Suddenly, a large gust of wind blew past, and he saw Mundus in his Zeus-like appearance with angelic wings made of stone. "Aren't you sick of always looking like that? I know Lucifer's a fallen angel, but we both know that you aren't exactly the nicest guy around." "Silence, you insect!" Mundus roared with rage as he slammed his fist right where the demon hunter was standing. The Son of Sparda jumped out of the way and landed on another platform. Making sure the Son of Sparda didn't have the chance to get a clean hit on him, Mundus summoned 4 large spheres that linked together to form a barrier. The demon lord then created smaller forms of his spheres and sent them off like attack drones. The energy balls swarmed around their target and fired lasers at Dante. The demon hunter quickly dodged the attack from the smaller drones, then countered by firing his pistols. Dante was able to destroy some of the drones, but more took their place as the numbers increased. Switching his strategy up a little, Dante changed out ebony and ivory with his royal ace, then started to toss the electrical cards at the tiny drones. With the cards stuck in their targets, Dante snapped his fingers and the cards detonated to send out a chain reaction. With the electricity destroying the drone orbs, Dante stuck out his hand and the cards immediately returned to him, still doing the same thing as always. "I guess it's true that you can't teach an old dog new tricks." The demon lord tried to shut the Son of Sparda up as he shot a bolt of lightning at him, only for the demon hunter to once again avoid the attack. "When I get my hands on you, I will be sure to stitch that fucking mouth of yours shut." "Oh, looks like I finally struck a nerve." Dante smirked as he used Royal Ace to destroy one of Mundus' barrier spheres. The demon hunter made sure to keep on the move as he saw that the three-eyed demon lord was throwing anything he could use. Mundus summoned a meteor shower next to attack the Son of Sparda, but Dante hit every one of the meteorites with rebellion as if he was in a batting cage and sent them back at Mundus. Luckily for Mundus, the barrier he created was still holding up and it took the impact of the meteor being hit at him like a grand slam. However, the damage still destroyed a sphere, and the third one was shaking like it was hit too hard. Smirking to himself, Dante proceeded to destroy the third sphere that was holding up Mundus's defense and sliced in half, with the sphere then dissolving into pieces as it hit the ground. The demon hunter eyed the fourth barrier sphere. Jumping from platform to platform, Dante summoned up Redgrave and spun the barrel to shower the last defense with a hailstorm of energy bullets. With the last of Mundus' defenses destroyed, the would-be god was left alone with Dante. "But you've been wondering about these new toys." "Let's just say I've been busy," the Son of Sparda said before spinning the barrel of Redgrave again. With Mundus wide open for an attack, the demon hunter fired the devil arm at the colossal three-eyed demon and saw the energy bullets pierce his body. Mundus roared with pain as he felt the bullets hit his body and his stone-like skin began to crack. "Enough," he shouted as he backhanded the demon hunter and sent him flying. As Dante soared through the air, he hit a few platforms before slamming into a floating pillar. Angry at the Son of Sparda, Mundus unleashed a storm of energy needles to pierce into Dante's body. The demon hunter groaned in pain as the needles struck him, but the demon hunter pulled himself free and his wounds started to heal up. "I knew he wasn't going to make things easy for me," he muttered himself before he jumped onto a platform and stared at the demon. "Let's see how long we can keep this party going," he said, cracking his neck and summoning dread into his hands. Just like before, Mundus summoned more spheres to act as his defense while his wound starts to heal. "Try to destroy all of these if you can. By the time you get to me, my body will be healed up once more." Mundus laughed as he summoned 8 spheres for his defense while more drones started attacking Dante. "Hate to admit it, but he's right. As soon as I destroy those orbs of his, he'll just be fully healed like I didn't deal some damage to him. And these flying balls don't help," Dante thought to himself as he swung dread at the many orbs that attacked him. After slashing through all the energy drones, he switched to the Devil Arms rifle formation and shot down 2 of Mundus' shield orbs in 1 shot each. But by doing so, he was wide open for an attack when another wave of drones came zooming toward him. But before any of them could land a single hit on Dante, a raging inferno engulfed them, and Dante watched as they turned into ash. "I guess I'm fashionably late to this party," Charlie announced her presence as she approached the demon hunter. "Charlie, what are you doing here?" Dante asked the Princess of Hell. Looking at his girlfriend, he noticed that she was carrying his father's sword on her back. "You brought Dad's sword from my office. If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't alone," Charlie smiled sheepishly. She then took the blade off her back and presented it to him. You'll need this so you can beat him. The son of Sparda looked at his father's legendary sword, then focused on Mundus as he was healing. Hold on to it for now. I'll use it later, Dante said to her as he placed his hand on hers and made her grip the handle. I'm sure your dad will try to kill me if he saw you get hurt on my watch. Thanks for saving me, by the way. I figured since those things were going to attack you from behind, Charlie said as she looked where Dante was looking and eyed the giant stone demon who had his arms crossed as he flapped his wings. So that's Mundus? The demon that tried to dethrone my father and failed? I knew he was powerful, but I had no idea he could make a universe out of a building, let alone a room. The demon lord looked at Charlie as all three of his eyes narrowed. So the spawn of Lucifer and Lilith has come to join the fray. Mundus spat as he brought up Charlie's parents. I'll be sure to put your corpse on display once I finish with you both. Not gonna happen, Dante said to the three-eyed demon as he pulled out Vox in one hand and Valentino in the other. Ready to exterminate this bastard once and for all, babe? You know it, Charlie exclaimed as she held on to Sparda with one hand and had her horns extend to show she was taking the fight seriously. Playing the Devil May Cry anime theme song, Mundus unleashed a combination of lightning and meteors at both Dante and Charlie. But both the son of Sparda and the daughter of the devil avoided both assaults and continued to move forward. The demon lord saw them both approaching as he summoned more of his drones to attack. Charlie saw the drones approaching her and Dante as she surrounded Sparda with her hellfire and gave a powerful slash that obliterated the enemies in that one powerful slash. However, they were a distraction for the three-eyed demon to attack her. Fuck, Charlie muttered before she saw the silver beam come right at her. But just before it could hit her, the strangest thing happened. The last thing Charlie saw was a white and red blur rushing toward her. Then she felt like she was being held. Looking at everything, she noticed it was as if time stopped moving and the beam of light was frozen in place. She tilted her head slightly in confusion as she wondered what happened, then saw the red sleeve by her shoulder. I guess this makes us even now that I saved your skin. Dante smirked as he was carrying the Princess of Hell bridal style before placing her back on her feet on platform. If you're thinking of rewarding me when this is over, a strawberry sundae will do just nicely. You'll get more than a strawberry sundae. I promise. Charlie winked at him. I'll keep that in mind, Dante told her as he fired Vox's railgun at an orb that was frozen in time. The demon hunter shot at another as Charlie joined him in the assault. After a third shot from the electrical weapon, Dante switched it for the cane whip sword as he destroyed another one of Mundus' orbs with the flaming moth that swarmed it. Charlie charged up her energy as she conjured up a large ball of fire, then threw it like a bowling ball so that it would explode and obliterate the remaining orbs. Dante felt himself nearing his limit, so he snapped his fingers and ended the use of his Quicksilver style. With time resuming, Mundus yelled in pain as he felt the explosion and heat from Charlie's attack. His hardened stone shell began to crack, and he appeared to start bleeding from the chipped pieces. The demon hunter saw this and aimed with his weapons. He fired Vox with one hand and summoned the hellish moths with Valentino in the other hand, inflicting more pain toward Mundus with insects made of burning lighting. Mundus grunted in pain as he clutched at the largest wound he had sustained. Not wanting to make this more unbearable for him any further, Mundus gave off a loud yell. When he did, the blue skies surrounding all three of them turned into an amber color before shattering entirely. End of song. Just outside of Hell Cable Inc., members of Hell's Royal Army carried wounded civilians away on stretchers, including the raiding party that joined Dante. Vaggie and the members of IMP made their way outside the building, seeing all the destruction that Mundus created while she and the others were inside Mundus's nest. Se que esto es el infierno, pero esto es una locura total. I know this is hell, but this is utter madness, the moth demon said as she looked at everything. Vagatha, is that you? The moth demoness heard someone call out her name and turned to see that it was Lilith. Vaggie ran to the Queen of Hell, hugging her waist. It's so good to see you safe. But where's Charlie? Did you see her? Yeah, I did. However, Vaggie said as she looked away for a few seconds, hesitant about saying where Charlie was. But the moth sinner looked back at Lilith and sighed before she told the truth. Charlie went on ahead to give Dante his father's sword. After hearing this news, the Queen of Hell had a face that said, both, why didn't you go with her? And I'm glad you're in one piece. Lucy is not going to like hearing this, she sighed as she couldn't believe her daughter would rush into danger like that. But then again, she knew Charlie was always the type to help others when needed. Well, at least she'll be with Dante. I'm sure that they'll defeat Mundus. I'll be sure to tell Lucifer gently, she said as she walked away from the moth demon to report the news to her husband. Why do I get the feeling that things are about to get worse? Vaggie muttered to herself. As if on cue, the ground started to shake hell. The moth girl was doing her best to keep herself balanced as the cause of the shaking was coming near the building she came out of. And out from the ground came a tapeworm-like demon that was the size of a bullet train. It had a bronze-colored exoskeleton, 16 green eyes, and a claw-like mouth. Instead of legs, it has winged fins as it flew around the area and gave off a low screeching sound before shooting bolts of lightning at the many demons below. The soldiers of Lucifer that were standing below the floating insect were electrocuted and fried up. Some of the remaining soldiers of hell fired their holy weapons at the demon, but its skin proved to be very tough as the bullets bounced off. The demon again shot more lightning balls underneath its body, electrocuting the soldiers with ease. Vaggie eyed the demon flying above everyone and transformed into her full demon form before she flew up to meet with the giant insect. I've had a long day, and I'm getting sick of these feral demons attacking us because Mundus wants to be in charge, she shouted as she took out the Gibulg and stabbed the demon, only to have it bounce off its skin. The Gigapede saw what the moth demoness was doing and tried to flee from her. "Come back here, you coward," she growled before chasing the beast. The demon was fast, but Vaggie was able to keep up with it. The moth sinner was gaining on the flying tapeworm, and after a burst of speed, she landed on the demon's tail. Vaggie was stabbing the creature, but its skin was too tough to penetrate. What the fuck is this thing made of? Diamonds. Vaggie's temper was boiling, but she kept thinking of a way to kill the monster. She looked at her spear, then at the creature she was riding on. Seeing the many eyes it had, an idea came to her. Since she couldn't pierce the exoskeleton, she would have to go for one of its eyes. The moth demoness proceeded to move closer to the flying insect's head, and the large demon knew it was in trouble. The Gigapede spun itself around the air as it hoped to shake the Vaggie off of them. But Vaggie still held onto its back as she was inching her way to the demon's head. The Gigapede tried to release electricity, but she was literally on its back, and the lightning didn't reach up to its body. Vaggie held onto the demon's back as it spun around in a loop just to shake her off. "You're not going to get rid of me that easily, you bastard," she shouted, inches away from the head. Vaggie kept herself steady as she finally reached the head of the Gigapede. The moth demon looked at the pale green eyes of the beast as they looked back at her. With the Gibulg in her hands, she lunged the spear right into the center eye, making blood and ichor spill all over the Gigapede's face. The beast screamed in agony as it got stabbed. Then the pain got worse as black and red thorns rapidly grew from its many eyes and spread throughout the body like an infestation of weeds taking over a garden. The Gigapede's wails were getting weaker as the spreading thorns and vines pierced throughout its body, ripping it apart from the inside out. The thorns punctured the monster's throat and silenced the parasite while the fin-like legs it had become tangled up. With all the damage dealt to it, the feral demon made a crash landing and destroyed many buildings in its wake. The Gigapede gave one final gurgling hiss as it stopped breathing and its tough exoskeleton was forced out of place, leaving its body as nothing but a giant thorn bush with ichor-covered branches and shards of armor hanging off it. Vaggie pulled the spear out of the demon's eye socket and was surprised that it was not only more effective than her old spear, but that it took down a demon with just one stab. "Wow, I think I found a new favorite weapon," she said, impressed by the devil arm Siyu Chulin became for her. Moments after the Gigapede was killed, another hell shake happened. But this time, it was much more violent and came directly from the top of Hell Cable Incorporated. An explosion erupted from the top of the building, and chunks of the tower dropped on various demons. As everyone looked up, they saw Mundus as his entire body floated above the wreckage. He held out his hand as a ball of energy shot out from his palm and destroyed the edge of Pentagram City as if a nuclear explosion detonated. He then fired at another corner and destroyed that part of the city. The three-eyed demon laughed as he was destroying hell itself. His fun stopped as two flashes of light stuck and clipped his wings, grounding him and destroying the building he was standing on. The three-eyed Titanic demon looked to see that both Dante and Charlie attacked and started glaring at him. "It's over, Mundus. How about you stop before all of hell sees me beat you here and now?" Dante said, pointing rebellion at the demon. "It will never be over," Mundus said as he raised his hands towards a part of the city and fired a beam of light in that direction. As Charlie looked where the three-eyed demon fired his attack, she realized that the attack was going in the direction of the hotel. Seconds later, an explosion was seen and the Princess of Hell was now full of rage. "This gigantic piece of shit is going down. He's murdered and hurt my people for too long," Charlie glared at the demon lord, gripping Sparda tight as she lunged forward. The Princess of Hell thrust the gigantic sword at the demon lord, only for the three-eyed demon to summon a wall made of lava to halt her attack. "Foolish girl, did you think you could beat me?" Mundus mocked as he summoned another pillar of lava. Charlie evaded the coming attack, but Mundus's fist landed a clean blow on her, and she was sent crashing into a nearby building. The three-eyed demon laughed as the heir to Hell's throne was sent back by his fist. Once again, foolish, he said, ready to blast her and anyone else in her direction, only to halt as a spray of water stung at him and hit the lava surrounding him into hardened rock. "Forget I was here," Dante commented as he was pointing Maelstrom at the giant statue of a demon. The demon lord moaned in annoyance as he struggled to get out of his trap. "Looks like you're stuck." "Perfect," Dante smirked as he cracked his knuckles and summoned Balrog. Rushing forward, Dante delivered a flurry of punches and kicks at the giant demon. With each blow, he struck Mundus with fire erupted from his hands and feet to break the demon's shell even further. Mundus' face broke apart as it revealed a giant eyeball with many hands and muscle fibers inside the statue-like demon. "You have angered me for the last time, Dante." Mundus spat as he broke free from the hardened magma. When he did, he reshaped the magma into a dragon and commanded it to attack the demon hunter. However, Dante was too fast and took out his trusted twin pistols to shoot the magma dragon into Swiss cheese. "How disappointing. Is that the best you got?" Dante mocked the demon lord as he was egging on the Colossus. The demon hunter charged at lightning speed and swung Rebellion at his foe. The damage was minimal, but it still did its job as the attack just cracked more of the tough stone skin Mundus had defending his body. The demon lord quickly grabbed Dante, leaving his upper half exposed. "I'm going to crush you like the bug that you are," Mundus said as he applied pressure to Dante's lower half, squeezing him like a stress toy. Dante refused to scream as he didn't want to give Mundus the impression that he was pleased to see his nemesis in pain, or somehow end up squeaking like a rubber duck. "Get your hands off my boyfriend," Charlie exclaimed as she came back riding on Zephyrus. The demonic horse galloped through the air as Charlie swung the sword at Mundus, cutting him in the face. Mundus yelled in pain before he swiped at her with his free hand. But the stallion's speed was too great for the demon lord as it circled her with ease. Charlie and Zephyrus charged in again at Mundus, attacking the hand he was holding Dante and loosening his grip. Once Mundus lost his grip, Dante managed to break himself free and shatter one of the giant demon's fingers. The demon hunter took out Rebellion and slashed at the demon lord's arm. Dante's sword swings caused the three-eyed demon's shell to start cracking further, making his muscle fibers start to show. Mundus let out a roar as he summoned pillars of magma right at the Princess of Hell to surround both her and Zephyrus, keeping from escaping. Charlie tried to escape, but with every turn she made, there was none. Mundus laughed as he watched the Princess of Hell being trapped like a caged bird. "Time to have the spawn of Lucifer and Lilith die right before their eyes," he said as he prepared a beam from his eyes and fired it at her. But before the attack could hit the pillars of lava, Dante leaped in and demonic energy surged from his body. With a shout, energy exploded from Dante's body and he changed from his usual human appearance to a more demonic look. His face and body became more reptilian with red scales across his arms and legs. His head gained spiky edges. There were cracks on his chest like magma, escaping a broken rock, and his coat now resembled a set of wings that were folded down. With his new appearance, everyone around the battle could feel the increase in power Dante revealed. It was even more evident when immediately after transforming, he slashed apart Mundus' attack like the time his brother used his bullets against him in their battle on top of the Temenan IGRU. With the attack cut down, Mundus looked like he was scared of Dante and his demonic form. The demon hunter looked back at the magma cage his girlfriend was in, and with a single swing of his blade, he cut down the prison to free her. With the magma cage destroyed, Zephyrus went down onto a nearby roof while Mundus could only gawk at the level of power Dante had now. "I need to borrow that," Dante said with a reverberating echo in his voice while in devil trigger form, pointing at Sparda's sword. "Oh, okay," Charlie said as she got off Zephyrus and handed the sword to Dante. The Princess of Hell was mesmerized by his demonic form and couldn't help checking him out. "So cool," she thought to herself as she watched the Son of Sparda get on Zephyrus and charge at Mundus with both swords in hand. "Time to end this," Dante declared, playing Devil Trigger from Devil May Cry 5. Not wanting to be beaten by the Son of Sparda once again, Mundus fired the many small red bolts from his back. Dante and Zephyrus dodged and cut down the projectiles with ease as the attack didn't faze them one bit. "How is this possible?" the demon lord questioned out loud as he summoned pillars of magma to attack the demon hunter. Dante swung Sparda with one hand to create a powerful slash that instantly hardened the magma, then swung Rebellion to shatter the stone with ease. After seeing Dante defend himself without much effort, the demon lord was now getting desperate as he used his large beam of light to try and obliterate Dante. But once again, the Son of Sparda cut the attack in half as Zephyrus continued to move forward. "It's over, Mundus," Dante yelled as he charged up both swords and slashed them with demonic energy that broke apart more of the giant demon's stone shell. Dante continued his dual-wielding assault as he sliced apart Mundus' armor. The three-eyed demon's stone skin shattered to reveal his true form. Without the godlike visage, he tried to present himself as on the outside. Mundus was nothing more than a grotesque demon of living muscle tissue with 3 large eyes and hundreds of hands. "Time to get rid of that ugly mug once and for all," Dante said as he charged his energy one last time for a final attack. Mundus screamed as he was being torn apart from getting sliced. "This can't be happening. Destroyed by the same spawn of Sparda," he said as he eyed Dante one last time. "Mark my words, Dante, someone will defeat you. And when they do, I'll be sure to torture you where I'm going." "Not likely," Dante said as Mundus exploded and disintegrated into millions of pieces. End song. After the final attack, both Lucifer and Lilith walked across the battlefield to see the damage that Mundus has created. "This is going to take some time to rebuild," Lucifer said as he could imagine the paperwork in his office. "Well, no city was built in a day, dear. It will take some time, but we'll recover," Lilith told her husband as they continued to walk around the wreckage. "Mom? Dad?" They heard Charlie's voice as they saw her on one of the roofs of a destroyed building and jumped down while using a jet of flames to slow the fall, landing gently before she ran to her parents. "Charlie, my baby, I'm so glad to see you safe and sound." Lilith embraced her daughter tightly. "Good to see you too, Mom," Charlie said as she struggled to get out of her mother's tight embrace. As the Queen of Hell let go of her daughter, Charlie came face to face with her father. "Dad, I know what you're going to say. You shouldn't have gone alone. You could have died or been captured and turned into a plaything. But I know part of you is mad, but I'm in one piece and I helped Dante. So scold me all you want. I'm really for your worst." The King of Hell chuckled at her daughter before he started to laugh his head off. "I had a feeling you were going to do this," he said, calming himself. "But I'm glad you're safe, Charlie," he said, hugging his daughter. "I know a few things are certain. The annual exterminations will be put to a halt for a while because of this, and sinners will be running to your hotel." "You mean it?" Charlie asked, as this was great news for her, even if Pentagram City was now turned to rubble after Mundus turned the place into a war zone. But then again, the irony of this was worse than anything heaven would throw at them. "Yes, I do," Lucifer told her as his daughter's eyes sparkled with joy. After today, it's hard to lie to her, he thought to himself as he heard the sounds of a horse neighing and saw the devil trigger form of Dante on the back of Zephyrus. "Hey," Dante said as his demonic voice echoed as he spoke. "Dante," the King of Hell asked as he hardly recognized the Son of Sparda. "For a second, I thought I was looking at your father. He looks better than his father," Lilith said as she licked her lips. "Honey, I know I allowed you to sleep with Sparda, but do remember Dante is not him," the King of Hell reminded her. "And you enjoyed that time with the 4 of us," Lilith countered. "Wait for," Charlie asked confused. "Your mother didn't tell you that?" "Me, her, Sparda, and his wife had Dash." "Okay, I think we both got the idea." Dante stopped the devil from giving him a mental picture of his parents' sexual exploits with the King and Queen of Hell. "I should take Charlie back to the hotel. I'm sure the place is a mess right now, and everyone must be worried," he said as he offered a hand to the princess. Charlie took the demon hunter's hand as she sat behind him as they rode towards the direction of the hotel. Both Lucifer and Lilith watched the two as if they rode into the sunset. "So you told him? Let's wait it out, apple pie. We all had a rough day. Let's wait until things are at least close to normal," he told his wife. "Besides, you promised me to wear that skimpy leopard print when this was all over." "I didn't forget. Now let's go back to the castle before we get questioned by the masses," Lilith said with a sly smirk as she brushed a fingertip under her husband's chin. "Right behind you, my queen," Lucifer said, following his wife for a night to remember. Both Dante and Charlie rode along the devastated road as they passed by the casualties on both sides. The demon hunter saw that Charlie looked saddened at the many citizens that suffered through this. "Charlie, I know it's not easy to look at. We indeed lost some lives, but we also saved a lot more. So cheer up, because I miss that smile." "Thanks, Dante," the Princess of Hell said as her frown turned into a small smirk and wiped at her eyes. "Charlie, over here," they both heard Vaggy's voice as they looked around to see the moth demon waving toward them. "Vaggy," Charlie called out to her girlfriend as she and Dante rode towards her with Zephyrus. "You're okay. How are the others?" "If I'm being honest, nearly everyone took a beating beside me in a laster," she told the blonde demon. "Those imps did suffer from a broken arm or something," she said before her attention was on the red demon that was riding with Charlie. "Dante, the one and only," the demon hunter said as he transformed back into his human form. "Lucifer didn't recognize me immediately when I used my devil trigger either," he said, getting off the demonic horse's back and helping Charlie off. "Who's hurt the worst?" "Bullet and Cruiser got stabbed a few times, but they're recovering as we speak. As for everyone else that went with us, they're not hurt too badly," Vaggy told them both. "That's good news." Charlie sighed with relief that their friends and patients were making a recovery. Dante was glad too, and noticed the red spear the moth demoness was holding. Where did you get that spear from? You like it? It's a devil arm from Siu Chulin, Vaggie said, spinning the spear around in her hand, then pointing it at the demon hunter. I even got to use it on that giant flying bug you probably saw as a thorn bush. I see why you like these things so much. Glad you got yourself a new weapon, Dante said, stepping back and making sure to not get cut since he knew the legend of Siu Chulin and the spear he wielded. Since you're up and about, Charles and I were about to go to the hotel to see if it's still standing. Since everyone we know is recovering, I'm sure they're in good hands until they can return to the hotel, the moth girl said as she joined them on their journey back home. Do you mind if I tag along? Alastor asked, appearing from the shadows of rubble as he approached Dante. My boy, I must say that your battle against Mundus was spectacular to watch. It was so much more entertaining than when the entire Great War. Ha ha, so much violence. Glad you enjoyed the prize fight, Smiles. Because I don't think there's going to be another one for quite some time, Dante informed the infamous radio demon. I figure as much. But still, it was very entertaining, to say the least, Alastor said as he walked past the demon hunter and led everyone to the hotel. I figure Nifty, Husker, and the others will need to be checked on. Let's see how injured they are. Betty's saying that only to have something to eat. Vaggie mumbled as she expects no less from the cannibal. He should learn his place by now, as long as I'm here, Dante said as he had both his pistols at his sides as he, Charlie, and Vaggie walked behind him. After the long walk, all four of them saw the hotel, or at least what was left of it. The building was still standing, but the roof and 3 floors were blasted away. All of the windows were shattered and broken as well. The ship that was attached to the building, the carousel tower, the balcony, and the sign with the eyepiece that said Hazbin Hotel were all obliterated or fallen off onto the ground below. Charlie looked at the hotel and looked as though she was going to faint. A place where she hoped sinners would come to look for redemption was in ruins. It was missing its roof, and pieces of the building continued to fall apart. This is going to take a long time to rebuild. Maybe, but not forever, hun, Vaggie reassured her. We need to check on everyone. Charlie looked at her girlfriend and gave a simple nod. The Princess of Hell picked herself up as she walked to the building to see if anyone survived. Husker, Nifty, Cabin, anyone? Yeah, we're here. Stop fucking shouting, Husker yelled as he popped up from behind the bar with his head and one of his wings bandaged up. You're giving me a damn migraine. Held down the fort while we were gone, Alastor asked as he wasn't fazed by the winged cat busted up. Screw you, asshole. If it wasn't for me and that walking doll, then everyone would have ended up double dead or worse, Husker exclaimed before he flipped off the radio demon and took a swig of his booze. If it was a minute or two earlier, we would all have seen our lives flash before our eyes again. So, where are the others? Dante asked, prompting the winged cat to point at the door that led to the dining hall. The white-haired hunter and his companions entered to see everyone laid out on the floor as Nifty and Velvet were treating their wounds. Dia and Summer had scratches compared to the others, but Cabin and Applejack were heavily bandaged. Guess you guys had your own crazy party while we were gone. You have no idea, Sugar, Applejack said as she hissed from moving her legs. So where's my man? Being treated by a medical team in Hell's Army, Vaggie told the cow center. He and everyone else that went. And none of them went to heaven yet, Candy asked as she figured few of them would be in heaven. Guess they still need to work harder to be accepted. Which is why we're going to work harder to redeem everyone, Charlie stated to pick up their spirits. But we're going to need rest before we fix the place up. Sounds good to me, Dia said, checking up on Summer's wounds. I'm not fully into the whole redemption and going to heaven, but the least I can do for you is post things on my social media page to boost morale, Velvet voiced, as she did have to pay off her debt for them helping her. All right, you do that, Charlie said as she turned to exit the dining hall. Dante, Vaggie, come with me. Sure thing, babe, Dante told her as he and Vaggie left with them. After the 3 of them left the room, the others were muttering to one another. Who wants to bet they're going to bone? Candy asked the others. That's not even much of a bet, Undine told the succubus. It should be how long they go for. I say it's about 4 hours, Applejack bets. I'll give them 6. Candy also bets as everyone focused on their wounds. Good afternoon, I'm Tom Trench. And I'm Caroline Clamper. It's been about 5 days since Mundus escaped his prison and attacked the city, bringing chaos and death to our home on level with the annual purge, Tom said, giving the opening basis of today's news. The Royal Army is continuing their efforts of gathering up all the remaining demons that fought alongside the Demon Lord. That's right, Tom. Like also, many demons lost their homes and lives. The King of Hell even said that this year we may not have an extermination day, Caroline told the gas mask news reporter. So yay for not getting killed. I wish I could say the same for those that suffered. But who cares? It makes great ratings, Tom laughed. We'll be right back after these messages. Having heard enough from the television, Dante shut it off as he lay in bed. Looks like news is traveling about how I killed Mundus. It's not like anyone else is going to take credit and believe them, Charlie said, laying next to him. Maybe they should make a statue of me in the center of town, Dante stated as he got off the bed and put his coat on, posing like he was carrying his sword on his shoulder. What do you think, Vags? I think you need to work on your poses before they make a statue of you, Vaggie said as she looked at the demon hunter. I'll come up with something, Dante said as Charlie starts to get dressed. Yeah, I'm sure you will, the Princess of Hell told her boyfriend as her phone started to ring. That. Really? Okay. He wants to speak with you, Dante. Curious, the demon hunter took the phone and spoke over it. Hello. Dante, my boy, how are things at the hotel? Lucifer asked the Son of Sparda. I'm fine, just dozed off for a bit, the Son of Sparda said. I hope you rested well. However, there's a reason I asked to speak with you. Since many demons are dead and Mundus is killed off, your services are no longer needed, the devil told him. It's time you received your latest pay from me and returned to Earth. Chapter 30. Mission 30. Epilogue. Wait, I'm done, Dante asked Lucifer on the phone. I only needed your help with the overpopulation, and you did plenty of work with that. Besides, my daughter's hotel is meant to help those that aren't your targets. Lucifer told the demon hunter, who agreed. I'll let you say your goodbyes to Charlie and everyone. If I need you, I'll be sure to contact you, the devil said before he hung up. Dante returned the phone to the Princess of Hell, who looked at him with concern. What was that about? Charlie asked as she sounded worried. Your dad says my job's finished now. I'm heading back, the demon hunter said, straightforward to not make it difficult. What? Charlie shouted in surprise. What about us? I'm not sure, the demon hunter sighed as he had to choose his following words carefully as he didn't want to upset her. Charlie, this isn't goodbye. This is more see you later. I'm upset about it, but if you need me, you can rush to your dad's office and demand my number. But he's right, and I should go back, he said as he held up a hand to say he was not finished speaking. Sparda stayed on Earth to help protect humans, and there are still different demons that are running around up there. It's my job to hunt them down. I can have Nero protected, but he's not ready for the job yet. So until then, I have to be on Earth. You understand, right? Charlie heard every word he said and gave a tearful nod. I just wish it wasn't so sudden, she said as tears fell down her face. Seeing that she needed some form of comfort, Dante wrapped his arms around her and embraced her as she allowed the tears to drop on his clothing. Looks like a devil can cry. Or maybe you have some human in you, the demon hunter said half-jokingly. Shut up, Charlie said, punching him in his chest as her red eyes met his blue. The Princess of Hell dried her eyes before she spoke again. Do you promise you'll come back? I promise, Dante told her, as the Princess of Hell pecked his lips. Good, because if you don't, I'll drag you to hell myself, Charlie said, giving a playful smirk. Now go and say your goodbyes to the others. Nodding his head, the Son of Sparda left the room to tell the others farewell. Are you sure it's wise to let him go? Vaggie asked her girlfriend. No, but he does need to return to Earth so he can protect humanity, Charlie answered with a hint of sadness in her voice. Well, I'll be there if you ever need a shoulder to cry on, Vaggie assured her. But if he breaks your heart, I'll stab him with my new spear. Thanks, Vaggie, Charlie said as she kissed her girlfriend. We better say goodbye to him one more time, Charlie said as she walked out of the room and headed down into the lobby of the hotel but felt a cramp as she went down the stairs. That never happened before. I hope it'll go away. Everyone walked the demon hunter out to the entrance of the hotel to give their goodbyes as Zephyrus waited patiently. Well, this is it. I hope some of you make your way to heaven, he said as he walked faced each of the hotel guests before stopping at Angel Dust. Angel, don't cause the staff too much trouble. Especially Vaggie. She might want to use her new weapon on you. Yeah, but that's still not going to stop me from messing with her, Angel Dust told the demon hunter, giving off a sly smirk, then coughed in his hand and stuck out the other. If I do see you again, I'll be sure to break bread and recommend some pizza joints. I'll keep that in mind, Dante said as he and the spider demon high-fived one another. Before going to Nifty next. Nifty, make sure a room is dusted off for me when I return. Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure I have a room and your favorite treats saved, Nifty told him. I'm going to miss you a lot, Dante, the small cyclops hugging his leg. The demon hunter shook his leg to get her off him as he walked up to Husker next. Husk, keep that lucky streak on you, and we'll look forward to our next poker game. You mean me beating you in cards? The winged cat laughed. Since you're leaving, I thought it would be appropriate to give you a going-away gift. Husker handed him a bottle of expensive-looking alcohol. Top-shelf brand for the top demon hunter. Thanks, Dante taking a small swig of the scotch before he was face-to-face with the radio demon. Al, I don't know what to say to you, Smiles. I just hope I'm not hunting you down soon. My dear fellow, I wouldn't dream of being made into one of your toys, Alaster laughed. But if I do, I hope it will be something useful. I'm sure you will, Dante said as he walked up to Vaggie. Vags, this is adios. Keep these sinners in line and keep our girl happy. I will, and you better come back to us, Vaggie said as she lightly punched the demon hunter's shoulder. Ella lo va a tener difícil pero lo va a arreglar. She's going to have a hard time, but she'll put together. Dante nodded as he reached Charlie one last time. Charlie, I will miss you the most. Keep this place running when I arrive, and I hope to see this place flourish when I come back. I will, and it'll be bigger than before. I'll make sure to take pictures of sinners being redeemed. Charlie smiled as she hugged him. Thank you for being here with us, Dante. I'll miss you. It was nice being here, and I'll miss you guys too, Dante said, releasing the hug as he turned away and got on Zephyrus. Be sure to return to Wrath when you drop me off. And listen if Charlie needs anything, he whispered to the horse, and the stallion nodded as it neighed to be ready for the trip back to Earth. The demon hunter pulled the reins, and the stallion made a portal to Earth as they both went through and closed right behind him. Everyone waved and shouted goodbye as Charlie felt another cramp. Again with this cramp? Maybe I should take something, she thought to herself before heading back into the hotel. Dante rode his stallion, though, as he was back on Earth in front of Devil May Cry. It's good to be home, he said, looking at the shop he created. Okay, if anything happens, I'll try to contact you, he told Zephyrus as the horse neighed and ran around before disappearing through a portal. The demon hunter watched as his father's stallion vanished into thin air and opened a door to his office. Good, just the way I left it. I'm pretty sure I have a stack full of clients by now, he said as his phone rang and he picked it up. Devil May Cry. Be right there, he said as he placed Sparda on his wall and made sure both Ebony and Ivory were at his side and Rebellion on his back. Let's get this party started. In hell, 1 month later. I, Princess Charlotte Morningstar, hereby announce the grand reopening of the Hazbin Hotel, Charlie proudly announces as she cut the red ribbon in front of a large crowd. Many of the sinners cheered at the newly built hotel. As they entered the building and checked in, Charlie took a seat as Vaggie helped her sat down. You feeling okay, hun? Vaggie asked, worried about her health. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired, Charlie told her girlfriends as she looked at the wall from the sinners that entered heaven. Summer, Dia, Candy, Lechuza, Terry, and AJ. Felt like yesterday they were sent to heaven. You're close, it was 2 days ago, Angel said as he had a popsicle in his mouth. But are you sure you should be doing so much after what the doctor said? I'll be fine. Somebody has to see everyone that goes to heaven, the Princess of Hell said, rubbing her stomach. She looked down and smiled fondly where she placed her hand. I hope Dante will return to see you born. Outside of Fortuna, a portal opened, and out came a weakened man that was cloaked and hoping a piece of gem that shattered once he entered Earth. The cloaked man coughed as he struggled to get himself up. Yamato, I can sense you. You're close. I will find you, and I will defeat my bother. I will defeat Dante. Author note. And that is it. Thank you all for reading this story to the end. And thank you, Water Dragon Maverick, for editing and beta reading. This story is going to have a sequel. The title is called Hazbin May Cry 2. Dante's return as it takes place after the events of Devil May Cry 5. So, yes, Virgil is going to be in the story, and Charlie is pregnant after the time with Dante earlier in the story. As for seeing about who Carly will be a mother of, well, you'll have to read the sequel to find out. Until next time, see you in hell.